the world. It's the first time these finals have been broadcast live, albeit on the internet, but it seems to be working okay for people. Hopefully that will be the case as well today. But AIB have been very heavily involved in club sponsorship in the GAA for many, many years.
Yes, we're with the club sponsorship for 25 years now, and we're club and county over the last 2 years. It's been absolutely fantastic. But so I suppose the GAA is in the heart and souls of everybody in the community right around the country, and indeed all of those exiles who unfortunately had to leave Ireland to go walking ashore. And it's a great way on the internet to be able to keep in touch with the games. And I'm sure that the people from the four clubs involved today would be delighted to see their teams on show and their players and neighbours involved in such a historic occasion in each of the four clubs.
You're our AIB representative here today, but you have some skin in the game. You're a Kerry man, you're head of AIB Kerry, but no doubt you're hoping that the best team wins, the better team wins in the first game, as long as that team is Glenbeigh, Glencar, I presume.
Well, I suppose we will be as neutral and objective as we could at all times. We would love to see Glenbeigh, Glencar doing it. We saw them in the semi-final, but Kerry, Tyrone challenges and battles go back a long, long way. I remember my first time seeing the two in battle was in 86 when Kerry came out ahead. Then Tyrone have come out ahead in most games since. We had won quarter-final of the championship.
You're slightly rewriting history there a bit. I think Tyrone had a few big ones against you as well.
We skipped the 2003, 5 and 7. We do remember them and remember them well, but hopefully the two teams go out and play to the best they can today and let the best team win.
Okay, and of course some big names playing here today as well. We have Darren O'Sullivan for Glenbeigh, Glencar. He gave an exhibition in Cusick Park in Ennis. We have Lee Keegan, the current player of the year, playing with Westport, and we've Graham Riley of St Columkills of Meath as well, and he's no mean operator either.
Absolutely fantastic to see those heroes of the GAA, of the inter-county scene. But you might find that the hero today is actually a club player who comes out and he shines over and above everybody else. I've seen so many times when it's the cornerback from a club that will never get on a county team who makes it on the big day and does exceptionally well. So hopefully the big names play well, but equally hopefully the individuals who will never get to a county team will equally play well and enjoy the day and enjoy the occasion on this special pitch in Croke Park.
Okay, Sean, thank you very much. And we're just going to take a look around the stadium here today. It's empty now. It won't fill up very much. We had 6,000 plus yesterday, but it felt like there were 60,000 here yesterday, particularly when the Mayfield fans got into full voice. Our next guest is going to be Mike Finnerty, our match commentator. Thank you to Sean Healy from AIB Bank, our sponsors of the broadcast and of the competition today, and Mike Finnerty, well known to viewers of Sky Sports and listeners to Midwest Radio, and also what people may not know about Mike is he is sports editor of the Mayo News, the local paper based in Westport, the team who are here today. So lots of excitement in your neck of the woods, Mike, in the last few weeks.
Yeah, Liam, very much so. Westport, as everybody knows, is a sporting mad town anyway. They had huge success, I suppose their most notable success on the soccer field back in 2005 when they won the FAI Junior Cup. And I think the build-up in Westport in the last couple of weeks will be comparable to 05 in the sense that the entire community has got behind the team. There's been days upon days of fundraisers. I think that was one of the first things that seemed to dawn on Westport GAA Club when they qualified for the final, and I'm sure it was no different for any of the finalists this weekend. The amount of money it takes to take a team to Dublin for the weekend, to prepare and to leave no stone unturned for an All-Ireland club final. So there's been a lot of hard work being done off the field by Westport in the last couple of weeks. I know they travelled up yesterday, stayed overnight. They were here at Croke Park yesterday evening to get a feel for the place, and there's a huge crowd coming up. Trains, automobiles. I know a lot of people flying in as well for the weekend that have Westport connections, and of course those who can't, no more than supporters of Glenbeigh, Glencar and the Rock and St Columkills intending to watch the game on local streaming. But certainly from a Westport perspective, they're on board for this, and without a doubt it's the biggest day in their club's history.
For all four clubs here today, a huge day. None of them have won an All-Ireland before. We have Rock St Patrick's from Tyrone, we have Glenbeigh, Glencar, we have Westport, as you said, and we have St Columkills of Meath, all bidding for national glory. So a delicious possibility awaits us here today.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the biggest changes in terms of the build-up to All-Ireland finals in recent years has been the advent of social media, and it's been fascinating over the last few days in particular as the games get closer to see the way that each of the clubs involved have been building up to the finals on and off the field, and between Facebook and Twitter and the various social media platforms, we've got an insight into exactly what sort of excitement is like on the ground in the 4 provinces. And without a doubt, I mean, the prospect of being All-Ireland club champions for the first time, I can only imagine, it's every club person's dream that their club would be here today. And the hurling yesterday, I think, really whetted the appetite to see the way Mayfield and the Kilkenny champions as well, Carrickshock, celebrated the intermediate final win. It gives you a sense of just what it's all about. And when you see an All-Ireland winner and a hurler of the calibre of Richie Power taking to social media last night to just share, I suppose, in the joy and in the emotion of it all, it really brings home to you just what it means to get it done for the first time. And as you say, one of these clubs in the junior final, and whoever is lucky enough to come out on top in the intermediate final, is going to get to experience that. And look, I can't wait for it to start, and I can't wait to see what unfolds and what we're treated to as well when the final whistle sounds, because there's going to be an outpouring of emotion without a doubt.
Okay, Mike, thank you. We will come back to you later on. He's getting ready to get his commentary ready, and we have some other guests for you to meet as well too, and we'll come to those in a moment. Just want to mention a few people here who want us to say hello to them watching around the world. We have Gráinne Halligan in Coventry shouting for Westport along with Emma O'Lone, and we have Micheál O'Riordan in Glenbeigh, Glencar. Apparently, because of Micheál, people are able to watch this game. He's been fixing up broadband service for all sorts of businesses down there in Glenbeigh, Glencar. He's with Glenbeigh PC Repairs, and there's his team. There they are, Glenbeigh, Glencar on the field. We await Rock St. Patrick's in a few moments, but we're joined now by 2 more guests. And first of all, a man I remember playing for Tyrone, Noel McGinn, working today here for TeamTalkMag.com, and Sean Barton, who's our Glenbeigh, Glencar co-commentator throughout the afternoon. Unfortunately, we did invite Rock St. Patrick's to provide a co-commentator, but I think their resources were stretched in the build-up to this game and not able to provide anybody. But Noel, you'll give us the Tyrone perspective on the Rock.
Well, Tyrone perspective, quite simply, is this: the Rock have come here today. It's the third occasion in which they have been competing for an All-Ireland or a chance on All-Ireland. They're a great club, a small club in terms of population, in terms of locality, but they're big in heart and they're big in commitment, and they've shown right through this campaign, right from the very first match that they played in the club championship back in Tyrone way back in June time, that they know what it takes to win. They're prepared to go the whole distance, and I think they're delighted obviously to be in Croke Park, but they know that what they face in a Kerry team in an All-Ireland final is a massive ask. But if they're to win or whatever way it goes today, it won't be for the want of trying from the point of view of the Rock.
In terms of style, what can we expect from them?
Well, they're a typical Tyrone team in many respects, that they aren't blessed with great resources. So what they do, they make the best of. They work exceptionally hard. They'll tackle hard. They'll work deep. They'll cover the ground. And up front, they have 2 players. They've McGarry and Conor McCreesh, 2 guys who know where the posts are. And if they can get enough quality ball to them, those guys are capable of getting the score. So, as I say, it'll be a hard-working performance. It'll be a team performance. It'll be from 1 to 15. And they certainly, while they're not going into this game as favourites, they certainly won't fear whatever it is the Kerry men bring.
Okay, and Sean Barton, what are the Kerry men going to bring? You bring Darren O'Sullivan anyway. He's the player everybody's talking about in the build-up to this game.
Yeah, Darren O'Sullivan, is the man who's won 4 All-Ireland medals here and captain Kerry in 2009. I suppose he's the main big name on the team sheet today. But we have more players that played with the Kerry in junior and minor level. You have Gavin O'Grady, full forward, Colin McGillicuddy, centre field, and Fergal Griffin, and Jeremy Hoare, full back, former Kerry minor. And as last year, you have Caleb Tean, a young guy there playing wing back. He played with the Kerry minors here last year. They won in September.
Very good, and there they are, Rock St. Patrick's on the field, predominantly green, a lot of black there as well too, and a huge day for them, as Noel has said, to be here in Croke Park. They have been around this circuit before, so they want to come and win today, but as everybody knows, they're facing a very formidable Glenbeigh, Glencar team who went 7 or 8 points down against Louisburg in the first 10 or 12 minutes of the All-Ireland semi-final and won it at the Rees.
Yeah, we were down 7 points after 7 minutes. Yes, it was a probably a game of two halves inside the one half really, and it was a great comeback by Glenbeigh-Glencar, especially Colin McGillicuddy got a bit of hand on the ball around the middle of the field after about 10 minutes, and it brought Darren O'Sullivan and Gavin O'Grady brought our main forwards into the game, and I think it was a score from Darren after about 10 minutes that really set the tone for the rest of the first half, and we got two wonderful goals, and we were lucky, I suppose, in a way to be leading at half time, and Lewisburg were wondering how they were losing by 3 points, because in fairness they kicked some massive scores in the first 7 minutes.
Yes, Lewisburg were cantering at that stage, but when Glenbeigh-Glencar settled, as you said, they were very hard to pin down. They carry the ball very well. They've got Darren O'Sullivan, obviously, when he gets on the ball, he's hard to contain at inter-county level, never mind at junior club level. Noel, a lot of people might not be familiar with teamtalkmag.com. Tyrone is a football mad county, and I think it caters to that audience.
Oh, very much so. We established ourselves originally in the written format, but when we took it over in 2010, we went totally online. It's been online for the last number of years. We've been doing video, we've been doing live match commentary, we do post-match video analysis and so on. We do a lot of reports. We cover every aspect from score right through to camogie, right through to hurling, youth, colleges, all the rest. We spent, two of the guys spent the last 2 days down to Sigerson in Connacht. Yes, and not only Northern Victory, but my alma mater, St Mary's. So I was absolutely delighted. I was away in Milan for a few days, I missed it, but I was delighted to come home yesterday to find that 4 Tyrone men or 5 Tyrone men played a huge part on the field, with quite a few others off the field contributing to that massive victory. So that's what Team Talk Mag do. We cover every aspect of the GA as best we can. And as Sean was saying, we talk about Lewisburg and you talk about Glenbeigh-Glencar. Days like this are massive for the GA. Days like this are massive for these clubs and these communities, and they do something in terms of pride of parish that you can't get in any other sport. And regardless of who wins today, this will be something that will live long in the memory of both clubs, or the 4 clubs who are involved today, same as it was yesterday in the hurling, because the GA is about parish, it's about pride, it's about where you belong, and it gives you great memories and a great sense of ownership. And we're delighted to be here today. We're hoping the Rock do it, but if they don't, whatever, we'll enjoy the day anyway.
Good to be here, as you said. I suppose in some ways getting to Go Park is an occasion in itself. I mean, there's a game to be played, but there's a whole cultural significance around this game for teams. And I know that I had a gentleman on our Facebook account last night, Michael O'Riordan, who I know is the PC guru around Glenbeigh, saying he was going painting cows red and black overnight. I felt like saying to him, most of them are probably black, you just need to paint the red, save a few quid in the paint, but it's hard to tell a Kerry man, of course, now sometimes.
Yeah, well, as we were leaving Glenbeigh yesterday, there was a guy with a donkey. He didn't paint it red and black. So this has got everybody in the parish involved. It's a massive occasion, as you see them guys out there, and hopefully now that we'll have a good game of football. And as I say, may the best team win. I hope that'll be Glenbeigh-Glencar.
We've had one change in our team, of course, Sean. You're first sub for Ger O'Connor, who was our man in Ennis that day. You're coming in, big shoes to fill, but I know he's been tutoring you.
Yeah, Ger has been tutoring me, all right. Yeah,
he brought you to Dublin early yesterday, I believe.
He did, yeah, and we got a guard escort in this morning then. So, but he cried off himself. He had a little bit of a hamstring injury, so yeah. So
not everybody can do the big day.
Not everybody can do the big days, right? Yeah, but fair play to Ger. He's a mighty man, in fairness to him.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys roll on there. So before you let you go, Noel, both teams out on the field, watching them go through their warm-ups and all of that, and getting ready to roll here. Are you confident that the Rock can do that? Can do it?
Well, what we've seen in the Rock this year is that regardless of what the opposition is, and there's been some fancy teams they come up against, they have a self-belief and a system that they work to. The one thing about them is this: they're exceptionally hard working. And it doesn't matter, whereas like in Lewisburg, as Sean was saying earlier, whether they're 7 points down, 7 points up, that's irrelevant. They'll play and they'll play and they'll play. And look, if they get the rub of the green, great. But let's be realistic. There are 2 things I would say is this. They're playing against a Kerry team. Kerry team's All-Ireland final.
I thought that's what kept you alive up in Tyrone, playing Kerry teams in All-Ireland finals.
But I was going to finish. They're playing against a Kerry team, so that'll give them exceptional motivation, right? First thing. But the second thing is this: Darren O'Sullivan and Sean mentioned some of the other guys there who have massive experience at this level. The Rock lads don't have it. Kieran Gurley, in fairness, has 3 All-Ireland medals. But, I mean, Kieran, and I don't think I'm being disrespectful to say, he's no longer a 25-year-old. And, he does cover the ground, but he doesn't cover it at the same pace. Well, I was watching Darren O'Sullivan's goal against Lewisburg in the semi-final. So that was a thing of beauty. It was a thing that if one of those top quality or top paid soccer players got it, they'd be raving about it for years. And that's just typical of the quality that Kerry teams bring. So they have a massive challenge. But look, Tyrone men love a challenge.
And you'll be telling us later on you knew all along.
No, I honestly say, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, my money would be on Glenbeigh Cloncar. But I'm just hoping that the Rock can come out today and, put a performance that they'll look back on, regardless of how the result goes, put on a performance that will be something that they will feel we did our best. If you do your best, you can't ask any more.
Absolutely, I think you're generally assured of that with the Tyrone team. No, we very much appreciate you joining us. TeamTalkMag.com. It's first for GAA News in Tyrone. Check it out while you're watching there at home. Sean, I'm going to release you as well, and the shake of the hands. It's been a bit of a ritual this weekend, the handshake. Sean, I'm going to let you back into your comfy position because we're joined next by a man who, well, I'll wait until he comes down the steps to me to exactly give him the full rundown. He's an AIB man. He's a Kerry man. He's our match analyst for the first game today. Stephen Stack is going to stand out here in front of me. And Stephen, it's 20 years ago, Stephen, I've just realised. I don't mean to make you look old or sound old. I was here that day as a Mayo man. 20 years ago since you, along with your colleagues, Lade, Maurice Fitzgerald, Lima Flaherty, Eamon Breen, all those guys. You were left cornerback, I think, or right corner?
Left corner, that's right, yeah. A young Kieran MacDonald, I remember at the time. I was marking, absolutely amazing footballer for Mayo. But, we were lucky enough. We were probably that little bit more hungry in that day, and obviously with 11-year famine between that one and the year we'd won it before, so it was a very special day for us,
The criteria for famine is very different in Kerry, obviously, to what is in my native place. But 20 years ago you were here. Kerry won that day. It wasn't an epic, as you say. Mayo came with a bit of a burst. McDonald got the penalty late on, but I think you were never really in serious trouble. I think he led all the way, really, more or less all the way. It's remembered, of course, as Maurice Fitzgerald's one of his finest hours, and there were many of those.
Yeah, he was an amazing player, obviously, and he was fantastic again that day. I think he was the main reason really we won that match, but we were just lucky we got off to a very good start. But you got back into the game in the second half, and there were some great scores after the goal that was scored as well, and it was a nervous last 10 minutes, I can tell you, but fortunately we came through. And Maurice, we're just looking over at that part of the pitch where Maurice kicked an incredible point from 50 or 60 yards out, and that kind of sealed it for us, really,
And he has been back here in this very setting with his club, St Mary's, in the All-Ireland Intermediate final last year. Wasn't Intermediate?
That's right. Intermediate, yeah, and he did a great job with him, and he's obviously part of the Kerry management setup now, and I've no doubt that he's going to add great value as well, and he's a hugely revered and admired figure in Kerry football, and I think will be for the rest of his life. He's an amazing player, and it's great. He's given a huge amount back to his club, and he's doing it back again with Kerry now, which is marvellous to see,
In the GAA, of course, all soldiers never die. They just go back to their club, and that's what you've done as well at club level with Stacks. You've had success there as well with Austin Stacks. So you have a strong sense, Stephen, of what today is all about. As we look out onto Croke Park, we see on our left here Glenbeigh, Glencar warming up, red and black. Darren O'Sullivan, no stranger to here, but a very different environment from today. And down here, Kieran Gurley and Rock St. Patrick's here as well. And for them as well, the enormity of being here in Croke Park almost cannot be understated. No, cannot be overstated, I should say.
Absolutely, and I think, Liam, if you were to ask any guy that's played at inter-county level, like where would they rank an All-Ireland club medal, and there's very few players get a chance to actually win one, you'll probably say it's probably ahead of anything they'll do at inter-county level, because it's obviously with the players that they would have started out and they're finishing up with. I know, for example, in the senior final, it's everything from Colin Cooper to see if they can try and win one, because that's something that he's never done, and I'm pretty sure Colin would put that ahead of anything he's ever done at inter-county level. So, and the beauty of it doesn't matter really whether it's the senior, intermediate or junior. It's the fact that it's an All-Ireland with your club. Yes. That's why it's so special. It's something that they'll never forget. Either of the two teams will never forget that they were here, but obviously if you manage to win it, it's incredibly special,
Yes, Mike Finnerty referenced the FAI Junior Cup earlier on, which is the competition that the great unwashed all enter into every year, and that's here as well. I mean, yesterday Clive O'Donovan from Mayfield made the point that when they won the Cork Junior Hurling Championship, they were the best at that stage of 100 junior clubs in Cork. So there's a lot of steps you got to take to even get here today. Every team is here on merit at this stage, and obviously Glenbeigh, Glencar are favourites today, but Rock St. Patrick's didn't get here by tiptoeing around the fields of Tyrone and Ulster. No, they have a great record. Did they win it in 2007, 14 and 15? I think they were beaten by Broston maybe in 15 in a replayed game, very, very close game. So they'll come with a lot of confidence to this. Glenbeigh on the other hand have lost 3 finals in Kerry actually,
So they made the breakthrough this year, and they've really pushed on since they made the breakthrough. So both teams have a huge amount to play for. And I have to say it is a great compliment to yourselves, Liam, as well, to stream this. I was looking at some of the stats yesterday. I think you over 30,000 hits in the game.
31,000 at last count,
which is phenomenal. And I think it's the number of countries that logged in. Was it up around 60 or 70?
I didn't get a country count yet, but it has to be over the 70 to be at that numbers on our experience. Yes.
Yeah, so it's very special for the diaspora of the people in those clubs that are abroad as well, who obviously aren't going to get a chance to get here. So, and as I think I said to you below, Innes, the very fact that the junior and intermediate has an All-Ireland element to it, and that they can come here and play in Croke Park is immensely special. It's an amazing honour for players at club level to get to this stage. So, hopefully the day is fine. There's no breeze. The pitch is in fantastic condition.
Beautiful day.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, really. So we'll be looking forward to a very exciting game, hopefully. And
on that team, I'm going to go through some people who wanted to say hello to us. In Glen Bay, in Glencar, the hostelries are already heaving down there. The Towers Hotel. I hope you never frequented any of these places now, Stephen.
I did.
Not in your playing days, anyway.
Well, both when I was playing and afterwards. Great place, actually. Great place.
I think I stayed there one time, actually, on a cycle around the Ring of Kerry.
If you go to Kerry, go visit the Towers.
Okay, the old Glen Bay Hotel, the Ashes Bar, the Red Fox, Micheál O'Riordan, we've mentioned him already. Chloe Phelan is getting ready for the Carrickshock homecoming. I'm not sure was that last night or today. I think it's a 2-day event probably. Yeah. Brian Kelly and Jane Kerwin got married yesterday, and Brian is going to be here today. I've mentioned Grania and Emma in Coventry, and also Glen Bay PC Repairs. And in Ballinrobe, County Mayo, Martin Inch Jennings has the big screen cranked up, and he's ready to go as well. There'll be a big interest there, of course, in the Westport game coming up a little bit later on. And we are ready to go to Mike Finnerty in about 3 minutes' time. And Mike will be joined by Sean Barton on commentary. And we're going through the last roundup here as well. It's Glen Bay, Glencar versus Rock St. Patrick's of Tyrone. And we are expecting a very interesting clash. Both sets of supporters are in place. They've been out in the streets around Croke Park here for the last couple of hours. There's been great fun. In fact, a lot of people in town last night for these games as well to savour the weekend. And some indeed I met here yesterday came along for the hurling, and they got something of a classic in the junior final between Mayfield and Mooncoin, which went right down to the proverbial wire. And hopefully today we'll have a similar level of excitement for these AIB All-Ireland Intermediate and Junior finals. If you're watching, do follow us on our social media. Let us know where you are. The hashtag is the toughest. And Stephen, seconds to go. I asked you this in Ennis as well. Players coming towards the last few minutes. What are the emotions in players right now?
Well, I think they're getting very close to match time now, obviously, and most of the nerves would have gone out of fellas. So you're just hoping, you always hope when players are in a final like this, such a big occasion for them, that nerves don't get to them. And I hope it doesn't in both sides, That's the most important thing, that they just think about what they're doing in terms of the warm-up and try and keep their thoughts pretty clear. And make sure that they're not getting too confused with too many messages. That's the main thing. I always find that before big games, if you can focus on one or two things at the most in the first 4 or 5 minutes, not to confuse yourself, and just try and decide in your head there's one or two things you're going to try and get right, and mentally then maybe prepare yourself for maybe one thing going wrong and have an idea in your head how you're going to react to it in the next couple of minutes. So keep your thought process very, very simple and very clear generally when you're going into these big games,
Okay, spoken with experience of both playing and management there. Stephen Stack, our AIB representative, our match analyst here. We're going to Mike Finnerty in a moment. He'll be joined in commentary by Sean Barton of Glen Bay, Glencar. As I said, unfortunately, Rock St. Patrick's weren't in a position due to stretched resources to provide a co-commentator today. We are very grateful to Noel McGinn of TeamTalkMag.com for his excellent overview of Rock St. Patrick's earlier on. But we're ready to roll here very soon. I hand over to match commentator Mike Finnerty.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. A very good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Dublin. You're welcome to Croke Park, the home of the GAA, and of course this weekend the home of the AIB All-Ireland Junior and Intermediate Club Championship Finals. Yesterday it was the hurling, today it's the football, and first up, part one of our double header, it's the junior decider between Glen Bay, Glencar of County Kerry and the Rock St. Patrick's from Tyrone. North versus South, Ulster versus Munster. Two teams bidding to win an historic first All-Ireland club title. Now, before we get down to business, let's give you a check on the teams, beginning with the Munster champions Glen Bay, Glencar. Rory O'Connor starts in goal. The full back line, Stephen O'Sullivan, Jeremiah Hoare and Kieran Doyle. It's a half back line of Jack Brosnan, Pa Kilkenny and Calum Tehan. Colin McGillicuddy, the captain, is alongside Fergal Griffin in the middle of the field. Half forward line of Danny O'Sullivan, Darren O'Sullivan and Tommy Cahill, and a full forward line of Kieran Courtney, Gavin O'Grady and Daniel Griffin. They are the 15 players that have been selected by the Glenbeigh Glencar manager Aidan O'Shea. He, of course, none other than a son of the great Kerry midfielder, All-Ireland winner and former Footballer of the Year, the one and only Jack O'Shea. Rock St Patrick's from County Tyrone, Seamus Donaghy is in goal. Full back line of Mark McAleer, Niall Mullen and Niall McWilliams. The half back line, Kieran Gourley, Stephen Mullen and Aidan Girvin. Enda McWilliams partners Jermith Carroll in the middle of the field. The half forward line, Thomas Bloomer, the team captain, Eamon Ward and Cahill McWilliams. And inside in the full forward line, it's Ryan Crilly, Aidan McGarrity and Conor McCreesh. Well, it's beautiful day for a game here at Croke Park. Conditions absolutely perfect. Teams have been out on the field for the last 10 or 15 minutes at this stage, going through their pre-match routines. But before the first of today's game starts here, we're going to have a moment's reflection in memory of the late Colin Litter, a member of the Rock St Patrick's Club in County Tyrone, a father of the Rock St Patrick's squad members Ryan and Shay Litter, who are on the panel today. So a very emotional day, I'm sure, for the Litter family and indeed the Rock St Patrick's Club, taking a moment to remember the late Colin Litter.
We send our deepest sympathy to his family and his many friends. God the sorry for Shearing.
A lovely moment as Colin Litter of Rock St Patrick's is remembered, his sons Ryan and Shay among the Rock St Patrick's substitutes for this AIB All-Ireland Junior Club football final. While Glenbeigh Glencar from Kerry, they come into the game as raging hot favourites. They are 4-1 on to finish this marathon journey they've undertaken over the last 12 months with a victory, and they are tipped in all quarters as the most likely winners of a first All-Ireland Junior Club football title. But the Rock St Patrick's come in as underdogs and have made no secret of the fact during the week that they intend to make amends for their defeat in the final back in 2008 when they finished second best to the Cork champions Canavee. Our match referee today is Jerome Henry from the Castlebar Mitchells Club in County Mayo. His linesmen Brendan Cawley from Kildare and John Gilmartin from County Sligo. Well, big crowds have made the journey up from Glenbeigh Glencar and indeed down from Tyrone as well for this game. I know there's a big audience of supporters from both clubs watching our broadcast from right around the country and around the globe. And wherever you are, we hope you're hearing us and seeing us loud and clear. The AIB All-Ireland Junior Club football final is off and running. It is the Rock St Patrick's of Tyrone playing in a predominantly green strip, who'll play from left to right here in the opening half. Glenbeigh Glencar wearing their traditional red jerseys with black togs and red and black socks, defending the Davin stand end. And here's an early touch for the Rock St Patrick's number 5, Kieran Gourley. Keep an eye out for him, the 3-time All-Ireland senior medal winner with Tyrone. Here he is again. Manages to work it back as far as his midfielder Enda McWilliams, trying to switch the play and bring his half-forward line into the game for the first time. Nice layoff from Eamon Ward to the midfielder Enda McWilliams. Just outside his comfort zone there, outside his range. And easy for Glenbeigh Glencar to clear their lines. Now Darren O'Sullivan trying to use that pace, that electrifying pace for the first time. Seemed to fall awkwardly there, but it works out for Glenbeigh Glencar. Nice ball delivered into Gavin O'Grady, the former Kerry minor and under 21. Laid back, dangerous ball. And Seamus Donaghy, the 38-year-old Rock St Patrick's goalkeeper, had to use all that experience there as that ball dropped dangerously into the square. but he gets it away, he clears his lines, and away go the Tyrone and Ulster champions. Man on the ball is Diarmuid Carroll. Support comes in numbers from behind him. And over on the far side, with some time and space, it's the centre half back Stephen Mullen. That's very careless. Intercepted by Jack Brosnan, and away go Glenbeigh Glencar. Brosnan again. Just lost the ball in the tackle. Lovely chip lift from Gavin O'Grady. Didn't even need to break stride. Past one defender and another. Back to O'Sullivan. Oh, what a finish from Darren O'Sullivan. A goal scorer in the All-Ireland semi-final and a goal scorer back at Croke Park yet again. And it all came from the intercept by Jack Brosnan back in the Glenbeigh Glencar half of the field. A swift counter-attack, and Darren O'Sullivan does what he does best.
Yeah, great interception there by Jack Brosnan, 50 yards off from his own goal, and great ball up to Gavin O'Grady, and Gavin took on his man and slipped it to Darren, and only one finished into the corner of the net. Great goal, great start for Glenbeigh Glencar.
Well, Darren O'Sullivan is their danger man, their main man, and that goal has rocked the Tyrone champions right back in their heels. It's a dream start for the favourites, the warmest of favourites. And as they showed against Louisburg in the All-Ireland semi-final, when their confidence is up, they are a very, very dangerous opponent. That strong run by Pa Kilkenny, though, ends with possession back in the hands of Rock St. Patrick's. Still early days, we're in the 4th minute, but you just get the feeling Rock St. Patrick's need a score now just to settle the nerves. Man on the ball is Conor McCreesh, hit a couple of points against Dunedin in the All-Ireland semi-final, and his first shot at goal here drifts away to the right and wide. But in terms of a nerve settler, Sean Barton of Glenbeigh Glencar, your team could not have asked for a better start. I'm sure there would have been nerves, particularly being such raging hot favourites, but I'm sure they're gone out the window now.
Yeah, it's as you say, Michael, great start to the game, and especially our half-back line of Pa Kilkenny and Jack Brosnan. They're getting a lot of hands on the ball, and as we're going now, it's back into Gavin O'Grady. Gavin is playing well inside for forward line.
He's a real handful, Gavin O'Grady. Likes to move around that forward line, pull his man out of position. This time, though, the Rock defence stands firm. That looked like a body check by Pa Kilkenny on his opponent there, but Glenbeigh Glencar get away with it. Ball drilled inside by Fergal Griffin. Won in the full forward line by the young corner forward, Kieran Courtney. Put up 2-3 in the semi-final win over Louisburg of Mayo. And along with Gavin O'Grady and Daniel Griffin, is part of a very mobile, very dangerous full forward line. That's very loose from Tommy Cahill. Ball given away. Won back by the Rock wing back Aidan Girvan, a man who has returned from Australia in recent months to play in both the All-Ireland semi-final and again today for his club. Possession now in the hands of Conor McCreesh. Gets his head up, kicking it into the corner that he has vacated. Racing across to try and keep it in is Aidan McGarrity. He's all alone up there. Support a little slow in getting to him, but he's been fouled in any event. Aidan McGarrity there was very much the lone ranger up front for the Rock, but made the run, managed to hold it up, and is now going to kick the free that he's won himself. We've played 5.5 minutes in the AIB All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final, and it's a goal from Darren O'Sullivan, the only scorer of the game so far. McGarrity's free, dangerous ball. Goalkeeper comes, and Rory O'Connor is strong and solid and takes the free quickly. Glenbeigh Glencar appearing in their first ever All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final. It's a second decider for the Rock St. Patrick's. That's their fullback Niall Mullen. A long way from the edge of the square, but got there. One is free. And Rock St. Patrick's will work it slowly and surely into the opposition half. Here's Ryan Crilly. trying to run straight at the crossbar, but hung on too long. Good defending by Glencar. They have a dangerous forward line. They tend to run up some big scores, but also very efficient and organised at the back. This is the All-Ireland minor winner of last year, Calum Tehan. Now it's the midfielder Fergal Griffin. Jack Brosnan content to bide his time. Nice dummy sold by Fergal Griffin, a man playing for the 17th year at senior level for his club. That's a poor delivery though, after the patient and very deliberate build-up. Eamon Ward lays it back. Next man in the line is the cornerback Niall McWilliams, but again the pass was a little lackadaisical. Rock St. Patrick's haven't settled yet. Glencar meanwhile on the attack once more. Here's O'Sullivan buzzing around Croke Park, knows the place like the back of his hand, shoots on sight, and that's away to the right into the empty Hill 16 end. But O'Sullivan, worryingly from a Rock St. Patrick's perspective, Sean, is buzzing out there.
Yeah, Darren is moving very well, and I must say even Gavin O'Grady there, great defence, intercepted the ball here back in his own half-back line, and yeah, it's what we've 8 minutes gone out. The goal is only scored a game after about 2 minutes, but Glencar seem to have settled the better team.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here at Croke Park. Tell us where you're watching the game today, what you make of what you're seeing. You can find us on Twitter at Local Streaming. Use hashtag #TheToughest, or also you can find us on Facebook as Glencar construct another attack just on the edge of the D. Man who breaks the tackle is Danny O'Sullivan. On the overlap, it's Calum Tehan. Here's Darren O'Sullivan again. Darren O'Sullivan now is beginning to get into the groove, and that's a real worry for Rock St. Patrick's. The Kerry champions pushed their lead out to 4 points after 9 minutes.
Yeah, another great score there by Darren. It all started here in the half-back line with Calum Tehan, and he slipped the ball to Denny O'Sullivan, and Denny into Darren and over the bar. 1-1, 10 minutes gone.
O'Sullivan racked up a goal and 3 in the semi-final already, well on his way to matching that tally or maybe even surpassing it. Rock St. Patrick's attacking down this right wing. There's a Glencar man gone down in the middle of the field. Seem to be caught off the ball as Rock St. Patrick's continue on their merry way, and it's Conor McCreesh who opens his account and Rock St. Patrick's account in the 10th minute. They're off the mark, the Ulster champions. Just that goal now between the teams, but Fergal Griffin is down, the Glencar number 9 in the middle of the field and receiving attention. Now, the referee Jerome Henry, I think, has just received a message from one of his linesmen. You could see him there just checking his earpiece, and he has gone across to talk to Enda McWilliams, the Rock St. Patrick's midfielder. Now, it happened off the ball, out of our line of vision, but seen by one of the match officials at least, and it's a yellow card for Enda McWilliams. Obviously caught Fergal Griffin, and away we go again. You're watching the AIB All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final, coming to you live from Croke Park. 10.5 minutes gone, and it's the pre-match favourites who are out in front, courtesy of a goal from Darren O'Sullivan. Ball brought into the tackle there by Kieran Doyle. One back, here's McCreesh again, and just as he prepared to shoot at the target, it was Jeremiah Hoare who came across to put in a challenge, and both the defender and the forward are down injured. Looks like Jeremiah Hoare has come off the worst though from that collision, but after a fairly tentative start from the Tyrone side, Sean, they're starting to come more into it now.
Yeah, they're starting to come more into it. They're at that number 15 there, Conor McCreesh. He looks a fairly handy footballer, and they seem to be hitting him all the time. And actually, that was a ball that was turned over. One of our boys brought the ball into the tackle, and the physical strength of the Tyrone boys turned it over, and they were free now about 35 yards out.
Well, good to see both Jeremiah Hoare and Conor McCreesh up on their feet and good to go as Aidan McGarrity steps up to the free and slots it over the bar. He hit 8 points in that All-Ireland semi-final win over Dunedin of Edinburgh. 5 of them came from frees, and there's no doubt he's a very efficient free taker, and he has just drawn his team to within 2 points of the pace setters Glenbeigh Glencar. Again, the Kerry side unable to win their own kick-out, and it's Rock St. Patrick's who go on the attack on this near side of the field. Enda McWilliams lays it back as far as Diarmuid Carroll. That tackle was a little untidy by Stephen O'Sullivan on Ryan Crilly, and it's another free in. And Glenbeigh Glencar looking a little uncomfortable when they're ran at in these early stages. And Rock St. Patrick's look like they're about to draw to within 1 point. And that's a yellow card for Jeremiah Hoare as well. So Jeremiah Hoare joins Enda McWilliams in Jerome Henry's book. The Glenbeigh Glencar fullback now will have to be on his best behaviour. Up steps McGarrity. 2 in a row for the full forward. 3 in a row for Rock St. Patrick's. And we're almost, Sean Barton, back where we started.
Yeah, we're 13 minutes gone, point in it. The Rock St. Patrick's have came into the game there now in the last 5 minutes, but a bit of very scrappy play by Glenbeigh Glencar. Conceded 2 very, very soft frees there, and they were punished by the full forward, Aidan McGarrity.
So it's a 1 point game at Croke Park. That Glenbeigh Glencar lead has almost been completely wiped out by the club from East Tyrone, based in the parish of Cookstown, and back at Croke Park in a final for the first time in 9 years. Gavin O'Grady content to head for the open spaces. Now Fergal Griffin trying to thread it through. Spotted the run of Tommy Cahill. Back to Griffin again. There's a channel right down the middle of the Rock St. Patrick's defence. Griffin decides to shoot instead. Fine score by the big number 9 from Glenbeigh Glencar. It just checks that run from the Rock. It restores Glenbeigh Glencar's 2 point lead, and that was inspirational from Fergal Griffin.
Yes, a great score from Fergal Griffin there. Probably took it with his weaker leg, his left foot, but an outstanding score. Ball well won by Tommy Cahill, and he slipped it to Fergal, and Fergal over the bar. We're 2 point game again.
He's 33 this year, Fergal Griffin. Matched up in the middle of the field right now with Kieran Gourley. Rock St. Patrick's 37-year-old number 5. And a man who has won so much over the years with Tyrone. National League medals, 3 All-Irelands, an All-Ireland under-21 medal as well. And Gourley, one of the men that makes Rock St. Patrick's tick. Very poor clearance by Stephen Mullen there. Kicked the ball right down the throat of a Glenbeigh Glencar man. And the Kerry side have got it back again. Jack Brosnan, runners breaking right and left. He goes long to the edge of the square. Taken down beautifully by Cahill. Back to Courtney. Trying to bring it in. Umpires like it. It's over. A first of the day for Kieran Courtney. A 3rd point for Glenbeigh Glencar. Double scores again, and that was lovely to watch.
Yeah, great score there from Glenbeigh Glencar. Jack Brosnan, which he's having a great game. He intercepted the ball here in the middle of the field, gave it back to Denny O'Sullivan, and direct ball into Tommy Cahill, which won it very well inside and slipped it to Kieran Courtney and over the bar. 1-3 to 3 points, 15 minutes gone.
And that is now 2 in a row for Glenbeigh Glencar. Fine take by Griffin, who's starting to come more and more into the game. Now the referee Jerome Henry there has awarded a free in to the Munster champions. I think Rock St. Patrick's a little unclear as to why that was, and for some dissent, ball moved forward a little closer to the goal. Well, Gavin O'Grady and Tommy Cahill showed in the semi-final that they are both extremely accurate from frees. And this should be well inside the range of the Glenbeigh-Glencar full forward. Well, no issue with distance, but just scuffed the shot a little more than anything. Drives it away to the left and wide. And just looking down at the sideline, Adrian Nugent, the Rock St. Patrick's manager, looks like he's getting ready to make a change. Pádraig Ward has taken off his tracksuit. Looks like he's getting ready to come in. I see the Glenbeigh-Glencar manager, Aidan O'Shea. He looks the picture of contentment down there right now, Sean Barton. And well, he might be. His team 3 in front.
Yeah, 3 in front with 17 minutes gone. Glenbeigh-Glencar, yeah, they seem to be getting to grips at around the middle of the field. Fergal Griffin is having a very good game. A great catch there earlier on. But yeah, 17 minutes gone, 3 points up, and comfortable enough at this stage.
Gavin O'Grady, again, he's gone wandering out from the edge of the square. Lovely sidestep to go past Gourley. Stopped in his tracks though by Niall McWilliams. Darren O'Sullivan, lovely ball. Spots the run of Courtney. Courtney over his shoulder and denied by the post. That was lovely build-up play by Glenbeigh-Glencar. Worth reminding ourselves they were the only team to beat Dr. Crokes in the Kerry League last year. Dr. Crokes, of course, through to the All-Ireland Senior Club football final. So while they may be a junior club in name down in Kerry, playing at a very high level and at times opening up this Rock St. Patrick's defence. Now they come down the left-hand side. Tehan back as far as Danny O'Sullivan, who lets fly from under the Hogan. And that's just away to the left and wide. But now it's time for Rock St. Patrick's to make that change. Stephen Mullen is being taken out. I think he was finding the going tough in these first 20 minutes. And in comes Pádraig Ward. Now it's meant to reshuffle in the Rock St. Patrick's team. Pádraig Ward has gone into the forward line. And they've pushed, it looks like, Cahill McWilliams back into the defence as Danny O'Sullivan claims that kick out from Seamus Donaghy, trying to release a runner down the middle. Good covering though by Kieran Gourley, the former Tyrone county man. And Gourley takes the free quickly to get his team moving. No score now for the Tyrone champions for about 7 minutes. Here's one of their point scorers. It's the corner forward, Conor McCreesh. And what about that for a finish? Beautiful score off his left. It's now a 2-point game again. And McCreesh looks by some distance the most dangerous of the Rock St. Patrick's forwards.
Yeah, he looks very dangerous, and it seems that he's number 15 is back, but he seems to be playing full forward and a very good kicker of the ball. That was another great score. With 20 minutes gone, 2-point game.
And that's the second point of the match for McCreesh. Fergal Griffin eating up the ground here on this Hogan stand side. Darren O'Sullivan, good hands. Lovely close control. Always on the move. Caught late there by Enda McWilliams, who's on a yellow card, and Darren O'Sullivan is still down. It'll be interesting to see if Jerome Henry goes back to have a word with McWilliams as Glenbeigh-Glencar continue to try and work an angle. O'Grady from a very tight angle. That is beautifully done by Gavin O'Grady. What a score from the Glenbeigh-Glencar full forward. Now, this could be a double whammy for Rock St. Patrick's. They've just conceded a point from O'Grady. It's a second yellow for Enda McWilliams, followed by a red. The Tyrone champions are down to 14 men. 21 minutes into the first half. They've just fallen 3 points behind. But for a man on a yellow card, Sean Barton, it was a reckless tackle.
Yeah, it was a reckless tackle. Darren just was slipping the ball out to Fergal Griffin, and he was just taken out. It was a late tackle, and as you said, he was on a yellow card before, so the ref came back to it and gave him a second yellow. But the score by Gavin O'Grady was an outstanding score, probably the score of the game so far, down here near the corner under the Hogan stand side of the field. It was an exceptional score.
Well, he's a neighbour a very close neighbour of Darren O'Sullivan is Gavin O'Grady at home in Keelan Black, and they have a wonderful understanding on the field. O'Sullivan involved at the outset of that move, O'Grady with the finish. But Rock St. Patrick's now have some figuring out to do. They're down to 14 men. Enda McWilliams cuts a very disconsolate figure as he makes his way back to the dugout. And Adrian Nugent, the Rock St. Patrick's manager, now pondering his options. Glenbeigh Glencar will have an extra man for the rest of this game, and they're sitting on a 3-point lead. We've got about 8 minutes of normal time left in the first half. Pa Kilkenny, a man who played National League with Kerry last year. Again, Glenbeigh Glencar, perpetual motion, players breaking from all sides, from all angles. O'Grady again, really enjoying himself out there. Into Calum Tehan, the man who's just out of minor. He's got a big shot on him and he's gone for it, but Seamus Donaghy, the goalkeeper there, out to try and shepherd that ball out over the line, and it's away to the left and wide. But Sean Barton, huge interest, as we were talking before the game, around Glenbeigh Glencar coming into this final, and a big crowd I know have made the journey up, and an even bigger crowd I know watching us right now.
Yeah, it's a great achievement to be here in Croke Park today, especially for this bunch of young guys here, and the whole parish has made a massive effort to be up here in Croke Park today.
And they'll have enjoyed what they've seen so far. That goal from Darren O'Sullivan, still the decisive score so far. It's all that separates the teams. Eamon Ward, ball breaks kindly back into the path of Kieran Gourley, and that's a spectacular score from Kieran Gourley. The man for the big occasion hit 2 points in the semi-final win over Dunedin. He kicks a huge point into the Davin stand end here, reduces the deficit to 2 points. Meanwhile, the cornerback Niall McWilliams has gone down with an injury. That's why the play has been stopped by the referee. But that score from Kieran Gourley, a reminder that Rock St. Patrick's haven't gone away. And despite all the ball that Glenbeigh Glencar have had, Sean, and despite the fact they've now got an extra man as well, back to within 2 again.
Yeah, back to within 2 points, with 6 minutes to go to half time. The Rock St. Patrick, they seem to be hitting the ball into their full forward line. They're playing a 2-man full forward line, and they seem to be getting the breaks inside, and they're getting the scores. That was a great score by Kieran Gourley.
Of course, this junior final, the first of our double header live from Croke Park today, coming up at 3:45. It's the intermediate football final between St. Columkills of Meath and Westport of Mayo. I see the Westport team have arrived at Croke Park. They're just down here underneath us in the lower Hogan, watching the junior final unfold. And of course, among their number, none other than Footballer of the Year himself, Lee Keegan, one of 2 county players in the Westport squad. The other, Kevin Kane, who line out at full back. St. Columkills, well, they have their own county man, of course, in Graham Riley, the Meath captain for 2017. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's the Rock St. Patrick's who are on the attack now, inspired by that score a moment ago from Kieran Gourley. Lovely ball from McCreesh into the centre to Ryan Crilly, who's taken down and taken out, and that's going to be another free in for the Tyrone champions. And yet again, when Crilly and McCreesh in particular run hard at the Glenbeigh Glencar defence, they tend to give away frees, they tend to pick up cards, and that's a yellow. Jeremiah Hoare is already in the book, and Stephen O'Sullivan now has joined him, and that will be a concern for the Kerry champions. 2 yellows in that full back line.
Yeah, 2 yellows. Stephen picked up a yellow there now. It was that number 13 again there for the Rock, Ryan Crilly. Yeah, as you said, when they seem to run at them, the Glenbeigh Glencar back line, they've conceded 3 frees now, and this one is tipped over the bar again. So that's 1 point game.
Well, that was a nice handy one for the Rock St. Patrick's full forward Aidan McGarrity, And it is, as Sean said, a 1-point game in the AIB All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final. Don't forget, you can contact us here at Croke Park via social media. Find us on Twitter @LocalStreaming. Use hashtag the toughest, or you can find us on Facebook. Jack Brosnan, what a run. And he's still going. Brosnan very nearly walked it into the net, but the referee was playing an advantage. None working out in the end for Brosnan or Glenbeigh Glencar, so he's going to bring it back for a free in from the 20-metre line. But when Brosnan moves through the gears and hits that accelerator, Sean Barton, he's a very hard man to stop.
Yeah, he's a very hard man to stop. He brought that ball about 50 yards down, and probably there was a chance there for a goal, but the referee called it back, and now it's a free for Gavin O'Grady on the 20-metre line, which he should put over the bar.
So Gavin O'Grady kicking into the empty Hill 16, slots it between the posts, just gives Glenbeigh Glencar a little bit of breathing space heading towards half-time again. A 2-point cushion for the Kerry champions. But remember, they do have an extra man, and they have had an extra man for the last 6 minutes or so. And at this stage, it looks like it's Pa Kilkenny or perhaps Calum Tehan. And I think it is Tehan, in fact, who has been given the licence to roam, the licence to be the free man and go wherever he's needed. Rock St. Patrick's, meanwhile, on the ball. Aidan McGarrity, very hard-working and industrious full forward, but just crowded out there. Jeremiah Hoare it was who got it away for Glenbeigh Glencar. And here's that man who's everywhere and anywhere, Gavin O'Grady again. He's got a lovely sidestep, a lovely swerve. And now he just chips that ball beautifully over to Pa Kilkenny. Glenbeigh Glencar capable of attacking you from all angles. Kilkenny makes the hard yards. Popped in by O'Sullivan. The break inside is from Daniel Griffin. Griffin is wrapped up. The Rock St. Patrick's defence not for moving. And it was Niall Mullen, the fullback, who was the man in the gap there to get it away. And Rock St. Patrick's cleared their lines, but not for long. Glenbeigh Glencar come again. Danny O'Sullivan is causing a lot of problems, but he just couldn't pop that hand pass through as Aidan Gervin is hit late there by Daniel Griffin. Just as that ball was being cleared, Gervin is still down. The Rock St. Patrick's supporters didn't like that challenge. Play continues though, and they're on the attack. Well, there's no doubt this game has started to crackle and fizz now in the last 10 or 15 minutes. 2 between them. We're into the last minute of normal time at the end of the first half. That's a huge one from Diarmuid Carroll. Oh, what a score from the Rock St. Patrick's number 9, Diarmuid Carroll. Landed 2 in the semi-final. It's his first today. We've got a 1-point game, and we also have Aidan Gervin still down, receiving attention in front of his own goal. Now again, it'll be interesting to see what message is being sent by the linesman on that far side, Brendan Cawley from Kildare, into the referee Jerome Henry. Now Jerome Henry has gone looking for Daniel Griffin, and it's a straight red card. Daniel Griffin sent off. A judge to have caught Aidan Gervin late, and it was seen by the linesman. And now both teams down to 14 men. And now we've got a game, Sean Barton.
Yeah, now we have a game. I don't actually know what actually happened, because we followed the play down this into the field here, which the midfielder number 9, Diarmuid Carroll for the Rock St. Patrick, kicked a massive score from about all of 40 yards out. But it's the umpire and the linesman seem to make the decision there, and it's a straight red, so we're back down to 14 apiece.
Well, Aidan Gervin is still being treated by the Rock St. Patrick's physio. He's a very interesting character, Aidan Gervin. Flew home from America for the Tyrone Championship last year. Also travelled back from Australia for the Ulster final before Christmas. And after heading back down under to visit his girlfriend over the festive season, flew back to Ireland for the All-Ireland semi-final, and he stayed on for the final. And I know there's a big audience watching in Australia, watching this game unfold, and they'll be delighted to hear that Aidan Girvan is back on his feet and good to go. Well, we're going to have at least 5 minutes of additional time at the end of this first half, and things are really now starting to get interesting because Glenbeigh Glencar have seen their lead pretty much wiped out. A couple of long-range points from Kieran Gourley and Diarmuid Carroll have brought Rock St. Patrick's right back into the game. But all of a sudden it's Gavin O'Grady who has a chance to restore some breathing room for Glenbeigh Glencar, and it's another sweet strike. He's a lovely free taker, Sean. I know you're a big fan, and he hasn't done much wrong so far.
Yeah, Gavin is an outstanding free taker. That's his third point of the game, and his overall play is very impressive today. He's out around the middle of the field, picking up breaking ball and playing very, very well.
So it's 1-6 for Glenbeigh Glencar of Kerry and Munster. 7 points for Oncarrig of Tyrone and Ulster. And they may have come into this game as the 7-2 outsiders, Rock St. Patrick's, but they were very bullish during the week when they were assessing their chances here. They feel that they've been battle hardened and road tested both in Tyrone and in Ulster. They've come through some very tight games on their way to Croke Park, and they felt they were ready to give Glenbeigh Glencar a game, and certainly they have not let their side down. And with only 28 men out there now, 14 aside, Sean, there's a lot of space, and it's going to be a survival of the fittest, I'd imagine, in the second half. Who's got the better conditioning, who can hang in there the longest, and who can tough it out?
Yeah, just say 14 aside now on a big pitch. At the game, it's gone a bit scrappy there with the last 5 minutes, and as I say, we're playing 5 minutes of injury time. But survival of the fittest, it's all to play for, with Glenbeigh Glencar leading by 2 points, and we're running into the last minute of injury time.
Yeah, we've played 4 minutes of the stoppage time, and it is Rock St. Patrick's who are trying to finish with a flourish. Here's Aidan Girvan up on his feet, good to go, and what a score from Aidan Girvan. Well, he was patched up a few minutes ago after getting that late hit, and he came raiding down that left-hand side to fire over. A superb score. That's his first of the day, and Rock St. Patrick's slowly and surely starting to make themselves comfortable. That's a mark from Jack Brosnan over there in front of the Cusack stand. A 1-point game again. Gavin O'Grady, he is the playmaker and the score taker. Pa Kilkenny up from defence. Ankle tapped and tripped there by the Rock St. Patrick's man. O'Grady directing operations, delivering it in towards Calum Tehan. Danny O'Sullivan has peeled away and made himself available, and he is the out ball. Darren O'Sullivan, who's definitely hobbling. Darren O'Sullivan doesn't look 100%, and that ball has been given away cheaply, and away goes Rock St. Patrick's. It's the substitute, Pádraig Ward. Plenty of support. Popped through to Aidan McGarrity. This would level it up. Aidan McGarrity delivers the equaliser. It's game on in the AIB All-Ireland Junior Club football final. Deadlock at Croke Park. We are deep into stoppage time, and the referee, Jerome Henry, blows the half-time whistle. What a finish from Rock St. Patrick's. They're right back in this game. Glenbeigh Glencar racing into an early lead as tempers start to boil over in the middle of the field between Cathal McWilliams and Danny O'Sullivan. They certainly got stuck in one another as the teams headed towards the tunnel on the far side, and thankfully sense has prevailed. But there's a real edge to this game, and it has been creeping in for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And the officials having a job in separating both teams. But it just shows you how much it means to them. It shows you as well how little is between them. And remember, we have had 2 men sent off already. Now, Darren O'Sullivan is hobbling. heading off the field. That's another concern for Glenbeigh Glencar, as is the fact that Rock St. Patrick's have finished the first half like a train. And this is far from over. Level at half-time. The pre-match favourites, Glenbeigh Glencar, in a real game here with Rock St. Patrick's. Let's hand you over to Liam.
Thank you very much, Mike. You said it, a real game. We have seen Tyrone and Kerry produce many intense encounters, to use a euphemism. Out on the field, we have St. Column Kills and Westport walking the pitch. They're both in very similar colours right now, the Dublin colours effectively, but they are wearing changed strips today. And Westport will be a bit darker, and Column Kills will be a bit brighter, a lot brighter in fact. They'll be in white. But Sean Barton from Glenbeigh Glencar, you were coasting, but now it's a dogfight now.
Yeah, we got off to a great start to the goal after 2 minutes by Darren, and he kicked another point in maybe after 6 or 7 minutes. But the game got a bit scrappy then for a spell, and the Rock St. Patrick came into it, kicked a few good scores, and I'm actually very impressed by their full forward, number 14, and McGarity. He's very good. He's after kicking 4 points.
Including the equaliser, there was a great point.
That was probably one of their best score that they kicked, yeah. And number 9 there, Jim McCall, he kicked a great score there about 5 minutes before the end of the first half. But Glenbeigh Glencar, with Gavin O'Grady is our main light up front. He kicked 3 points in this first half. But they have gone a bit scrappy, and as I just said there, it looks like Darren is after picking up some bit of an injury. He took a heavy knock there just before half time.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to come back to Darren O'Sullivan in a moment. You just push out your left a little bit. We'll bring Noel McGinn in here as well too, just out this way here, Sean, and Noel here, so that's great. Noel, it wasn't looking good early on, but you promised they'd fight, and boy did they fight in that second half of the first half.
I'll be honest, I thought the Rock were very nervous early on, and any composure that was being shown by Glenbeigh Glencar. And funny how it's worked out is it's actually sending off, I think, has worked in Rock's favour, because they were finding it hard to get refereeing decisions early on, but when they were down to 14 men, I think they won a couple of frees handier. Sean mentioned Darren O'Sullivan's injury. Darren O'Sullivan was injured in the second yellow card that led to Enemy Williams receive, and he also picked up a wee bit of a knock again when he tackled Tommy Bloomer here, and he certainly seems to be struggling to get to the pace of the game, which isn't like him. He's a massively important player for Glenbeigh Glencar. He turned the ball over there in that score that led to the equalising score just at the end of the half, and I think that the weight of expectation has now been put on other players, and that's a big question. If they have that mental resolve and that physical toughness to step up to the plate. The Rock struggled, as I said early on, but they've now settled to the pace of the game, and they'll be delighted to begin half time. All square, to be honest, you know.
Based on what I saw on Darren O'Sullivan walking in there, I'm not sure we'll see him in the second half. He hobbled very badly. I know our camera caught that. He hobbled very badly, Sean, going in. He was hobbling, as Mike was saying in commentary, but by half time he was struggling to get down the tunnel.
Yeah,
Sean.
Yeah, it just seemed there just before half time that he went to tackle the defender. I'd say it looked like that it was his hip that took the belt. Yeah, and he had problems before with hip injuries, like, you know. So hopefully it's not as bad as we think it is here.
It's a big call now for Glenbeigh Glencar. I mean, he's their talisman. He's one of the greatest footballers in Gaelic football. Do you bring him? Do you play him out? Do you bring him on? What do you do now? I mean, he didn't look good.
Yeah, he didn't look good, but hopefully Kieran, the physio, will get working on him there. But it's a big call, as you say, to make. But I'm nearly sure we'll see Darren again though in the second half.
Okay, I was watching the lead up to the Glenbeigh sending off. He was frustrated he didn't get maybe a penalty inside. There was a little bit of afters, a few Rock St. Patrick's defenders. It dissipated, and I think he carried his frustration to the next tackle, and walked himself into something really in some ways. I thought when the next ball came in, he was still a little bit high, I thought, and gone.
Funny, from my point of view, and Damien Harvey didn't agree with me in commentary, being a defender, I don't think there's that much to it, to be honest.
No, but he was frustrated, the point I'm making.
But I don't think it was a straight red card, I honestly don't. But I think,
sorry, there was the one that got him.
Yeah.
I wonder was the elbow up though.
But he's a young fella that he maybe reacted, but I think the referee, and again, I'm not being critical of the referee in any respect, but you know what generally happens, Sean, this team's down to 14 men, that's a challenge, and the referees feel almost under pressure, and the first chance they get, and I would warn when I coach players and coach teams, I said, look, if there's a red card here, boys, the referee will look to make it 14 apiece, and I'm not saying he did that, but he left himself wide open to invite the referee to
yes, he did, yeah, and I think he was, he was frustrated because what did you think of the move, the incident before that? He did go to ground in the square. What do we feel about that? Was it possibly a penalty?
I honestly think that if you go to ground, you need to have good reason for going to ground. I think, and I would tell players this, you can't afford to swing hands and all the rest in there, but when a player goes to ground and if the referee doesn't blow the whistle immediately for a penalty, then there's only going to be one thing, and that's a free out.
Yes. So lots to talk about there. As we're saying, it was kind of pedestrian enough early on from a Rock St. Patrick's side point. Noel believes they were nervous, and Glenbeigh, Glencar were in control. But right now, you'd have to say the impetus has swung right around. Rock St. Patrick have made a game of it. They've come back into it. The game has got a bit chaotic. They're still alive. So a big second half for your team now, Sean.
Yeah, big second half. Yeah, the Rock, the last 5-10 minutes there, they kicked some massive scores. I think down here in the Devon end, they kicked 2 scores over from 40 yards out, the midfielder there, and very impressed with the number 14. Very fine footballer. Fine footballer, yeah. Yes. And even number 15 as well, he's causing a bit of bother. Conor McCreesh.
He's always been the ball winner. He really is. In club football in Tyrone, where he's playing for someone, as we call him, the bigger clubs, he would be very, very much noticed. But he is a quality player. He can win ball. He can win his frees. He can also take scores. He's not as fit as he has been over the last number of years, but he's still a quality footballer. And himself and Aidan McGarty in there. You know, I actually said that when Darren Sullivan gave the ball away that time at the end, that if Rock could get a score here, it'd be a massive score psychologically. Not only were they going into half level, but the talisman, the Glenbeigh Glencar talisman, was actually the man whose possession or dispossession led to the equalising score. So it was a huge score from the Rock. They're going in, as I say, all square. I mean, what more could they ask for, particularly considering the start that they had earlier? And I think it's psychologically going in level as opposed to a point down is enormous, isn't it? Huge, as I say, particularly the nature of the score that they got. Yeah. And I mean that Adrian Eugene should be saying to the players, now listen lads, we were awful in the first half, and they were. For long parts of it, they were playing second fiddle. We were awful in the first half. We've got ourselves back into this game. We've worked exceptionally hard. We didn't get here to come down and not perform. We have 30 minutes to go out here now and show what we're capable of doing. And I think that unless Glenbeigh Glencar can get Darren Sullivan back to fitness, that this is set up for a very, very entertaining and exciting second half. Oh, I think there's no doubt about that. A few people tuned in. Noel, thank you very much for joining us. That's Noel again from teamtalkmag.com. Check them out. They're the home of GA knowledge in Tyrone. A few people want to say hello to here as well. All the McGee's tuning in from Logalisheen in Ballantyne in County Mayo. And Gina, we'll come to those fans later on. They're Westport fans. I think Erica Fox, also known as Retro Flame, a well-known blogger in America. I think fashion blogging is her thing. She's from Glenbeigh Glencar, and she's watching the game. Fashion blogging big in Glenbeigh Glencar. Not today, I think. Not today. I think they've other things on their mind today, and is to get out and put in a big performance here in the second half. Yeah, and we're going to really be keen to see what happens now when the teams come back out. I think your point is, what you said the physio's name is again? Kieran O'Shea. Kieran O'Shea will earn his keep at half time. Yeah, he definitely will, and in fairness, he's a good man. He's brought a lot of them lads there early on the year. We had a good few injuries and he's did a good job. So, but hopefully it looked alright that Darren was carrying a heavy leg there, but hopefully it's not as bad as we think up here. Okay, well, we're going to keep an eye on the tunnel here for the teams coming out, because that is the referee is back out, Jerome Henry and his team. That is going to be the big one here. I know Stephen Stack is on his way to us there as well. Sean, we'll let you back into your commentary position, and Stephen Stack from AIB, our match analyst, and Stephen is going to give us a rundown. And I'm going to put it to Stephen, he's managed at high club level as well as being a player. I'm sure you spotted it, Stephen. Darren hobbled off. Will we see Darren? Yeah, that's not looking great, really, Liam. It did look like he was carrying a hamstring late in the game, which is going to be a big blow, really, to Glenbeigh. It'll be interesting to see what the medical people will be able to do with him at half time. But there's a man called Kieran O'Shea doing big work in there, I'm told. That's right, yeah. Well, by God, he'll have his work cut out now, because that's going to be a huge factor in the game, because Darren was making very incisive runs there in the first half, and they're going to need him, particularly when they're a man down. And I kind of feel Glenbeigh's best chance really in the second half is to keep the running game going, because anytime they've run the ball in as opposed to kicking it in, they're getting great joy, But I mean, the fact that they're down a man now is going to mean they're going to have to be very, very smart in terms of how they use possession. He's back on. We're on him here. We got some of his run. He's in it full forward, but he is severely restricted, Stephen Stack. He is severely restricted. Yeah, you can see it. He's very limited movement actually walking here as we see him coming out. So it's a question really of how long he's going to be able to survive. But that's a big blow really, because the runs he was making from outside, we're punching all sorts of holes in
in the Rock Patrick's defence. So, but the fact that you're a man down as well, I mean, it's going to be a real test of character now for Glenby. I mean, they're capable of doing it, but you know, you'd have to say that they're really going to be up against it in the second half. You know.
Yeah, that is very frustrating for Darren O'Sullivan. It's not all about him, of course. These men have something to say as well, and they've some very good players. But of course, we all know Conor Gurley, or Kieran Gurley, but they have other players as well who have shown really good quality there. A lot of talk about the full forward line being really dangerous. Mixing up my Kieran Gurleys and Conor Gormleys there, of course. A Freudian. Inside, Stephen, their full forward line is dangerous.
Yeah, Conor McLeish and Adrian McGarrity are playing exceptionally well, particularly McLeish. He looks very, very dangerous. I'm sitting beside a guy from Tyrone. Tyrone was telling me he was a bit unlucky not to make the Tyrone panel, just short a bit of pace, but he does look like he's a very, very good inside forward. You know, very strong hips, very good at holding the ball, and this is anyone's game, really, Liam. But I have to say that I think the sending off was ridiculous. For me, I think that was an absolutely ridiculous decision. I think it was the linesman called it. That was a black card, probably, at most, but it wasn't the sending off. I mean, that's going to have a huge bearing on the game. And that's not because I'm wearing Kerry glasses. If it was the other way, I'd have said the same. I actually thought the other.
So we have activity. Sorry, Steve, with the referee here. He is speaking to some people. There was something before half time. We'll go back to Mike Finnerty in a moment. He was speaking. There was an incident before half time. There were heated exchanges before the half-time break, and he's dished out 2 yellows to 2 Rock St. Patrick's men. He's also, I think there's a mentor there as well. Rock St. Patrick's down a man as well, of course, a midfielder down as well. So that balances things up a little bit, but it is incident-packed here. So much to play for. We're going back to our match commentary team of Mike Finnerty and Sean Barton.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Welcome back. An eventful start, and the second half hasn't even got underway yet. 2 yellows for 2 of the Rock St. Patrick defenders. Certainly one of them was the fullback Niall Mullen, and the other, number 12, Cathal McWilliams. They've been booked for something that happened in that incident as the teams headed off at half time. I can also tell you, we were watching Darren O'Sullivan there very closely as Glencar came out for the start of the second half, and here is O'Sullivan. He's got his left thigh very heavily strapped. He's gone into full forward. He winces in pain as he drops that shot into the square, and O'Sullivan has gone down again after delivering that shot. He looks like he's in serious trouble, and he doesn't look from up here like a man who's going to be able to continue much longer, Darren O'Sullivan, and this will be a big, big blow to Glencar. If O'Sullivan is forced off, he is more or less on one leg just at the moment, hobbling in towards the edge of the square. Just as he delivered that shot in on goal a moment ago, he seemed to do further damage to that thigh or hamstring. It's certainly high up on the left leg that's causing the problem. Meanwhile, back at the other end, it is another yellow, and it's Pa Kilkenny who's been booked for a fairly heavy challenge. Now both teams already down to 14 men after Enda McWilliams was sent off for Rock St. Patrick's, and Daniel Griffin was shown a straight red for Glencar during the first half. And I would imagine the 2 managers in there, Adrian Nugent of Rock St. Patrick's and Aidan O'Shea from Glencar, Sean, they would have been telling everybody just to cool it down, because Jerome Henry has shown he's not afraid to hand out cards, yellows or reds. And the way things are going, you get the feeling there may be more men hitting for early showers the way things are headed.
Yeah, the referees, I'd say he've 8 or 9 yellow cards, as I say, and 2 reds handed out there. But the big worry for us is Darren O'Sullivan. He seems to be carrying I don't know, is it his thigh or his hamstring? He seems to be limping badly with it.
Aidan McGarrity with the free. Well, his eye is in now, and Aidan McGarrity is into a nice rhythm. He scored 4 goals during Rock St. Patrick's run to this final, and he is a top-class free taker. He's just knocked over his 5th point of the day, and that means that the Tyrone champions have hit the front for the very first time 2 minutes into this second half. Remember, they came into this game on the outside rail, nothing expected of them. Now they're in the driving seat. Jack Brosnan, though, on the attack, who has switched wings as well, just to keep the Tyrone lads guessing. Inside to O'Grady, trying to get his feet sorted, gets his head up and fires that over the bar. That's a brilliant piece of skill and a fine finish from Gavin O'Grady. Well, we know he's worn the green and gold of Kerry in the past, and the way he's played so far, Sean Barton, you'd imagine he'll be back on Eamon Fitzmaurice's radar sooner rather than later, because he looks a fine talent and he's a score maker and a score taker.
Yeah, he's a great score getter. I think that's his 4th point there now today. And Gavin, yeah, as I said, he played all the way up underage with the county, and probably one of the better club footballers in Kerry at the minute.
Now Rock St. Patrick's have made another change. Number 20, Dylan Reid, is into the match, and it's the cornerback Niall McWilliams who's been taken out as Kieran Gourley comes driving out with that ball, and away they go in a little pod. The Rock St. Patrick's lads breaking down towards the hill. That's a very blatant push in the back of Cathal McWilliams as he tried to break through there. And it's not the first time we've said it, but that Glenbeigh, Glencar backline just seems to be panicking every time Rock St. Patrick's up the pace. And it's Aidan McGarrity who's come out from full forward to have a look at this. Interesting to see he's decided to kick this one out of the hands. And he's pulled it across the face of the goal and wide. That was a chance for the Ulster champions to push out the lead a little, just to turn the screw on Glenbeigh, Glencar ever so slightly, but unable to take the chance. And it remains 4.5 minutes into this second half, a 1-point game, or a level game, shall I say. 1-7 for Glenbeigh, Glencar, 10 points for Rock St. Patrick's. Another collision under the dropping ball, this time involving Thomas Bloomer, the Rock St. Patrick's captain, and the Glenbeigh Glencar cornerback Stephen O'Sullivan. It's a hot ball taken down well by Colin McGillicuddy, the Glenbeigh Glencar captain. That was an important win. He and Diarmuid Carroll there just exchanging views as that free was being taken. Of course, there's a great rivalry between Kerry teams and Tyrone teams built up over the years, and this club final no different. Calum Tehan pops it off to McGillicuddy. Pa Kilkenny just took his eye off the ball there, and perhaps a little fortunate to get the free. Player who's been penalised there is Diarmuid Carroll, the big number 9 from the Rock. And I think for one foul too many, he's gone into the book as well. That's a yellow. But Pa Kilkenny there just spilled the ball initially. Referee felt he was impeded as he tried to win it back again. And it's Gavin O'Grady time in this AIB All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final as he sizes up this chance. Now there's little or no breeze down at pitch level, but the flags down behind the Glenbeigh Glencar goal tell us that whatever breeze there is, it's at O'Grady's back, and to be honest, I don't think he even needed it. That was such a sweet strike. His personal tally now is up to 5 points. The Glenbeigh Glencar full forward. And he's brought his A game today, Sean, and he's just pushed his team out in front again. Yeah, a great score there by Gavin. He was probably about 48 metres out with that one. A great kick into the Devon ends, and it had plenty of space. It went well on behind the post. So a great kick. He's kicking very well today. Important take, and a fine take by Kieran Gourley. Sets Rock St. Patrick's on the front foot. Diarmuid Carroll joins the attack. Pops it inside as far as Ryan Crilly. Man calling for it is the substitute Dylan Reid, who's just come into the match a few moments ago. Here's Diarmuid Carroll again. Delivers it long, but Cathal McCreesh had made his move out from the end line. The ball went in over his head. Just cross wires there between the midfielder and the corner forward. Very rarely that Rock St. Patrick's have failed to use the ball well. Once they move into that final third, they have been very efficient. And this game has developed nicely into a fascinating struggle. Rory O'Connor medalist in the World Handball Championships a few years back, strikes the kick out for Glenbeigh-Glencar. Didn't manage to find his man, but they have got the free. Jeremy Carroll again has been penalised. He, I think, is starting to get frustrated there. 1 or 2 calls have gone against him. Nice delivery to Gavin O'Grady. Again, his first instinct is to take on his man. Trying to work an angle. Referee is playing an advantage. There was a tug on O'Grady's jersey. And Jerome Henry, the referee, is going to bring it back for the foul. Well, with Darren O'Sullivan carrying that injury and not at the peak of his powers, O'Grady is having to step up even more so than usual for Glenbeigh-Glencar, and he is not letting the side down, Sean Barton, so far.
Yeah, he's not letting the side down. Another free here now on the 21-metre line. A little difficult, all right, out the other side, but straight and through, is it over the bar, is it?
Yeah, the angle suited him, but he's left it too tight. I see Gavin O'Grady signalling to himself there for Hawkeye as much as anything. But Hawkeye, as far as I know, not in operation at Croke Park today. So Gavin O'Grady's pleas fall on deaf ears. Now, it was very close. I think I can still see the umpires down there conferring with one another, but they're happy enough they've made the right call, and it remains a 1-point game. Good take by Danny O'Sullivan, a man who commutes back and over from England to play with Glenbeigh-Glencar. Again, the referee is playing the advantage. There was a hit there on a Glenbeigh-Glencar forward. Advantage played. What a ball across the field from Griffin to O'Grady. Drills it high and wide. Well, that pass from Fergal Griffin split the Rock St. Patrick's defence wide open, and O'Grady really should have hit the target.
Yeah, it's a great pass by Fergal Griffin, but the right man got the ball and you put your house on him to score, but just wasn't to be this time. It was wide.
And that means still a 1-point game. Well, Glenbeigh-Glencar made the journey up from Kerry yesterday in preparation for today's final. Interestingly, Rock St. Patrick's only travelled down from Tyrone this morning. They did the overnight back in 08 when they were beaten by Canavee from Cork. And this time round, they just felt it was better to stick to their own routine, sleep in their own beds last night, and hit Dublin this morning ready for action. And one man who's certainly ready for action is Conor McCreesh. He's just won that ball again out in front of his man. He's won another free. And it's Aidan McGarrity who steps up to the plate. We are now 10.5 minutes into the second half of the AIB All-Ireland Junior Club Football Final, coming to you live from Croke Park. And if this goes over, we have a level game again. McGarrity has pushed it away to the right and wide, and there have been chances missed now at both ends, Sean, in the last few minutes.
Yeah, chances missed on both sides. That's McGarrity, that's his second free. It's unusual, he was kicking them all off the ground early on the game, but the last two he kicked off his hand, and he put both of them wide.
Good kick out from Rory O'Connor, precise, finds his man. His man is Colin McGillicuddy, a man who has played with the Kerry junior team in the past, back to a former Kerry senior, Pa Kilkenny. I don't think Pa will thank him for that initial pass. Almost got cut in two there, but does well. Good to go and driving forward again. Fergal Griffin selling dummies like they're going out of fashion, but the delivery went the wrong side of the inside forward. And Fergal Griffin, furious with himself there, looked like he'd done the hard part by losing his man. As Kieran Gourley goes charging down the field, 37 years young, the Rock St. Patrick's wing back, but the gallop stopped there by a couple of Glenbeigh-Glencar men. Danny O'Sullivan and Tommy Cahill it was, doubling up. Here's Jack Brosnan, that long loping stride, making some very hard yards and still going, Brosnan. Now the Rock St. Patrick's defence get in around him and O'Sullivan, and Aidan Gervin has taken down Darren O'Sullivan, and Darren O'Sullivan is still going out there. He has been hobbling since late in the first half. At times it looks like he's just on the one leg, to be honest. And now Darren O'Sullivan and one of the Rock St. Patrick's mentors are exchanging views. Well, whatever was said or done there, neither man is happy. Aidan Girvan is still down and receiving attention. And it's the busiest linesman in Europe, Brendan Cawley from Kildare, who is in again to talk to Jerome Henry. He has been working overtime today, the linesman. And Jerome Henry is speaking to the Rock St. Patrick's Muir Ferna, and it looks like he's being sent to the stand. Well, it's not something you want to see, a player and a member of the opposing backroom team, Sean, getting involved with each other, but this game has been simmering now since midway through the first half, really.
Yeah, there's 13 minutes gone in the second half, and there's a mentor from the Rock St. Patrick's. He's been sent to the stand. Whatever, he must have said something out in the field. But just going back to the free kick there, Darren O'Sullivan got the free. But actually before that, I thought myself that Jack Brosnan was probably fouled before that, but the referee didn't really spot it. But it's a free now for Gavin O'Grady, about 35 yards out. So.
Well, we're being told that was Adrian Corrigan, the Rock St. Patrick's Muir Ferna, who got involved with Darren O'Sullivan and who has been subsequently sent into the stand by the referee Jerome Henry. Game is still stopped here as Aidan Girvan is receiving attention. He is going to be sore tomorrow regardless of the result as well. The Rock wing back, that's a couple of big hits he's taken. He's given a few as well, to be fair, as the game has unfolded, and also kicked a cracking point during the first half. 14 and a half minutes on the watch in this second half. Glenbeigh Glencar a point in front, and Gavin O'Grady, whose radar has just started to malfunction a little in the last 5 or 10 minutes, he's missed that one as well, and by my count that's 3 wides from O'Grady in this second half.
Yeah, 3 wides from Gavin. Yeah, he was kicking very well early on the game into the Hill 16, but that's his second free there now in the last 5 minutes, which is very uncharacteristic with him. But we're really in a tough battle now of a game. There's 15 minutes gone, so it's going to be down to the wire stuff.
Spectacular take by Fergal Griffin, who soared into the air there to take the mark. Now he's injured himself in the process, but Fergal Griffin, 17 years he's been on the go with Glenbeigh Glencar, won his first Kerry Junior Club Championship medal last season, and he has certainly delivered on his potential in this All-Ireland final today. Bounces back up to his feet again. It looked serious initially, but he dillied and dallied too long, and the referee is going to hop the ball, and Tommy Bloomer is doing whatever it takes to try and get the ball back. And now McGillicuddy and Bloomer are marking territory, and now all of a sudden Danny O'Sullivan gets involved. I think it's safe to say at this stage, Sean, there's no love lost.
Yeah, the game has gone very, very scrappy here. There's a few incidents there, a few little off the ball incidents, but I see the referee now is going to, he's out the book again. Is it number 10 for the Rock St. Patrick's? There was a bit of pushing and shoving there, and he's another yellow card.
Well, when they say the AIB Club Championships are the toughest, this is what they mean. Bloomer's in the book, hot ball, won by Gavin O'Grady, who scurries away from the cluster of Rock St. Patrick men. And now Glenbeigh Glencar get the ball forward, but not for long. It's cut out in there by the cornerback, Mark McAleer. Darren O'Sullivan still pushing his body to the limit. Doesn't look right though, the former Kerry All-Ireland winning captain. Remember, in case you've just joined us late, both teams down to 14 men. And on a big field like Croke Park, you'd imagine that's going to take its toll as we head into the final 10 minutes very shortly. 13 minutes of normal time left. Kieran Gourley. Back as far as the captain, Tommy Bloomer. A Gary Owen in on top of McCreesh, knocks it down beautifully as far as Eamon Ward. There's a man inside, it's the substitute, Pádraig Ward! Goal for Rock St. Patrick. And the Tyrone champions hit the front 13 minutes from time. It's the super sub, Pádraig Ward, who cracks it to the back of the Glenbeigh-Glencar net. And it's the rank outsiders from Ulster who strike for their first goal of the day. And now their tails are up. Here's the goal scorer, Pádraig Ward. Off the ball, Fergal Griffin and Kieran Gourley are taking a moment or two to separate from one another. They were tangled up on the ground. Well, Jerome Henry would want eyes in the back of his head at this stage. There's that Rock St. Patrick player down. It's the goal scorer, in fact, Pádraig Ward. And that'll give us a chance, Sean Barton, to go back and talk about his goal. It was really well put together. The killer pass was supplied by Eamon Ward, finished by Pádraig Ward. And now the favourites, Glenbeigh-Glencar, have a job of work on their hands.
Yeah, with 12 minutes left, we're in a right battle now, and 2 points down. But back to the goal there from the Rocks. There was a long ball in from the middle of the field, and the breaking ball is number 11, Eamon Ward. He just slipped the pass to the substitute, Pádraig Ward, number 18, and bang in the back of the net.
So everybody up on their feet again, and the game restarts. Kieran Courtney, he's been really quiet. He's been well shackled by Mark McAleer for long spells, but just when they need him most, the Glenbeigh-Glencar talisman arrives on the scene and swings over a big score. It's back to a 1-point game again. And Kieran Courtney needed to deliver. He's a first cousin of Gavin O'Grady. They link up well, usually for Glenbeigh-Glencar. That relationship has been shut down by and large today. But now it's a 1-point game again. A foul over on that far side on Tommy Cahill. And it looks like that will be Tommy Cahill's last involvement in the game. And it is Bernard Murphy who's coming in. He's a sheep farmer from down in Glenbeigh, and he's in for these last 10 minutes. And I know, Sean, you were telling me he's as hard as nails, Bernard Murphy, and he's just going to love this sort of game.
Yeah, he's a real tough guy, and he'll love the wide open space at Croke Park because he has great energy and he'll keep running to the bitter end.
Well, we were hoping it would be tight and tense, and it has not disappointed. There are messages being sent in by both management teams now, as Aidan O'Shea on the Glenbeigh-Glencar side and Adrian Nugent in the Rock dugout know the time is of the essence, and the smallest thing could make a huge difference. Well, the Rock have worked so hard to put themselves in this position to be leading by a point with 9 minutes of normal time to go. They're trying to get a sub in. That's the reason for the confusion there. It's number 19, Liam Nugent, but he's been asked to leave the field again by the referee, who's just not happy to let him in just yet. Glenbeigh-Glencar take the free. It's McGillicuddy on the run, high and wide, and the nerves are starting to jangle, Sean, and you can feel it from up here.
Yeah, that's our seventh wide of the game. Great opportunity there by Colin McGillicuddy, and probably should have got a score there. But we're 9 minutes left, and 1-9 to 1-10. The Rock St. Patrick still have that 1-point lead.
Well, I'm not quite sure why Liam Nugent can't come into the game just yet. He is ready. They're waiting for a stoppage, or an appropriate stoppage, I think, to get him in, as Glenbeigh-Glencar win possession from the Rock kickout. Ball switched over to the far side by Danny O'Sullivan. Finds Gavin O'Grady. He's missed a few. Is he back online? The umpire's not so sure. And in fact, they are calling for a Hawkeye, so it is in use today. Well, Gavin O'Grady's earlier miss looked like it was worthy of a Hawkeye call, but it wasn't called into action on that occasion. This time the umpire gave the clear signal that he felt it was too close to call, and let's see what Hawkeye says. That looks good, and it's over. Well, Hawkeye pays its way at Croke Park, And that shot from Gavin O'Grady means the sides are level with 7.5 minutes of normal time left. Technology triumphs once again, Sean Burton.
Yes, thanks be to God, I'd say, here on the Glenbeigh-Glencar side. A great score again by Gavin. That's his 6th point of the game. So hopefully the radar back on again.
So Gavin O'Grady, after a few near misses, delivers the levelling score. And it's the pre-match favourites, Glenbeigh-Glencar, who have worked their way back into contention again. Stephen O'Sullivan, wrapped up by 2 Rock St. Patrick's men. One of them was Eamon Ward, the other Tommy Bloomer. Tommy Bloomer, one of the survivors from the 08 final. He will not want to be beaten again. O'Grady back to O'Sullivan, kicking off his weaker right foot. It's the strong leg today though. His left leg is in trouble. He swings over the lead score with his right. A touch of class from Darren O'Sullivan at just the right time. Glenbeigh-Glencar lead again. Well, he's far from fit and well and healthy, Sean. He is really pushing himself through the pain barrier, and that is an inspirational score from O'Sullivan.
Yeah, an inspirational score, but great work by Gavin O'Grady. He brought the ball there about 20 yards and slipped it to Darren. As I said, Darren on his weaker foot over the bar, and we're 1 point in the lead again.
Well, what excitement there must be right now back in Glenbeigh-Glencar, down in Kerry, and indeed back at home in the Rock as well, in Tyrone. Everybody on the edge of their seats as this AIB All-Ireland Junior Club final goes the distance. Here's the corner forward, Conor McCreesh lays it off to McGarrity, looking for the equaliser. Well, he got under it and he sliced it, and it sails away to the right and wide. That was a glorious chance.
Yeah, a glorious chance by McGarrity. McGarrity is probably their main talisman today with 5 points. That was an excellent opportunity for the score, but uncharacteristically of him, he just snapped at it and went wide. And I see Fergal Griffin now has gone in. He's gone into the full back line. He's marking number 15.
Well, the Rock St. Patrick have brought in their substitute at this stage. He's in, Liam Nugent, the 17-year-old, in to try and tilt the balance, in to try and help engineer an equaliser. Less than 5 minutes of normal time to go in this junior final as Pat Kilkenny is stopped in his tracks, free to Glenbeigh-Glencar. They have a 1 point lead and they have the ball. Man making a break from defence is Jeremiah Hoare, a former Kerry minor. Stands that up, waits for Jack Brosnan. Back to Jeremiah Hoare again. Pa Kilkenny heard Eamon Ward coming from behind him and now decides to put the head down and drive on. Kilkenny pops it out to Danny O'Sullivan. Steadies down, takes aim, lets fly. It's a dangerous one. Donaghy's lost it. Wasn't quite sure where it was for a moment, and his blush is saved by his fullback Niall Mullen. Well, Seamus Donaghy, the 38-year-old goalkeeper from the Rock St. Patrick's, came for it, lost it, and it literally could have gone anywhere. Conor McCreesh, he's the go-to man in that full forward line. Thought about the pass, goes for the shot. McCreesh swings over the equaliser. Well, not for the first time. When they've needed somebody to come and win ball and show and take it on, McCreesh has delivered the goods. Deadlock with 3 minutes of normal time to go at Croke Park. And you get the sense, Sean Barton, next score just might win it.
Yeah, just before the Rock got the score there, I was just thinking to myself that probably the next score would be a vital one of the game. But the Rock have got in, they're after winning the kick out here now again. So we're 1-11 apiece with 3 minutes to go.
Well, the Rock are the club that have come so close in the past, losing the final in 08 and the semi-final after a replay in 2015. They're level thanks to Conor McCreesh's 3rd point from play. Herring out of his goal there came Rory O'Connor. He felt he had to get there. There was nobody at home in the full back line, and the goalkeeper makes it count. Well, what a game we've been treated to so far. Glenbeigh, Glencar and the Rock St. Patrick's have torn into one another since 2 o'clock. 2 Glenbeigh, Glencar men going for the one ball. Jack Brosnan takes over. Pa Kilkenny, where does he get his energy? Steadies down, shoots on sight, and that's away to the right. He was looking to win it. 2 minutes to go now of normal time. We will have a chunk of stoppage time as well, though, I'd imagine. And would you have any concerns, Sean, about Glenbeigh, Glencar in terms of fitness, conditioning? Will they go the distance?
Yeah, I think they're a super fit team, and just back there to that little incident there, or that run by Glenbeigh, Glencar there, Pat Kilkenny, it was unlucky. Probably could have brought it on another step, but with the kick out here again, it's a free to Glenbeigh, Glencar in the middle of the field.
Yellow card for Diarmuid Carroll. It's a second yellow. And he's gone, and the Rock St. Patrick's are down to 13 men. Both of their midfielders sent off in this game. Enda McWilliams in the first half, Diarmuid Carroll in the second, and now Glenbeigh Glencar will have an extra man for whatever's left. We've got 1 minute of normal time. We're waiting to hear about stoppage time. Ball has been won by Glenbeigh Glencar. O'Sullivan digging deep now for these last few minutes. Recycle back as far as the substitute, Bernard Murphy. Colin McGillicuddy joins the attack. Back to Bernard Murphy. He'd be the most unlikely of match winners. Murphy up and over, and Glenbeigh Glencar hit the front with 40 seconds of normal time to go. Is he to be the super sub for the Kerry champions?
Yeah, great score there by Bernard, and back home he's known as Spud Murphy, so that was an inspirational score in the last half a minute now, and we're 1 point in the lead.
Well, Spud Murphy will be the toast of Glenbeigh Glencar tonight if that score turns out to be the winner. Meanwhile, it's a second booking for Niall Mullen, and would you believe, Rock St. Patrick's are now down to 12 men. Well, it's gone from bad to worse for the Tyrone champions. But we said it earlier on, Sean, there were so many guys on yellows. They had to be careful. Jerome Henry has refereed this game to the letter of the law. And Niall Mullen now means that the Rock, even though they're just a point behind, they've got a mountain to climb. We're into injury time and they're down to 12 men.
Yeah, they're down to 12 men. I think that was a second booking, and as we said from the word go, this ref was flashing the cards from early on the game, and right through it he kept the flashing these cards, and Tyrone champions are down to 12 men now against 14.
Well, just wait till you hear this. 7 minutes of additional time. There may be another twist or two in the tail yet. Glenbeigh Glencar, by the way, have made a double substitution. They've taken out Fergal Griffin and Danny O'Sullivan. But you wonder would Aidan O'Shea have done that, Sean, if he knew there was 7 minutes of additional time to be played. That's a lot of experience, a lot of talent now on the bench. Fresh legs in. A flick from McCreesh. Oh, what a save from Rory O'Connor. It was Conor McCreesh who got up above everybody to get the flick, and it very nearly snuck inside that right-hand post. O'Connor flying through the air to push it out for the 45, and if that hit the net, all hell would have broken loose.
Oh yeah, if that hit the net it would be curtains, but an outstanding save by Rory O'Connor. As I said, Rory is a brilliant handball player. He can get down low there, and that one was heading into the bottom corner, but it was an outstanding save. We have a 45 here now for the Rock St. Patrick, and it's McGarrity to kick it again.
Well, great agility from the World Handball Championship medalist Rory O'Connor, and to compound Rock St. Patrick's woes, the 45 is driven wide by the full forward Aidan McGarrity. Well, he was kicking frees for fun earlier on in the game, but in this second half he's missed 3 or 4 that he'd normally nail. By the way, just to confirm, Jason McKenna has come in for Glenbeigh Glencar. He's one of the subs that have been sprung from the bench. The other is number 21, Vincent Hoare, brother of the full-back Jeremiah. As meanwhile, out in the middle of the field, there's been a foul, and that's a free, and Rock St. Patrick's have possession of the ball. The man who was fouled was Dylan Reid. Well, the permutations are fairly simple. We're 2.5 minutes into stoppage time. and Glenbeigh Glencar are clinging to a 1-point lead, and we've got at least 4.5 minutes of stoppage time still to play. That's a loose hand pass from Eamon Ward, won back by Brosnan. The ball is now in the hands of Courtney, and Glenbeigh Glencar will try and slow this down. Ball driven in by Stephen O'Sullivan. It's Darren O'Sullivan. Goal on here. Chance for McKenna. Stopped initially by Donaghy and flicked away by Dylan Reid. Well, Seamus Donaghy, the 38-year-old goalkeeper from the Rock, comes to the rescue. Murphy looking for another score. Well, I think he saw his name up in lights, Bernard Murphy, as he went for that score. He's kicked the lead point already. He was looking to land what could have been the insurance score deep in injury time, and he's missed it.
Yeah, it was a big let off there for the Rock Tyrone. Just before that, Darren won a great ball and he slipped it to Jason McKenna, and Jason along the ground, and the goalie just got a foot to it, and Spud Murphy got the rebound, and very, very unlucky that he put it wide on the far side of the field.
Well, we're now 4 minutes into stoppage time. We were told we'd have at least 7. Pa Kilkenny has been injured, and it's another yellow. The latest man to pick one up is Aidan McGarrity for the Rock St. Patrick's. Well, right now, the Tyrone champions are so near and yet so far away from that elusive junior title. They're a point behind, 3 minutes or thereabouts to go, and their manager, Adrian Nugent, had just made another change. They're taking out number 11, Eamon Ward, and they're bringing back in Cathal McWilliams. Well, last year it was Temple No of Kerry who were crowned All-Ireland Junior Club champions. They beat Ardnary Sarsfields of Mayo here in the final. And Glenbeigh Glencar today are bidding to complete a hat-trick for Kerry clubs. They're bidding to become the 3rd Kerry club in a row to win this title, following in the footsteps of Brosna and Temple No over the last couple of years. But really, Rock St. Patrick's have made a mockery of their odds of 7-2 coming into the game. They were written off in all quarters. They were seen as being make-weights, really, for Glenbeigh Glencar. But like every Tyrone team that comes to Croke Park, they have stuck to the game plan. They've got stuck in. And despite the fact they've only got 12 men on the field now to Glenbeigh Glencar's 14, they are still in this. They've won a free, an extra yardage, and the man on the ball is Conor McCreesh. One more score is all they need. Ball spilled though, won back by Colin McGillicuddy. If the game was to finish level, we would have extra time. McGillicuddy still full of running, as is this man, Darren O'Sullivan. He's made a miraculous recovery. O'Sullivan, what a run! And that is a score good enough to win an All-Ireland, and it probably will. Darren, the main man O'Sullivan, delivers surely the insurance score for Glenbeigh Glencar. Well, we were writing him off at half-time. We were writing him off certainly early in the second half. He looked like he was going to be carried from the field at that stage with that injury to his left leg, but he has found the strength and the stamina and the energy from somewhere to deliver one of the finest scores we've seen at Croke Park for years and years.
Oh, an outstanding score by Darren O'Sullivan. As I said, he was injured just before half-time there, and he made a mighty run. I'd say he went 35 yards with that ball and just did a sensible thing and fisted over the bar for his 3rd point of the game, and especially with the goal from the very first minute. Darren O'Sullivan, an inspirational figure for Glenbeigh Glencar.
The 7 minutes of additional time have just elapsed. O'Sullivan has shown there is no substitute for class. Gives it to Kilkenny. Glenbeigh Glencar are 2 up. They're almost there. The Rock St. Patrick, 12 men, are battling valiantly to the bitter end. But Jason McKenna has just pushed the Kerry champions into a 3-point lead. And surely now there's no way back for the Tyrone champions. They need a goal. A goal is all that will save them now. Jerome Henry looks at his watch. He's going to let it continue a little longer. We've played 7.5 minutes of stoppage time. This game has turned into an epic. Aidan McGarrity is the Rock player who's down injured, and it's a black card for Darren O'Sullivan for that cynical challenge. Well, he scored a goal to set Glenbeigh Glencar on their way. He scored one of the finest points we've seen for quite a while, and now he's just been black carded. It's been an eventful day for Darren O'Sullivan. It's been an eventful All-Ireland Junior final, and we certainly weren't lacking, Sean Barton, for excitement and talking points anyway.
Oh no, great excitement. As we say, he's in the 68th minute now of the game, so hopefully that he will blow the whistle up any second now. And I think a big man who made a big difference after coming to that field was Bernard Murphy. He's had a hand in a couple of vital scores there near the end.
Well, the play is stopped because Aidan McGarrity needs to receive attention. As Sean rightly said, we are now into the 9th minute of stoppage time, and Jerome Henry, the referee, is still happy enough to let us continue. And of course, all of that means that if the Rock could construct one more move and work a goal, we'll have extra time. And what an effort they've put in, Sean. 12 men on the field against Glenbeigh Glencar's 14.
Yeah, a massive effort by the Rock, because they actually took the lead when they were down to 12 players. But great credit must be given to Glenbeigh Glencar. They held their nerve, and I think the couple of substitutions were vital, especially there, as I said, Bernard Murphy. He's played a vital part of this game. He's kicked a point and had a hand in the last score there as well by Jason McKenna. So credit must be given to both teams who fought a very, very tough game.
And just an example of how tough it's been, Aidan McGarrity is going to be stretchered from the field now. He is not able to continue, and that's a real sad end to his All-Ireland Junior final day. Now, the good news for anybody watching or maybe has come to the game late on localstreaming.club this afternoon, both of today's All-Ireland club football finals from Croke Park will be available on our website later this evening. They will be archived there so they can be watched again, and I'm sure if Glenbeigh Glencar go on to win, they'll be watched again and again and again in the days to come.
Yeah, hopefully that's the final whistle will come. We're 10 minutes now into injury time, but as I said, an outstanding team performance. They really dug in when the chips were down. They really dug in there halfway through the second half, and I'd say there won't be a cow milk in Glenbeigh for a week.
Donna McGillicuddy is in for Glenbeigh Glencar. Stephen O'Sullivan, a real club stalwart, is the player who's replaced, and a lovely moment there as he and Darren O'Sullivan embrace on the sideline. And now you've got Fergal Griffin, Stephen O'Sullivan and Darren O'Sullivan all sitting beside one another on the wall at the edge of the field here. Three men who have done more than most over the years to bring Glenbeigh Glencar to a Kerry title, a Munster title, and now to within seconds surely of an All-Ireland Junior win. Three great servants of the club, Sean.
Three great servants of the club. As I said, Fergal and Stephen there, they're shoving on towards their mid-30s now, and they've given a massive effort playing with Glenbeigh Glencar down through the years, and it's great to see them here today in the All-Ireland final day.
Well, we're now into the 12th minute of stoppage time. We were told we'd have at least 7, and the 7 had elapsed incidentally when Aidan McGarrity was injured, so I think Jerome Henry was planning on letting the game spool out a little longer, and then all of a sudden the injury left us with a 5-minute stoppage. And all the while, I'm sure Westport and St. Columkills, who are getting ready for the intermediate final, are getting more and more impatient down here under the Hogan stand, because we are running now well over time with this junior final, and that's very, very unfortunate for Aidan McGarrity. Let's hope that injury not as serious as it initially looks. He's wearing some protective strapping on his right leg as he's brought from the field. Aidan McGarrity, a man who did more than most to get the Rock St. Patrick's here today. Look at Seamus Donaghy, the goalkeeper, crossing the halfway line. He feels now it's all hands to the pump, obviously, as Kieran Gourley gets that shot into the air. He's injured himself, Kieran Gourley. Seamus Donaghy's heading back towards his goal. We're in the 13th minute of stoppage time. But I suppose Glenbeigh Glencar have waited so long for this All-Ireland Junior Club title. They won't mind waiting a little longer. Now the final whistle sounds. It is disappointment and heartbreaking defeat all over again for the Rock St. Patrick's. Beaten finalists in 2008, beaten finalists in 2017, but they could not have done any more to make a game of it, to push Glenbeigh Glencar to the pin of their collar and to make the Kerry champions earn everything they got. To the winners go the spoils, and today the winners are Glenbeigh Glencar. The men who hail from the Ring of Kerry will be returning home tonight as AIB All-Ireland Junior Club football champions. Winners in the end by 3 points. And today we discover just why they call the AIB Club Championships the toughest. Victory for Glenbeigh Glencar. So much to talk about. Let's hand you back to Liam Horan.
Thank you, Mike. That was a marathon session. As you said, it went past 10 minutes of injury time there with lots of knocks, lots of drama. But in the final analysis, when it was all said and done, the victory goes to Glenbeigh Glencar from County Kerry. They had to fight really hard to get there. And Mike alluded to it in his commentary, Sean. Darren O'Sullivan's point, a man who hobbled his way off at half-time, spent a lot of the second half with his hands on his knees, kept trying to get a breather, trying to get himself composed again, and came with that point to kind of seal it near the end.
Yeah, that was a great score by Darren. I'd say he must have carried the ball all of maybe 30-35 yards down here on the Hogan Sands side of the field, and probably the man you would want to have the ball in his hand and into the square, and he intelligent fisted over the bar, which was a great score. That was probably the killing score against the Rock of Tyrone.
Yes, and unfortunately for Tyrone, one of their great players, Aidan McGarrity, ended up going off injured, and Kieran Gourley picked up a knock in a late attack there as well. He's still getting treatment over on the left-hand side. Kieran Gourley, a great Tyrone player, injured here back in Croke Park today. We understand Darren O'Sullivan has man of the match wrapped up, and I suppose for his bravery alone he's entitled to that, because he had to dig very deep into his reserves there to even stay going on the field. So a battle-hardened and bruised Glenbeigh Glencar team and an equally bruised Rock St. Patrick's team. It was in the best traditions of Tyrone and Kerry, Sean. There was no quarter asked or given.
No, it was an outstanding battle, is what we would call it, and a true Tyrone Kerry game, as you would say. But I think another player who played very, very well today for Glenbeigh Glencar was Gavin O'Grady. Kicked some massive scores, vital scores when we wanted them, and then again I think he kicked 6 points in total, and you had 1-3 from Darren. But overall, it was a great team performance.
And a great day.
A great day. As I said, there won't be cow milk behind Glenbeigh Glencar for next week.
I suppose the battle was so intense, you almost forgot how important, how significant the day was. The battle was so engrossing.
Oh yeah, it was so intense, even from the word goal. Even when Glenbeigh Glencar took the lead, they got the goal on the point early on in the game. The Rock from Tyrone, they came back into it, they had their spell, and just the two teams went in level at half time, and there was a spell there in the second half when the Rock, they kind of dominated the game, and they actually even went into the lead. They took a 1 point lead, but Glenbeigh Glencar, in fairness, they dug their heels in, and deserving winners by 3 points.
Yes, they were deserving winners, I suppose you'd have to say, as our young man Liam Henley gets the photograph of the presentation in a moment. So we have Colin McGillicuddy, the Glenbeigh Glencar captain. From our perch here, we don't get to see the presentation properly. We have Liam here alongside, going to get a shot we'll have up on social media shortly. We can shoot down through the grids. You do get a shot of it through the grids, but it's not great. The excitement is reaching fever pitch here. Colin McGillicuddy is there alongside Egon O'Farrell, the GA president. A big moment for Colin, your captain.
Yeah, a big moment for Colin. A great servant to the club, and his father, God rest him, he passed away there 2 years ago. He coached all these young guys in Glenbeigh National School, And as I said, Mary Jo Curran must get great credit. She holds her 10 All-Ireland medals, and she teaches in that school, and I think she trained 12 of that starting team today.
A famous name from the world of ladies football. Massive congratulations to Glenbeigh, Glencar, from everyone in Lewisburg, from Colin Clark, who was the Lewisburg co-commentator, and we have had Alan Sheehy on from Kenmare as well to congratulate Glenbeigh, Glencar as well, and to wish the team that beat them in the semi-final, Westport, the best in the final, if we have the energy and the heart for another game after that, because no more than yesterday, that was a sapping encounter to watch, never mind to play in, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it was a real tough battle. As it was up on the clock, I think it was 73 minutes the game lasted for. But look, it comes down to this at the end of the day. It's great to see your club lifting the cup.
And there it is, there it goes up, Colin McGilligan.
There it is, Colin McGilligan.
The punch in the air from Sean Barton, our co-commentator. And we've Malachy Clerkin from the Irish Times as well along here too. And we get Malachy in alongside. Malachy, Monaghan man, of course, who does know a thing or two about the importance of GEA to communities around the country.
Indeed. What a belter of a game. Wasn't it an absolutely cracking game, you know? It's great. It's great. Sometimes you come to Croke Park and you kind of know what you're going to expect, but it's great to come to games where you have no idea how it's going to turn out, you know. And like, it's wonderful to see games like that, and you see every sort of GAA player out there. You know, you see like the young O'Grady lad in the second half, like the star player is injured, Darren O'Sullivan is injured, so you can see that lad O'Grady clearly has football in him, and he just said, I'm doing this now, and he carried the whole of the second half. And
Darren came again.
Darren came again at the end, you know, but up the other end, young McCreesh up the other end, you could just see if they could get him the ball, he could do something, and every score went through him in the second half, and he's like, look at him, he's a club footballer, you know, he's obviously carrying about a stone too much, but he clearly has football in him, and he was brilliant any time he got on it. It was a really enjoyable game. I think the Tyrone team probably a bit unlucky with the referee now. I don't think they really deserve to end up with 12 men now, but
it's a bit of a way to go out there. To that number count. We're just going to try and get some of the presentation. Malachy, thank you for joining us. Malachy Clerkin, feature writer of the Irish Times. Colin McGillicuddy, we'll see can we paraphrase some of what he's saying. He's a long journey, he says. Good times and bad, like every club, Sean. Belief, he's paying tribute to management, I think, for the belief they put into the team. Great, of course, for their manager team, Aidan O'Shea, famous family.
Famous family, the son of the great Jack O'Shea, and his brother Kieran, and Peter O'Sullivan, and John Duggan, Peter, former goalie for the club, and John Duggan. So it's a massive occasion.
Yeah, and the Rock St. Patrick's lads getting their traditional 3 cheers, and I think everybody will agree. I say nobody more than the Glenbeigh, Glencar players. Rock St. Patrick's gave it one hell of a shot. They were rank outsiders, as Mike Finnerty said, but they played with great heart, they played with great determination, and just didn't get there. They made a bit of quality up front in the Kerry team, but they will be bitterly disappointed because they know they came close, Sean.
Yeah, they came close, but from the word go, they put up a great battle. And as I said, they are midway through the second half. They were down to 13 minutes at that stage. They actually took the lead in the game. They went up 111 to 110, which at that stage of the game I thought we were starting to struggle a small bit, but we just got that extra bit of energy in us, and Darren got on the ball, and I still think that score that Darren got there really put the finishing touches it.
Back in those hotels and pubs in Glenbeigh, Glencar, where they're watching, where Micheál O'Riordan got them wired up for broadband to make sure nothing could go wrong. Can you imagine the scenes there now?
Sure, brilliant. It's a massive occasion for the club, massive, and I'd say there'll be a good night tonight in the City West.
Indeed, yes. Well, lots to look forward to. Sean, we're going to let you go. You might help to fish up 1 or 2 players if we can, as well to get us in. Maybe we'd love to get Darren if we could at all. Of course, Colin McGillicuddy as well. We'll let you off to that duty, Sean. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Liam. Thank you very much. Delighted to be part of it.
Okay, well done. Okay, there's a great man, Sean Barton, our co-commentator from Glenbeigh, Glencar, and we have other people sending good wishes and congratulations as well. And Glenbeigh, Glencar have come through an incredible battle here against Rock St. Patrick's of Tyrone in the curtain raiser, you might call it. But yesterday the curtain raiser turned out to be the epic we will remember. God knows what's going to happen next. You've got two very committed teams coming up next as well, Westport and St. Columkills of Meath. Paul Grady of Westport is alongside me now, and Tony Butler of St. Columkills is there as well. We'll get to him in a moment. We're going to kind of go over and back between that game and look forward between the first game and look forward to the second game. And Paul Brady, we'll get you to stand out here in front of us, and Tony as well too. And to here you go, Tony. Thank you. And we are going to quickly look back on that game, lads, if we can. Paul, it was a belter of a game, as Malachy said.
Cracking game, seemed to go on forever. 70, 72, 73 minutes there. And it went right to the wire, so what more can you ask for a junior final?
Yes, Tony?
Yeah, well, cracking game actually. There was 4 players sent off, and it just goes to show how the occasion can get to the players. It's going to be very important today in the intermediate final if both teams can keep their discipline, and maybe if one team just loses it for a little bit, it may be the death for them. So yeah. There we go.
Yeah, Rock St. Patrick's acknowledging their supporters as well. They'll have lots of regrets. It was one of those games that you will pick over for years and years and years, looking at every little incident. Everything mattered so much. It was so magnified there, particularly in the second half. The drama of Darren O'Sullivan's injury and the sendings off, the quality played either into the field, all of that gave us a game we will not forget in a hurry. There are still celebrations on the field by Glenbeigh, Glencar. Unlike Mayfield yesterday evening and Carrickshock, they're not as energetic at this stage. As you said, Paul, they played forever there to get that All-Ireland title.
Yeah, fairness, 70 minutes club game, normally 60 minutes. That was exceptional, and fair play to them. Everyone was going hard to the very end. A great testament to fitness of both sides. And I'd say Glencar were favourites coming into this game, and I think they stood up to it at the very end there. The little bit of class. Darren O'Sullivan on one leg was able to finish a couple of late chances, and they've got it done. Fair play to them.
Yes, indeed, and we're waiting on Westport. Here come the men in white. Columkills, your team, Tony.
Columkills, very proud to be in an All-Ireland final. Very proud, led out there by Graham Riley. Actually took the lead, leading him out. A man who's very familiar with Croke Park.
I can tell you the throw-in time has gone back to 3:55.
3:55. All the crowd still coming here, fighting to get into it there. New white jersey for Columkills. We played in white most of the year, but there's a clash of colours. Both teams play in sky blue usually. So both teams are playing the white strip today. So there's Columkills in the white strip.
There they are, as we've said right throughout this weekend of club action. I think you had a little bit of an emotional moment there, Tony, as you saw the colours coming out.
Well, absolutely I did, and I did Ben Brennan an injustice there because I didn't see Brennan at the front. I hope there's nothing wrong. Ben is the captain and he's great, but I didn't see him coming out. I see him there now. I got a little bit of a shock when I didn't see Ben. He put over a free in the last minute of both the Leinster final and the All-Ireland semi-final. He has nerves of steel, and I know the occasion won't get to Ben today.
Yes, and Westport are out. I think Kevin Kane led them out, Paul.
Yeah, nobody could keep with him, to be honest. Kevin means business the way he came out there. I wouldn't like to be the full forward.
Well, they're out there, and Westport will wear the jersey that Dublin wore in Cavan recently, that kind of hue to it, a navy, a darker blue than is usually their case. Both teams, as Tony said, having to change from their regular strip. And lads, we'll get you back in a couple of moments, I think. I want to bring in Paddy O'Rourke, the Meath goalkeeper, and indeed has played outfield for Meath as well. He's an AIB ambassador as well, and he had a club game today. First and foremost, Paddy, all politics is local. How did you get on?
We got well and truly stuffed by Ratoath, our neighbours, in the first round of the league in Ratoath there this morning. So not a great way to start off the year, but no, it's hopefully the first game of many to come for the club. So
you missed some of the drama, probably all of the drama of the junior game. I know you're rushing to get here, but you've seen Columkills and Westport out in the field, and there's a great atmosphere here now. The junior game has enlivened the whole place.
Yeah, there was a good buzz. I just got in. I think Glenbeigh had just scored their goal, so I got in for maybe 55 minutes of the game. There was trills and spills throughout the pitch. There was a couple of sending off. There was Glenbeigh really had to go to the well in the last 5 minutes, and their main men stood up. Darren O'Sullivan was brilliant towards the end of the game there.
Yes, I'm not sure if you're aware, but he hobbled off at half time. He was a severe worry for the second half. He took regular breaks, hands on his knees, and came with that wonderful point at the end.
Yeah, we were just watching from the stand, and it looked as if that he wasn't going to make it throughout the second half. He looked in an awful lot of pain, but he found inspiration from somewhere there in the last 5 minutes and contributed 2 points right at the end there to win it for the local club.
We got man of the match, and I believe he's on his way to us as well. We'll let you know when he comes into our area. Paddy, what can we? You be a Meath player, of course, club player in Meath as well. What can we expect from St. Column Kills?
St. Column Kills, they've probably been a standout team in the intermediate category in Meath over the last couple of years, and have found it quite difficult to get their noses in front. They finally did it this year against Dundee after a replay. They have probably a nice mixture of scorers throughout their forward line. Graham Riley especially, everyone knows him from playing with the county. Kieran Kelly, if he starts, a former Meath minor, Meath junior player. Niall Ronan at full forward, former Munster player, rugby. He gives an awful lot of balance. He does an awful lot of simple things, hard work, gets on the ball and gives it to the right fellas. And I'm really looking forward to seeing James Conlon in the corner. He was a standout for the Meath Miners in the year just gone in 2016, and I think if Kills can isolate him in close to the goals and get him on the ball, he will create an awful lot of scoring chances, and he'll cause Westport a lot of trouble.
The big question mark, I suppose, here, the big query we have here is whether or not Lee Keegan and Graham Riley will go head to head. Keegan has tended to do a midfield role for Westport, different to his man marking role with Mayo. How do you think that will go? Actually, I'm going to cut you short on that, Paddy, because I have Darren O'Sullivan now. I wanted to delay him longer. We met in Innis, and he's a big shake of the hands for his county opponent, Paddy O'Rourke, and we're going to bring you in, Darren, here. You're happier looking, but you're not healthier looking. What a day you put down there. Yeah, you went in at half time. You had to be worried yourself at that stage, I'd say, that you were in bother. But you conserved yourself well in the second half and came with some very important interventions.
Yeah, look, I got a bad enough rattle, I suppose, 15-20 minutes into the game, and I knew I wasn't going to be at full strength. But it's just one of them days you just have to plough through it, and I was just happy that I could contribute some bit.
Can you make sense of that game? It was really bizarre at times.
Yeah, we just look. You know what? There's a lot of emotion running through fellas' minds, and even the simple things can go awry. And the biggest day for both of our clubs. And it was just one of them games. There was mistakes that we normally wouldn't make. It was tit for tat. But look, I'm just thankful that we came on the right end of it.
You brought your club to Croke Park. You've been here a lot yourself, but you must be very proud of your colleagues.
Yeah. Look, I've said it before that I didn't really understand how big a run like this could be, but this definitely tops anything I've ever done before, which says something, because I've been lucky enough to be part of some great days here, but it's just hard enough to put the emotion of this whole occasion into words, really, how much it's meant to the whole parish.
Yeah, it's almost, as you say, it's almost bigger than anything we can say, because it's Croke Park, it's an All-Ireland final, it's your club, it has very, very deep roots.
Yeah, I said it before the game to the boys, like, it's been a great journey up to now, but you don't want to be looking back and what if. So we said that, look, we had one more stop to make, and that was putting Colin Mack on top of the steps of the Hogan, and thankfully we dug deep and we got him there.
You met very worthy foes today.
Yeah, good team, a lot of experience, like good footballers, good tough footballers like as well. So we knew it was going to be one of them days, and look, we said if we could come out here with a 1 point win, we'd be over the moon. So we knew what kind of game it was going to be. We knew how good they were, and like I said, we're just lucky to come through it.
City West next, I believe.
Yeah, City West next, and back home for a couple of, hairy nights, I suppose.
The Kieran O'Shea's role at half-time was being mentioned by Sean Barton, your physio. I suspect you were on the table.
I was. He ran into me there straight after half-time saying, was I going to be coming off? I told him, go away from me. But nah, Kieran's a good guy, obviously Aidan's brother as well, and he's top physio, and he knew well I wasn't going to be coming off, so he strapped me well up. So I think now when I get off, I'll have to, I have it nicely hidden away with the bandages, but he strapped me up. He did a bit of it. He was on overtime at half-time, so fair play to him.
Okay, Darren, thank you very much for joining us again, and enjoy the night. What a day he had. What a central figure in the drama of the All-Ireland Junior Final. The toughest, as Mike Finnerty said, of 2016-2017 season. And Stephen Stack is back here as well too. And Stephen, at half-time we were animated, wondering what might happen. It didn't get any less interesting in the second half.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, it was. I said it would be a great test of Glenbea's character in the second half, and it was really, because it was nip and tuck the whole way, and there was black cards and red cards, there was everything, it had everything in it really, like, you know. But I thought Glenbeigh showed great composure, and what struck me really throughout the course of the game, Liam, was that their big players really performed on the day. You know, Darren, Gavin O'Grady, Colin McGillicuddy, Fergal at midfield, Caelan, all their big players played really well on the day, and obviously the other guys, the younger players, kind of took the lead from them, you know. But I thought throughout they really showed fantastic leadership. The big players in the squad showed great leadership, you know.
It was kind of a coming of age day for some of the younger guys as well, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah. I mean, you need everybody playing well, and some fellas playing way above it. And you know, even Darren staying on there like he had a dead leg effectively. He was just saying to me a while ago, and I thought he was fantastic really in the second half, and it actually worked in their favour to have him inside in the full forward line, because he was even more dangerous inside there, and the guy that was on him couldn't get forward at all. That number 7 was kind of, he was detailed to mark him, and but I mean, it could have gone either way. It was very close. You'd have to say Rock St. Patrick's brought an awful lot of passion and energy to the game as well. But I think Glenbeigh were just that little bit more crafty when they were in possession. Their running game was an awful lot better when they ran at them. They looked a lot more dangerous, you know, and I think they just about deserved it, you know.
Okay, Stephen, we're going to catch you or let you go. I know you've a long road ahead of you. You'll probably watch some of this, I'm sure. A very interesting game here is next as well, Westport versus Colmcilles. Yeah, that's right. Well, I saw Westport play. I haven't seen Colmcilles play, but this looks like it's a kind of a 50-50 game, really, Liam. There's Westport, you know, very, very good championship team, very, very good defensively, obviously driven on by Lee Keegan, who you'd hope to see a bit more of today. I thought he was a bit conservative in his play the last day. You'd like to see him getting forward a bit more, but this seems like a very much an even game to me. It should be a great game. The conditions, as I say, are absolutely perfect, and there isn't a puff of wind, you know. Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, for your contributions today and the last day as well. Stephen Stack from AIB, and a happy Kerry man going home. Absolutely delighted for Glenbeigh, Glencar, and delighted for Kerry. It's a great result for them, and it's not often we get one up in Tyrone, so we'll take it. So delighted for them down there, you know. There'll be bonfires down there, I can tell you, for a long time. Okay, indeed they will. Thank you very much, Stephen. And we're going to bring Paddy O'Rourke back in again now. Paddy O'Rourke, our other AIB ambassador here today, and Tony and Paul, we might grab them in a moment as well. Or maybe where are we on time? Time lost its meaning there for a while in the aftermath of the junior game, because there was a 10-minute delay there with the injuries and all of that, injury time. I don't know if we're going to have the national anthem soon or not. I see Westport are lining up in national anthem type pose. If we do, we'll pause for the anthem. We mightn't even get a chance to talk to Paddy then, in fact, but we'll get him at half time if we don't. Mike Finnerty is in position with Paul Grady and Tony Butler, and we will go to them in a couple of moments. We're about to roll here in a couple of moments, but we will stand, I think, initially for the national anthem. A very sad day for many Mayo GA fans, the death of Willie O'Connor at the weekend as well, casting a real pall of gloom among the Mayo GA family. He was never present at Mayo games and would have been here today. May God rest his soul. But I have to go to Mike. We go straight to match commentator Mike Finnerty and his commentary team.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. You're welcome back. Those of you who have been with us since the very start, hope you're sitting comfortably. Those of you who are joining us for this AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club Football Final, well, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Whether you're a follower of Westport from Mayo or St. Colmcilles of Meath, today is the day, D-Day. One of these clubs are going to become AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club Football Champions for the very first time. Our referee is Niall Cullen from County Fermanagh. Westport, in their change colours of dark navy jerseys, will play from right to left in the first half, down towards Hill 16. St. Colmcilles, who have also changed their jerseys for today's final, they'll play predominantly in white with sky blue socks into the Davin end. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined on commentary today by Paul Grady from Westport and Tony Butler from St. Columkills. The ball is in, the game is on, and may the best team win. Now the floodlights have been switched on at Croke Park for the second final, as it's an early touch for the St. Columkills centre-back Ian Mullen, wearing some very heavy strapping on his left leg. And that's a foul and a free in. Free for St. Columkills. May well be inside the range of Ben Brennan, their captain. He's certainly shaping up, Tony, as if he's going to take it on.
There'll be no doubt that Brennan's always on the frees from that distance and from that side of the pitch. He puts two lovely frees over, as I was saying to your co-producer there. He put the winning point over from a free in the semi-final against Pomeroy, and in the Leinster final against Rosewood. So I've every confidence Ben will slot this over, and it'd be great to get into the lead and calm things down.
He's the St. Columkills captain, and he scuffed that shot, and despite the best efforts of his comrades in there in the full forward line, it tails away and wide, and that's the first missed opportunity. We'll run through the teams. Westport first. Patrick O'Malley starts in goal. It's a full back line of Niall McManaman, Kevin Kane and Keelan Dever. Brian O'Malley, Brian McDermott the captain, and James Welsh are in the half back line. Lee Keegan wears 8 but will start in defence by the looks of things. He's named alongside Shane Scott. A half forward line of Fionn McDonough, Phil Keegan and Liam Staunton, and a full forward line of Colm Moran, Paul Lambert and Ronan Geraghty. St. Columkills, Jordan Brown in goal, Adam Lynch, Jamie McDonnell and Kieran Ward in the full back line. Owen Woods, Ian Mullen and Joe Sweeney in the half back line. David Sheeran is alongside Robbie McCloskey in midfield. Cathal Hilliard, Ben Brennan and David O'Byrne in the half forward line. And Graham Riley, Niall Ronan and James Conlon in the full forward line. Beautiful day for a game here in Dublin. Conditions perfect, as Westport, who have started 21, that's Oisin McLaughlin in a late change, go on the attack back to Colm Moran, and that's a wide down at the hill end. But by the looks of things, Damien Loftus, the Westport manager, Paul Grady, has sprung a late change to catch St. Columkills napping and catch us on the hop as well.
Yeah, it looks like interesting. Niall McManaman was picking up Graham Riley. Brian O'Malley has gone to midfield, so Lee Keegan is slots in centre back, and Brian McDermott goes to right half back.
And up front, it looks like Ronan Geraghty is the player who has been pulled by Westport. Oisin McLaughlin, who started the semi-final win over Kenmare, starts again. So it's an unchanged Westport team. And as Paul mentioned there, Graham Riley, the danger man in the St. Colum's forward line, is being marked by the man they call Glue in the Westport setup, Niall McManaman. He is their out-and-out man marker, and he has spent the season shutting forwards down. How will he fare with Riley? Over on the other side, St. Columkills attack broken up by the very distinctive figure of Brian O'Malley, one of 4 leaving certs who start for Westport today. In fact, you can make that 5 with Oisin McLaughlin pitched in at the last minute. McLaughlin unable to make that first delivery stick, cleared away by McCloskey and gathered in by Niall Ronan, the former Irish rugby international. Ball breaks kindly for St. Columkills, and they're on the move here. Nice neat layoff to Graham Riley. Well, he spent years doing it for Meath here in big games on big days, and the St. Columkills sharpshooter opens the scoring in the 4th minute.
Great score for Graham. Once Graham gets the ball and once he starts running at defenders, he really causes them a great deal of trouble. People from Meath will remember that the last time Dublin were beaten in Leinster was when Graham Riley had a magnificent performance in the 2010 Leinster semi-final. He was the main player for Meath that day, so we're hoping that he produces it again. And here he is in the ball again, Mike.
Yes, St. Columkills have started very confidently. This time it's Kevin Kane who's the closest man to Riley, shooting on sight, but the referee is going to bring it back. He was playing the advantage there for an earlier foul, and when Riley's shot dropped wide, Niall Cullen stepped in to intervene, and this will give St. Columkills a good opportunity to extend their lead. They come into this game today as rank outsiders, the Meath champions, bidding to go where no Meath club have ever gone before and win an All-Ireland Intermediate Club football title. The same, it must be said, of Westport. 3 Mayo clubs have come here in the past on intermediate final day and been beaten. Davit's Kiltane and Hollymount Carramore, all coming up short in recent seasons. So Ben Brennan again sticks to that tried and trusted routine. He's missed one and he's just missed a second.
Well, that'll be disappointing now. That was within Ben's range. Sometimes, you know, in Croke Park the grass is cut so short it's hard to get underneath the ball sometimes. So it hasn't gotten hit, but Ben, he had missed ones before and came back strong, and I'm sure he's going to do it again today.
So Lee Keegan posted at centre back, the footballer of the year, marking Ben Brennan. Patrick O'Malley's kick out finds its way to Brian O'Malley. The two Leaving Cert students combine, and it's a long delivery into the Westport forward line. But St. Columkille's very neat and tidy to get it clear as far as Owen Woods on this right-hand side. Woods continued his run, gets onto the loose ball and takes the free quickly. Keegan and Brennan tangling for the first time. The St. Columkille's captain comes out on top, and Woods again is the first receiver. Going long towards big Niall Ronan, but Kevin Kane, the man they call the Westport Bull, wins the first delivery and trots back in to pick up Ronan, the two biggest, strongest men on the field in opposition back there on the edge of the square. Here's Brian McDermott, the Westport captain, stretching his legs for the first time, heading towards Hill 16. This is a very strong run for McDermott, and he went for goal, and he sends that shot fizzing along the ground and wide. Well, he loves to get forward, and he had one thing in his mind there, Paul Grady.
Yeah, possibly should have laid that ball across the square there. Brian done everything right, but maybe should have laid it across the square there, and maybe it would have been an easier chance for someone else.
Well, a huge crowd have made the trip from Westport, many of them by train this morning, while St. Columkille's also being supported in big numbers. It's a relatively short journey, of course, from the likes of Laytown and Bettystown, just out the road. And great noise as Shane Scott goes on the attack. Shane Scott, the man who saved the day for Westport in the semi-final with that late penalty, has the honour of kicking their first score at Croke Park. The sides are level after 7.5 minutes. It looks like Shane Scott has come to play. Yeah, Shane Scott seems to be a man on a mission the last few weeks. He really wants this, and he steps up to play it every time. They need someone out there. Shane responds to the task. Super mark by Robert McCloskey, the 35-year-old St. Columkille's midfielder. St. Columkille's go direct. Kevin Kane is hurt, injured himself as he went high for that ball, and he looks to be in some real trouble. He hasn't got back to his feet, and that's why the referee Niall Cullen has stepped in. It was completely accidental. Kane went full-blooded for the ball, and this will be a major concern for Westport. Man who started the 2012 All-Ireland final for Mayo against Donegal. He is the rock at the heart of their defence, and he doesn't go down easy, Paul, and he looks to be in trouble. No, that's concerning for Westport now. Kevin is, like you say, is not a man that goes down easily. He looks to be in a bit of discomfort there now. He could be under pressure. Tony Butler, from a St. Columkille's perspective, we played 8 minutes, size level. How do you feel about how they've set up, and how do you feel about how they've gone so far?
Well, Columkille's are playing fairly traditionally. They're playing with players. There's no load of players behind the ball. They're playing with the three men on the inside forward line. They've played that all year. It's been interesting to note in the run-up to the games, Columkille's games have always been very high-scoring. The philosophy of the team seems to be, we don't care how many you score, but we're going to score not more. It looks like it's going to be a broad, expansive game because both teams have set up fairly with lots of players in the other half, and it allows the long ball to be played in. That is a concern for that chap, Kevin Keane. Yeah, he's still down and still receiving attention. Now Westport will give him every chance to recover. Their full back from Fahy. He is so important to the game plan. He is a real team leader. And as we saw in the junior final, Darren O'Sullivan managed to struggle on, but the universal signal is being made towards the Westport dugout that Kevin Kane will not be able to continue. And Paul, this is heartbreaking for Kevin Kane. You know, we all know how much it means to him to play here with Westport today. He's had disappointments in the past here with Mayo in All-Ireland finals, and to be forced off after less than 10 minutes with an injury it's a really cruel blow.
Yeah, it's a huge blow to Kevin, and it's a huge blow to Westport. You saw the way that Kevin led out the team there before the start. He really was up for this the last few weeks. He's been exceptional for Westport since he came back from the Mayo scene late October. He's really led the way in that camp, and he really was up for this today, and he's a huge loss to Westport. And he really won't go off unless he has to, but it doesn't look good out there, and really the best laid plans, Westport, now we're on the back foot.
Well, I see already Damien Loftus, the manager, and his selectors, Conor Dever, Michael Killeen and Tom Higgins. They've had a conversation, and they've decided David Horan is the man who's going to come in to replace Kevin Kane. David Horan, very experienced defender, won a county championship medal with Westport back in 2009, and a very important squad player in the 2016-2017 season. But Kevin Kane, one of the real warriors in this Westport team. I'm sure his heart must be broken. A man who has come here with Mayo for the All-Ireland finals of 2012, 2013 and again last year, and finished second best, will play no further part in this AIB All-Ireland intermediate football final. And I suppose to use that time-honoured cliche, Paul Grady, they're going to have to try and win it for him now.
Yeah. Look, I mean, David Horan is coming in now. I would imagine David are going to the half-back line somewhere. It's a full back line now. We're completely rejigged. We've already without Liam Kittrick. Now we're without Kevin Kane. So realistically, now the first choice full back line, that leaves Niall McManamon and two lads slot in, probably Keelan Dever. I'm not sure who the other one will be. We'll have to wait and see.
So the game has restarted. 11 and a half minutes on the clock. We will have a fairly hefty chunk of injury time now at the end of the first half. On the ball for Westport, it's the full forward Paul Lambert. One of the leaving certs shoots on the run, high and wide. It remains a point apiece. Well, one of the most fascinating aspects of the build-up has been the debate about the contrast in styles between St. Columkills and Westport. As Tony said, St. Columkills running up big scores in their games. Westport tend to keep it tight at the back. 10 scores or 11 at most usually gets the job done for them. But today they may need just to be that little bit more adventurous, the Mayo champions. Especially if Graham Riley and Ben Brennan and company get firing. But it's been a pretty low scoring start, considering as well the amount of stoppages we've had, as Lee Keegan gets ready to take this free. Back at Croke Park again for the umpteenth time in the last 12 months. Good delivery, finds his man, Colm Moran, faced out by Jamie McDonnell. Moran pops it into the space in front of Lambert, but St. Columkills have got a lot of men back, and now they'll try and hit Westport on the break. Ben Brennan, referee playing the advantage as Brennan heads for the Cusack stand side. Gets the boot under it and knocks in a hit and hope in towards the corner forward. Conlon breaks to big Niall Ronan. Now with Kevin Kane gone off injured, Ronan will try to open his shoulders and get more involved. The former Munster rugby player, former Irish international, lays it back to Graham Riley. Meath captain fouled, wants to take the free quickly, but Niall Cullen doesn't let him take it quickly. Riley frustrated, I think there, he wanted to get the game moving. Niall Cullen though has to take care of some paperwork, and he ticks the name, I think, of Paul Lambert. You'd imagine he could have waited, Tony, to take care of that when the move had finished.
Absolutely, because James Conlon and the full forward line had made a magnificent run. He got the ball cleanly into his hands, and it was disappointing. But this is Conlon on the ball now. He's full of twists and turns.
Yeah, he looks very lively. Riley's delivery, Conlon's gone down, but it's a free out for overcarrying. Good work by the Westport defence. They do that so well. They construct a spider's web of sorts when they get a ball carrier in their sights, and they just swallowed up young James Conlon there, the 18-year-old corner forward, and the chance was gone. Here's Brian O'Malley. In fact, it's Brian McDermott, rather, the Westport number 6, galloping down that far side. Across comes Joe Sweeney, and Joe takes man and ball, and it's possession back to Westport.
I was just going to make a point about James Conlon there. James got the award in Meath Awards last a couple of months ago. He got Meath Young Footballer of the Year. The two previous recipients of that award from our club was one Bernard Finn and one Graham Riley. So James Conlon is one to watch. And we have great expectations for him today.
And he's in illustrious company with Messrs Flynn and Riley. Here's the Westport corner forward. Colm Moran shoots. Score won't stand. Referee had blown the whistle for a free in. Now I know Westport will get the free, Paul Grady, but Niall Cullen has shown in these first 15 minutes that he's not going to let it flow. He's going to bring it back, and you can see already players starting to get a little frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, there's an advantage rule in place there. It really should be utilised better than that. I mean, that's what it's there for. Colm Moran done all the hard work there, got the score. There's no guarantee you'll get the free. It should be happening. Just as an aside there, an interesting note, I think Brian O'Malley seems to have gone into slotted into full back to replace Kevin Kane, and David Horan has gone into wing back. I would say Brian McDermott has gone to midfield.
Well, a lot of reshuffling in the Westport defence as Fionn McDonough lines up this free. He was man of the match in the Mayo final back in October, and he likes the look of that. A little fist pump from McDonough, and over it goes. And Westport are back in front after 16 minutes of the AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club Football Final. Don't forget, wherever you're watching the game today, you can get in touch with us via social media, at Local Streaming on Twitter. Use the hashtag #TheToughest, and you can also find us on Facebook. First 16 minutes have come and gone, and it's advantage Westport, the pre-match favourites. Colm Kills, though, try to construct an attack down this right-hand side. Owen Woods covering across is David Horan, the substitute, filling the gap there in front of his full back line, and it's worked out as far as Liam Staunton. Now Lee Keegan charging out of the back line. The next link in the line is James Welch, but he's been robbed by Niall Ronan, and away goes Graham Riley. Westport defence caught out of position. Riley twists, turns, shoots, trying to cut the cloth to the measure and just left it short. Really should have scored.
Absolutely, he left that short. I thought he had plenty of time, and he just dropped it under the crossbar, dropped it short. Disappointed with that one. That's one that got away. Hope we don't pay for the price for that later on. It's a low scoring game, and every score is going to be so critical.
Shane Scott, good delivery towards Oisín McLaughlin. Ball just doesn't stick initially. McLaughlin, a Mayo minor footballer last year, goes back for a second bite. And for some reason there, Adam Lynch left the knees in. I think he's protesting his innocence. The linesman happy enough to wave him away. Well, it's a Westport ball. Adam Lynch, who described himself in his player profile as a rapper, a student and a baller. And I think he's not going to back away from too much either, Tony, by the looks of things.
No, I earlier on in the commentary you referred to one of the Westport players as being the guy who'll stick to somebody. Well, that's Adam Lynch. One of the local schools produced a video where kids were pretending to be players on the Colm Kills team, and what they had was a young kid following another player all around the school. It was good fun. But Adam is cheek tough, and he will follow a guy all over the park, no problem. Great, very fit young man.
And he's just been booked as well there. The linesman did report him for that late tackle and unnecessary intervention, shall we say, with Oisín McLaughlin. He's in the book. Here's Keegan, as usual in the thick of things. His brother Phil was the first man on the scene. Ball recycled back to McManaman, and here's Lee Keegan again. There's a real buzz now among the Westport crowd as the team press forward. Lambert gives it to McManaman. Now James Welch. St. Colm Kills have organised their defence. They've got a dozen players between the ball and their own goal, and they're challenging Westport to break them down. 19 minutes gone. It's been a low scoring start. Westport lead by 1. Brian McDermott trying to break the line, but he brought the ball into the tackle. Paul Lambert, he's a real ball of fire. Makes a nuisance of himself, wins the ball back, wins the free for Westport. And that's what the likes of Lambert does so well. Get in on the breaks and take the game to the opposition.
Yeah, he's a great bit of stuff. He's a very low centre of gravity. He gets in amongst the breaking ball there, and he's very hard to dispossess. Done very well there to win the free. Westport on top at the moment, but looking to drive it home.
And it's Fionn McDonough again who steps up. Got a game with Mayo back in January in the FPD Connacht League, looking for his second point, his second free, and his eye is in. And Westport pushed the lead out to 3-1. And I know there are a lot of people watching this game on local streaming this Sunday afternoon all around the world. And down in Westport, I know we're being beamed into everywhere from the Towers to Toby's to the Castle Court. And I know in the Towers there's an after wedding party. Jerry McLaughlin and his new bride Bridget are watching on. Bridget's brother Liam is out there in the thick of it with Westport as Colm Moran shoots for a score just wide. Well, St. Columkills have found themselves pinned back in now in the last few minutes. Tony, Westport applying the full court press.
Absolutely, it's things are beginning. You just get a little bit worrying here because I just say Westport are playing with that a degree more enthusiasm, a degree more urgency, winning a bit more of the breaking ball. So we need we're taking Niall Ronan out from full forward. He's had to win a couple of good balls in there and put it straight in. Will Ben it? No.
Great take by Brian O'Malley, another of the leaving certs, another of the Mayo minors of last year. Very good in the air. Here's Keegan to Shane Scott. And ambling up from the half-back line again comes Brian McDermott. St. Columkills starting to fall back a little as Paul Lambert delivers a diagonal ball. Just one man to aim at. It's his colleague from Rice College, Colm Moran. Lovely pick-up. Not a bad sidestep either. He's gone for it. Oh, what a score from Colm Moran. He's just 18 years of age. He's still in school. But he taught the Columkills backline a thing or two there. Westport lead 4-1.
Yeah, even if this game goes on to the 72, 73 minutes the last game went on to, you won't see a better score than that. Excellent from Colm on his left foot. Had an awful lot to do there and he made little of it.
Was there a case there for travelling? Not being belittling, there was a fantastic skill set there, dummies and shifting, and just thought he might have travelled a little bit there, but we'll give him this great point. It was a great score.
I think Niall Cullen alright may have given Colm Moran the benefit of the doubt as he rode the tackles, and Colm Moran with his first leaves Westport sitting on a 3-point cushion. 22 minutes gone, but a good solid 4 or 5 of those 22 minutes went by as Kevin Kane was receiving attention. So this first half is going to run on a little. Here's Liam Staunton, man who left that wedding before the speeches last night. He had his mind on the job at hand, battling away there, trying to make some hard yards. Stopped though by Joe Sweeney and company. St. Columkills finding it very hard to break out, finding it very hard to release early ball to the full forward line, to anybody in the forward line. And I suppose an example of that, they've had to go backwards to go forwards, and that's loose from Niall Ronan. Too loose. Colm Moran, he's on fire. 2 in a row for Moran, 2 in a row for Westport. The lead is out to 5-1 now. And you can see why he was a county minor last year, but that was very, very careless from big Niall Ronan.
Absolutely, the 4 Columkills players to 1 there, and as if he says split the difference between the 2 Kills players. He'll not be pleased with that. Dave Sheeran's won some good ball there, unfortunately he's dropped it.
Yeah, Columkills just look a little nervous early on. Nerves should not be an issue, of course, for Niall Ronan. Made over 100 appearances for Munster before he retired from professional rugby. Has also played for Ireland. Here's Shane Scott. He couldn't, could he? Scott from 50 yards. Chalk it down. Shane Scott with an inspirational score, his second of the game. Well, we wondered if the mantle of favourites would weigh heavily on Westport. It doesn't seem to have bothered them a bit. They're 5 in front.
Yeah, interesting to see Graham Riley there came very short for the kick out. He was inside his own 50, sign of the pressure that Columkills are under. We're really pushing up in their kickouts now and we're dominating. And
here they are again. Oisin McLaughlin first to the break. St. Columkills just looks stuck to the ground. Phil Keegan recycled back to Moran. Well, they're shooting from everywhere and anywhere. They're attacking in waves, our Westport, and that's 3 points from play from Colm Moran. He's turning Jamie McDonnell inside out, and St. Columkills have been outscored now by 6 points to no score in the last 15 minutes or so. and it has been some first 25 minutes from Westport, and they're not finished yet. James Welch just wanted that more. He's driving through, nobody at home. They're queuing up inside. Fionn McDonough sneaks a look, and Fionn McDonough slots it over. That's 3 points for him and 3 for Moran. They are teasing and tormenting the St. Columkille's backline.
Yeah, it's looking good for Westport at the moment. In fairness, we've got all the way to an All-Ireland final this year, and we've been probably not clinical enough in front of the post. But today, the biggest day of all, they're going over the bar, and that's exactly what we look for all week.
Well, I was just about to say there have been games this season during this run for Westport when they've barely scored 8 points in an hour, and they've got 8 here after 25 minutes. And Tony Butler, when you consider we've only been playing for about 20 of those minutes, St. Columkille's must be very worried.
Well, absolutely. Very disappointing. I mean, the last time there, 2 of our players clashed. Niall and Joe went up for the ball and they bashed off each other, and they got the spilled ball, and that was 2 of our players out of the game. And just before that, we gave the ball very, very loosely. All I'll just say is that this team have been behind in every single game in the championship they played this year. And I mean, well, maybe not the first, in every championship in the Leinster and in the All-Ireland semi-final, they were behind by a considerable amount at some stage, and they always managed to claim their way back. But they'd want to get on the scoreboard very quickly. They'd want to win this ball, and they'd want to hold on to it.
Well, they wouldn't be a Meath team if they're not able to claw their way back from seemingly impossible situations. How many times over the years have we seen teams in the Royal County, just when we were starting to write them off, come back from the dead? Now today it's going to be St. Columkille's turn, but that's rash from Ben Brennan. The team captain just rushed that shot, didn't settle at all, and that looked like the kick of a frustrated man.
He didn't catch it cleanly. Often we put Niall Ronan in on the square and we look for a breaking ball. So at this stage they probably said we need a goal. They put Niall in the full forward, who has been playing a lot out the field, but Ben didn't connect it cleanly. So there we go.
Yeah, Niall Ronan is in now, all right, in the full forward line again. He's being marked by Brian O'Malley. In case you've joined us late, Kevin Kane, the Westport fullback, off injured after only a couple of minutes, as the ball is spilled by Westport and Columkille's try and break. Here's Graham Riley, their county man, their main man, and he can move. Look at him go. Still Riley, options left and right, slips it to Conlon. Game on. James Conlon with a terrific goal for St. Columkille's, and the Meath champions are right back in the match. Finished by Conlon, made by Riley.
Absolutely fantastic run, and that has been working so often during the course of the year. The support here for that goal was absolutely incredible. And Graham, if he gets the ball and runs at them, he's going to cause damage. We need to get the ball into his hand more often. We need to get him running at defenders. We need to win the ball in midfield. We need to lay it off quickly. We're allowing Westport to get in behind the ball too often. We need to up our game more consistently.
Well, it's the first goal Westport have conceded for hours in this championship. First goal they've conceded since the Connacht Club Championship campaign. But when Graham Riley pinned his ears back there, nobody could stay with him. And Conlon, the young corner forward, the 18-year-old for St. Columkille's, gave Patrick O'Malley no chance. We've got 2 minutes of normal time left, plus that additional time in this first half. And now this game has come to life. Man on the ball for Columkille's is Cathal Hilliard. Recycled back to the goal scorer. Conlon swings it in, back off the post. And the right man in the right place for Westport is James Welch to get it away. Westport's 7-point lead has been cut to 4 as Liam Staunton goes long. Oisin McLaughlin does really well, spins out of the tackle, and away he goes. McLaughlin, he's got pace to burn, still going. McLaughlin shoots. Oh, what a goal! That's absolutely brilliant. Another of the leaving certs, another of the teenagers. He makes it look easy. Terrific run, fantastic finish. What a game.
That's what Oisin McLaughlin offers you. Real pace. You can't coach that. Once he got that ball in his possession, he just burned him.
And Shane Scott catches the kick out and claims a mark. You couldn't make it up. Scott goes long. Moran beaten to the punch by Jamie McDonnell. But Paul Lambert, another of the teenagers, they're so quick and mobile. Again, he gets there first. Sitting in the pocket, it's Moran, and he acknowledges it. He knew, Colm Moran, that was up and over 4 points, all from play. He's filling his boots in the first half an hour. Westport's lead is out to 8 points again. And just when we thought St. Columkills had stopped the rot, Tony Butler, they're hit with a double whammy.
Absolutely. Just when we thought we'd psychological benefit to us there, getting the goal and psychological momentum. And then that young lad goes and scores a fantastic goal. He stuck it right down the corner, hit the post. It was an excellent finish, and credit to him. That's very disappointing now. But we came back once before. We cut the lead, so we're going to do it again.
Jordan Brown scuffs the kick out, but all's well that ends well for Columkills. Here's Graham Riley. Gives it and goes and takes the return. Riley, he has one thing in his mind. He's heading as quickly as he can for that Westport crossbar. Riley drops it in. Out comes O'Malley. It could go anywhere. Drops to Conlon. He's 5'5" and he's ducking and weaving. And somehow he's got the ball ripped out of his arms by Liam Staunton. Well, I wasn't aware you could do that, but Niall Cullen, I think, didn't see it. He just had the ball ripped from his grasp, and he's still down, James Conlon, down in the Westport Square. We're into the first minute of injury time. We've just been told we'd have at least 6, so 5 to go. Westport leading 1-9 to 1-1. Here's the goal scorer, Oisin McLaughlin. Man inside making his break is McDonough. No, it was Phil Keegan. Jordan Brown, the goalkeeper, came and he takes out the man and the ball. Phil Keegan there cleaned out and he looks to be hurt back in the St. Columkills Square. James Conlon has picked himself up at the other end. Men dropping like flies in this AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club final. It's tough stuff. They are tearing into one another. And it's free to Columkills.
I just see the change there. Graham Riley was coming into the game having a big influence, and I see that the Westport people have just put Lee Keegan on him. You know, I say they're probably saying, right, what we have, we hold here. It's no long way to go, but Lee Keegan on Graham Riley. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, good spot, Damien Loftus. The Westport manager has made that move. The footballer of the year, Keegan, picking up Meath's captain, Graham Riley. Conlon beaten by the hop, as Keelan Dever pops it to the runner, Brian O'Malley. 2 hops from O'Malley, and the referee, I think, for a moment there, had to have a think. Spots it, gives it free to Columkills. Riley releases Cathal Hilliard. Hilliard takes a look, steadies down, and sweeps it over the bar. Superb score from Cathal Hilliard. First of the day, man who's worn the green and gold of Meath at all levels over the years. He's in his mid-20s. And he's pulled it back to a 7-point game. Much, much better from the Meath and Leinster champions.
Well, every score gives a player confidence and gives a team confidence. So hopefully now we'll see more players coming into the game.
Patrick O'Malley, former Mayo Minor goalkeeper. That was back in 2015. Goes long with the kick out. Won by McCloskey, but he delivered it too quick and too early for James Conlon's liking. And despite his blinding pace, the corner forward unable to get there, and the ball wins the race. We're into the 4th minute now of stoppage time. We were told we'd have at least 6. It's been an action-packed first half. James Welsh, Paul Lambert makes his move. Now Lee Keegan. Westport content to bide their time. Keegan gets his head up, spots the run inside of Colm Moran, who's had Adam Lynch switched on to him, but Lynch is beaten by the hop, and Moran, there's no stopping him. Into Lambert. Referee has brought it back for a free out. He felt Moran was tugging the defender.
I think if I could pass the ball from one hand to the other.
Did he change hands? That's what Niall Cullen, I think, was trying to demonstrate. He was moving his hands furiously there, the referee. Free to Columkills in any event, and it works out in the end for Ben Brennan. Niall Ronan tried to get there in front of Brian O'Malley, but O'Malley just got a hand in to spoil it for him. And Westport will try and work their way through the lines. Lee Keegan, 27 years of age, the oldest man on the Westport team, to Shane Scott. Roll towards Oisin McLaughlin. Westport playing the game at their own pace. Liam Staunton That's a poor ball. He just seemed to get caught in 2 or 3 minds there, Liam Staunton, on a different wavelength to the other forwards, as we tick into the 6th minute of stoppage time. So roughly 60 seconds, give or take. And then it will be at the discretion of Niall Cullen. Here's the Colmcille's midfielder, David Sheeran. Day job is Agarda. Ball popped out to Owen Woods. Westport erecting the barricades as Woods delivers. One man inside, it's Conlon. Lovely flick back towards Riley. Outnumbered 4-1, and there was a hand where there shouldn't have been a hand. Graham Riley fouled. Well, Westport get the bodies back so quickly around the ball carrier. Those passes have to be precise and perfect. But Riley used all his experience there, and he gets what he came for.
Absolutely, yeah. You're quite right, Mike. The way I see it is that the Colmcille's build-up, sometimes if you play across the pitch, it is allowing Westport to reset. And when they reset, it's just hard to break through. And we have to get early ball, nice crisp passing in at the full forward line, and they have to be out in front with more urgency than we've seen so far. But the ball into it has to be better.
Well, the referee, Niall Cullen, blows for half-time. That point from Graham Riley means that St. Colmcille's have narrowed the margin back to 6 points at the break. It's been a fascinating first half in the AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club Football Final, but it's advantage Westport. The Mayo and Connacht champions lead the Meath and Leinster representatives by 1-9 to a goal and 3.
Mike, thank you very much. I'm joined now by Paddy O'Rourke and Coleman Goggins, both of AIB and both the men who have played here on this field on many occasions. Coleman, our first time to have you on local streaming. That has been a very exciting first half.
Yeah, I suppose every team is delighted to get a chance to come out and play in Croke Park. Westport probably snapping it up that little bit earlier than Colmcille's, I guess. They look a lot more lively there in the first half. Seem to have a lot of guys running off the ball and creating a lot of chances, and they have the scores on the board to reflect that. But in fairness to Colmcille's, they're digging in there. That score just towards the end has kept them narrow the gap a little bit. Graham Riley's got on a lot of ball, but just probably need to be a little bit more clinical up front with the ball that's going in. But great for the two teams to get an opportunity to play here, and Westport just shining it at the moment, I suppose.
Yes, there was a kind of a press on the accelerator by Westport at one stage there, Paddy. They got a great few scores together, but then Graham Riley made that magnificent run, laid it off inside, beautiful pass, and Colmcille's hung on then.
Yeah, I think
even though they're still well down, but they're still hanging in there.
Straight away after Kills got their goal, Westport hit back straight away, and that was a bit of a sucker punch for Colmcille's. And we talked beforehand about maybe Colmcille's trying to get James Conlon into a bit of space there, but Colin Moran inside and Ronan Geraghty for Westport there, they're making hay inside in the full forward line there, and they're the stars of the show so far, and they're after clipping 4 or 5 points from play there. But it's down to 6, it was 8, and I think it's an uphill battle, but they're clinging in there now. A goal early in the second half, and it's going to be game on again. And I think Graham Riley hasn't really hit 100% yet. So I think if he can make a few more of them runs through the middle, he will create a bit of chaos in the Westport defence, and there will be goal opportunities. But they need to get him on the ball, coming with his speed.
He is threatening, though, isn't he? He is showing sparks every now and then of what he can do.
Oh yeah. He's electric pace off the shoulder, and once he breaks that first line in between the half-back line and heading towards goals, the only way to stop him is to bring him down.
We often hear about young players not knowing enough to be afraid, if you know what I mean. I see Angus O'Mackey tweeting on Twitter, saying on Twitter, what are they feeding the leaving certs in Rice College in Westport? That's what Kevin McLaughlin teaches, actually. But maybe they're feeding him Kevin McLaughlin. Yeah. But young lads stepping up to the plate here, showing no inhibitions. Great to see.
Yeah, and look, Kevin has been experienced out there, so I'm sure he's passed on a bit of wisdom to them. Like the big thing when you get out on the field is obviously to have that belief that you're able to go on and play, and it's not every day you get to play in Croke Park, so huge opportunity for them. So obviously guys were told, go out, enjoy yourself, express yourself, and Westport have been better at that in the first half, I suppose. Maybe from Colmcille's point of view, they're very reliant on Graham Riley, the guys inside. First touch here is critical, so if it's not sticking first ball, there's Westport guys smothering you next to them coming away with the ball. So if they can just deliver that ball a little bit slicker inside, get Graham coming at pace there where they're able to pop a pass onto him, that might create the goal chance that's needed probably to just reignite the Colmcille's challenge. But look, an opportunity to play. Westport so far so good, but I certainly think that knowing Meath footballers that they'll come out with something in the second half to try and deliver on that.
How would you rate the quality of the game, Paddy?
There's a high tempo, there's a high speed to it, and there's no holding back. We thought maybe that from watching the semi-final, that Westport might be a bit more defensive, but they're definitely not showing that today. Like they're going straight at it, straight down the middle, trying to get the ball into the two men inside as quick as possible. After a few minutes, they got a sucker punch from Kevin Keane, been stretchered off. Now I hope he's not too badly injured. Now it's never nice to see one of the main men on the day having to go off so early, but they've readjusted themselves quite well, and I think it's open there now for a cracking second half. Colm Kills have to go for it, and we'll see loads of space in the full back line there for Westport to exploit if they can break up the field. So it's going to be a cracking second half, and one would be looking forward to.
A lot of talk about Lee Keegan's role at Westport. He tends to play a more holding kind of a game, mopping up around the place. How do you think he has done in the first half?
He's just linking the play nicely there between the back line and the forward line. I'd seen him on a couple of attacks, just picking up Graham Riley going forward, just maybe after they hit back with the goal, maybe just to curb the Colm Kills threat a bit. But his best work is kind of stopping the opposition, and when you don't see the key men for the opposition doing well, he's doing his job. Like he's not going to be standout doing his defending, but he's linking the play very well, and he's curbing the attacking threat so far from the half forward line in St. Colm Kills. But if we see him going forward, we know he's going to kick a few scores as well. But he's doing his game, he's playing his game plan right to a T.
In a word, Coleman, how do you think it's going to finish up?
Yeah, I think Westport just have that little bit more from all round, like you mentioned about Lee Keegan there, so he's not standing out, but there's other guys getting scores for them, which is enough to see them in front at half time. On the other hand, Colm Kills are maybe that bit more reliant on their big man, who's Graham Riley, to maybe come into the play to try and create stuff for them. So Westport seem to have that little bit more around the place than Colm Kills do at the moment. But that said, another 35 minutes where you'd expect Colm Kills to come with something a little bit different in the second half. They can get an early couple of scores and narrow the gap, then you'll start maybe to put the squeeze on Westport and see then if you can push past that. But at the moment, certainly Westport look just that little bit more complete throughout the first half.
I suppose it's the first time for these lads to be going in at half time in a Club All-Ireland final up by 6 or 7 points, so they're going to maybe sit back, maybe a little bit, try and protect the lead. If Colm Kills can attack them early and get a couple of scores, maybe like Westport did, rattled off 5 or 6 in a row there. But at the moment, the game, it's a game for Westport to lose at this stage. I think they're firmly in the driving seat. But as the game draws closer to a finish, you might see some mistakes and a bit of nerves creeping in. So, look, you don't want it. You don't want it to slip away. There's a 6-point gap there now. You don't want it to slip away to 7 or 8, maybe 9 points. So I'm really hoping Kills can dig in there and get the first maybe 1 or 2 scores of the second half and take it from there.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much, Paddy and Coleman, AIB ambassadors, and I know Coleman has a role overseeing all the ambassadors around the country in AIB as well, the GA ambassadors. And I'm going to bring in a man who had a very different engagement this time yesterday. A former Colm Kills player, Paddy knows him well, Brian Kelly, former Meath minor, under-21, international rules player in your teenage years as well. But much more importantly, and I'm sure Jane Kerwin or Jane Kelly as she's now called, you got married yesterday and you're spending your first day of your honeymoon without your wife in Croke Park.
Yeah.
Explain yourself to the world, Brian Kelly.
Well, after the semi-final, I was in the car coming home from Armagh. I said I better approach this subject anyway, so I put in for planning permission early, and thankfully Jane granted it. It was subject to a few conditions, but no, she was good enough to let me come up, and they're all back in my mum's house now at the minute, eating curry and drinking tea and watching this. So we had a great day yesterday. Some of the lads who were playing there for the Kills were at it as well, and we fed them and sent them off after the speeches. I saw one of them leaving with a bag of pick and mix, so I won't say who it was, just in case I give the Westport fellas a bit of an advantage. But no, we had a great day, and if the lads if they can pull it off in the second half, it's going to be a massive ask against Westport. We're 6 points down now. It'll just cap off a great weekend. The whole parish is buzzing for the lads, and it's been extra special for me as well, because I'm meeting so many people here today who are congratulating me and all the rest, so it's absolutely fantastic,
And if you win it, what's going to happen?
I don't know, I'd say there won't be a cow milked in Bettystown for a week, but no, if they win, a big night tonight, and I believe a few of them have a couple of days booked off work. So
yourself and Jane?
Well, we're taking it easy for a few days, and we're not going on honeymoon till Easter, so I might be let out tomorrow for a couple.
Should have the celebrations wrapped up by then, will you?
Yeah, I think so. We'll try, and she might let me out tomorrow for a couple of drinks with them as well.
Okay, Brian, thank you for joining us, and best of luck, and congratulations to your bride as well.
Thanks, William. Thank you.
Okay, Brian Kelly, stalwart with Colmcills for many, many years. We're going to take a catch our breath now. We like to mention where people are watching from. Mayo Hour are being on as well. They've been John Collins is on there as well. O'Sullivan's Bakery congratulating Glen Bay, Glen Carr. Sean Egg Ubber, NASA, Ciara Galvin at a niece's birthday party. The children are calling for Frozen, and she's calling for the toughest. I'm sure you'll win that one, Ciara. Ben Woods is there as well. We have Dara Bree and Conor Welch, former Westport players, watching in Boston. And we have Sarah and Eileen McKevely and Anthony McRae watching in Mayo. And we have, let's grab a few more here. Lisa Dillon, sister of Alan, watching in the desert. I'm not quite exactly sure, is she in United Arab Emirates or somewhere like that, but she is watching the toughest, watching Westport. Great Ballintubber and Mayo supporter as well. Emily Griffin watching, and the Brafey boys are watching to support Westport as well. Lots of messages. We're trying to get some more a little bit later on too. But Tony Butler from Colmcills, you didn't play poorly. You played some very good football at times, but Westport had a real purple patch there and put serious daylight between the two of you. You came back and then they bounced back again. So you just haven't been able to get a full grip of it.
No, we scored the first point, and then they conceded 8 in a row, and that's a lot. They've given themselves a lot to do in the second half. But as I say about this team here, one of the qualities they have is traditional Meath quality of, they will fight to the bitter end, and they have been behind in every championship match this year, and they came back and they acquitted themselves. Another quality that Colmcills have, they have a very, very strong bench, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of players are sprung. So there's great pace in some parts of that Westport team, and there's 1 or 2 players who've got great pace on their bench, and I could see maybe a couple of changes. So I see the teams coming out there now, see Colmcills.
We'll keep an eye on that for a second. Quick word from you, Paul. Westport haven't been scoring freely all year. In fact, their half-time tally of 1-9 is as much as they've been doing.
Yeah, that's the big difference today, Liam. We've been talking about it all year with local streaming. We're not clinical enough in front of the post. We've been dominating games. Today, that ball has gone over the bar. We're exceptional up front. We're on top all over the pitch. And the big thing for us is how we've adjusted. Loss of Kevin Kane after 10 minutes, huge for Westport. We've reset the team, and it's been seamless. Huge credit to them. Okay, well done. Hello to the Adrian and Linda Philbin and family in Ballinrobe and County Mayo as well. We'll be going back to Mike Finnerty in a moment. Both teams back out on the field. Interesting to note that Colmcills got a very enthusiastic round of applause. They don't feel they're beaten yet by any means, despite the margin being at 6 points. Back to Mike Finnerty and the commentary team.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Welcome back. St. Colmcills of Meath and Westport of Mayo not wasting any time in the dressing room at the break, both out and being very punctual ahead of the start of this second half. No changes as far as we can see on either side. The only thing we have spotted is that Lee Keegan has gone back into the full back line to shadow Graham Riley. He was switched on to Riley midway through that first half when Riley started to get a run on his first marker. And it looks like the Footballer of the Year is going to spend at least the early stages of this second half close to his own goal. So the referee, Niall Cullen, gets this second half underway. It's Colmcills playing in the white shirts from right to left in the second half, down towards an empty Hill 16, and they're on the attack straight away. Big Niall Ronan is in under this, and he flicks it down, and it's popped up and over by Ben Brennan. Well, the Colmcills captain has been waiting impatiently to get that first score of the day. He's had a few near misses and a few bad misses, and I'm sure, Tony, he's a relieved man to see that ball finally go over the bar for him.
Well, absolutely. Ben is one of these players, the heart and soul of the club, and he'll always compete, always great concentration. Now, hopefully, we can kick on from here now and not let them get a score. We need to keep the pressure on for every minute of the game.
Here's Fionn McDonough, breaks one tackle and a second, makes an angle. He was looking for his 4th point of the final. Sees this one though flash wide of the goal. First chance of this second half for Westport. and we've just spotted Damien Loftus has made a change at the break. Ronan Geraghty, who was named in the programme to start, he's one of 4 sets of brothers in the Westport squad. He's in, and it is Liam Staunton who has been replaced. So a change in the forward line. Here's Oisin McLaughlin, the man who's lit up Croke Park in the first half. Well, one of many. Here's Lambert, his colleague at school in Rice College. And they haven't combined for a score. Well, that was very, very close. From our angle here, initially it looked over. Now remember, the umpires do have the benefit of Hawkeye if they feel they need it. But I think one umpire looked at the other there and they were happy enough. They were in agreement. That shot flashed just wide of the post. It remains a 5-point lead for Westport. We just confirmed as well at half-time, by the way, that goal scored by James Conlon in the first half brought to an end a run of 5 games in the championship that Westport had played without conceding a goal. Patrick O'Malley beaten for a rare occasion as Colm Moran shoots another wide for Westport. Well, they could and probably should be further ahead now, Paul. That's 2 misses at the start of this second half.
Yeah, 2 early misses from Westport. Hopefully that's not a trend for the second half. Just looking out there on positional changes, David Horden is in the middle of the field with Shane Scott. Lee Keegan has obviously gone into full back line to pick up Graham Riley. And obviously Ronan Geraghty then is in for Liam Stanton. So that's the way we're set up for the second half.
Another mark there taken by Ahagaur's finest, Shane Scott. Huge man, the Westport midfielder. Showed nerves of steel to convert that penalty in the 58th minute of the semi-final win over Kenmare. A kick that ultimately forced the game to extra time. And he certainly is paying his way in the middle of the field so far as Graham Riley gets away from Lee Keegan. Makes some time and some space, and that is a fantastic score from Graham Riley. Well, there's no doubt the hardest part is losing Keegan. Once Riley does that, he's away in a hack, and that was a super score.
Absolutely magnificent score. I don't know where Lee Keegan was, went to sleep. But the tail of the second half so far, 2 column kill scores from 2 shots, 3 wides for Westport, down to a 4-point game. It's getting interesting.
Well, there's no doubt that right now out there, Keegan and Riley are the 2 heavy hitters. They're the 2 potential game breakers. Column kills back to within 4. Hilliard. Here's Robert McCloskey. The playmaker is Ben Brennan. He was trying to thread the eye of a needle, but dropping back into the gap for Westport was Ronan Geraghty. Good interception. Now this is where Westport are at their best, breaking at pace. Phil Keegan, man who plays quite a bit of soccer with Westport United. McLaughlin takes the hit from the wing back Joe Sweeney, and McLaughlin up and good to go again. Slips through a gap that wasn't really there, McLaughlin. Ball recycled to Geraghty, sneaks a look. The sub shoots high and away to the left and wide. Confirmation as well, we've just been told the attendance for this AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club football final at Croke Park, 9,075. Big crowd for the intermediate showpiece. And down underneath us in the Hogan stand, supporters of Westport and Colmkills in full voice. It's the biggest day in these players' lives, in their club's existence. And it is a winner-takes-all affair. That's a loose ball. Sheeran left it short, and back there to cover goes Kieran Ward. Well, Niall Cullen eventually steps in, and he's awarded a hot ball just inside the Colmkills 45-metre line. I think he felt it was 6-1, half dozen the other. And the 2 big men are going to shape up for it. It's St. Colmkills' David Sheeran, the 6'3" midfielder, and the 6'something Shane Scott. Well, however he managed it, Scott comes away with the ball, and equally as baffling is how he won that free, because it looked initially like he was going to lose the hot ball. Never mind earn Westport a shot at goal, but it's all worked out in the end. And Shane Scott, Paul Grady, is not going to die wondering. He has thrown himself into this final.
No, you have to admire Shane in the last few weeks, in the last few months. He really has blossomed in a Westport midfield, and he is certainly not going to go home without a fight.
Colm Moran with the free, got underneath it, and it drops away to the left and wide. Well, as we mentioned earlier, a huge audience watching this game on the AIB YouTube channel all around the world this Sunday afternoon. James O'Connell has been in contact from Denver, Colorado, where he tells us it's a bluebird day. Beautiful day out there, beautiful day back here, and I know we're coming through loud and clear in Inches Bar on Main Street in Ballinrobe. Vinny and his gang, his entourage, watching this AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club football final. And I know back in Bettystown and Laytown and the surrounding areas, they are glued to it as well. Graham Riley dodges the tackles, kicked that ball though right down the throat of Brian O'Malley. Westport's defence is so well organised. They really have it off to a fine art. They have been suffocating teams all through this championship run, from early last May right to this afternoon. Brian O'Malley leaves it across for Brian McDermott. He, of course, if Westport go on to win this, will be the man that lifts the trophy. Still a long way to go though. We're just 7.5 minutes into the second half. Here's Lee Keegan. Thought about trying to take his man on the outside, instead keeps it simple and lays it back to Paul Lambert. Colm Kills have set their defence. Shane Scott decides he's going to shoot over the blanket. What a finish from Shane Scott. Another one right out of the top drawer from the Westport number 9. 3 from play and counting. He's having the game of his life on the biggest stage of them all. Westport lead by 5 again.
Yeah, you're looking for leaders out there, and Shane Scott is absolutely standing up to it. Here he goes again for another kick out.
Well, he's stuck in everything, Shane Scott. And Colm Kills are struggling to get to grips with them. Won their first Meath Intermediate Championship for 28 years back in 2016. And trying to break new ground here at Croke Park. But now they have some catching up to do. They've fallen 5 behind. Ben Brennan it was who was caught up there in that Westport cover, and somebody brought his run to an end illegally. I think it's Phil Keegan, and perhaps with a little bit of help from Niall McManaman. And the end result is a shot at goal for Ben Brennan. Well, he delivered big time, as Tony said earlier, in that All-Ireland semi-final win over Pomeroy Plunketts of Tyrone. Stepped up to land the decisive score. He's also a man with inter-county experience, and this should be well within his range.
Yeah, Ben has played in the O'Byrne Cup for Meath just in the January, February there, and he played in Meath Juniors last year. Yeah, we need this one, Ben. Come on, over the bar, Ben.
Ben Brennan steadies, shoots, and Patrick O'Malley, the tall Westport goalkeeper, was stretching every muscle there. Ben Brennan just didn't get enough on it, didn't get underneath it, and Patrick O'Malley denies Colm Kills a score. Their manager, by the way, Colm Nally, is getting ready to make a double substitution. Jack Reynolds and Conor O'Byrne will be in any moment as Phil Keegan goes driving hard at the Colm Kills goal. He's been fouled by Robert McCloskey. Well, there's so much pace in this Westport team, so much running power. Phil Keegan, who works as a personal trainer, he could do that all day long, Paul O'Grady. He just runs and runs and runs.
He's made of the same stuff as Lee, obviously, a pure athlete, tough as they come. He'll go all day for you. Fantastic ball there from Lee. They put him clear, and they had no choice. They had to take him down. He was going through.
Well, the O'Byrne brothers pass one another like ships in the night there. It's Connor who's come in to replace David, and Jack Reynolds is on for Joe Sweeney. Colm Nally feels it's time to roll that dice, make some changes. We're 11 minutes into the second half. Westport leading by 5 as up to the plate steps Fionn McDonough. Hit 3 points down at the other end in the first half. And he has shanked that kick away to the right. The Westport wides tally starting to mount up in this second half. They're keeping Culumkills at arm's length, but it should be more comfortable.
It should, absolutely. We seem to be rushing our shots a bit in the second half. I think we need a little bit more composure. We're possibly showing a little bit of our inexperience, our youthful exuberance in there. A little bit more patience in front of the posts to make the possession dominance count.
Well, it's a real battleground in that middle third of the field. So many big men. It's like the land of the giants, but this time Culumkills come away with the ball. Keegan's all over Riley, and if that was seen as a deliberate pull down, well, it will be history repeating itself for Lee Keegan. It looks like it will be a black, to be honest. Graham Riley taken down by Keegan. How did the referee see it? Well, it's very black and white. If it was seen as a deliberate pull down, Keegan's day is done. But judging by Niall Cullen's body language, there's no card coming, and Lee Keegan's a very, very lucky man.
I think honestly, despite my Westport bias, I think that would have been harsh. I think Lee put his hand in there. Graham made absolutely the most of it. He's an experienced inter-county footballer as well. He knew what was happening, so did Lee. It could have gone either way, but I think...
Riley shot! Goal! A goal for St. Culumkills and a goal for Ben Brennan. The captain plays the captain's part. The debate about Keegan's tackle, foul, should he have been booked or black carded or not, will go on. But the goal counts. No arguments, no debate about that. And St. Culumkills of Meath are right back in this game. Now the ball back in Westport's court. McDermott running down the barrel of the gun. Breaks to Phil Keegan. He's surrounded. Gets the shot in. It's a big moment. Westport need it, and Phil Keegan delivers. This has been some game. It has ebbed and flowed one way and then the other. And just like they did in the first half, when St. Culumkills struck for a goal, Westport come right back down the field and pick off a point. This time it's Phil Keegan, the lesser known of the Keegan brothers. But how did he manage to find the time and the space and dig that out?
Great reaction from a Culumkills goal. As you say, similar to the first half, straight down the field, got a score, very important. Keep that gap, we're still 3 points ahead, but we should be a little bit more, but we need to keep that cushion because they are dangerous, certainly.
Well, we were all still thinking about and debating that Lee Keegan tackle. It had echoes of the All-Ireland final all over again. Lee Keegan and Jeremy Connolly that day, Lee Keegan and Graham Riley today. But Culumkills got on with it, and Ben Brennan with a fabulous finish, Tony. Let's discuss that for just a moment. It was some goal.
Absolutely, Ben. Top corner, keeper no chance. Just going back to the Lee Keegan thing, I thought it was exactly the same part as the position in the pitch where he got the black card last year with Connolly. To my mind, it was a no-brainer. It was hand over the shoulder. It was straight down. But however, listen, it's still in the cracking game here. Kieran Kelly's on the pitch, Jack Reynolds on the pitch, Conor O'Byrne's on the pitch. These guys are well capable of scoring.
We've got 15 and a half minutes of normal time left as Ronan Geraghty tries to go through, and he's been pulled down, and that's a free in. It was Colin Moran, in fact, who was in on the end of that move. There is a swarm of Westport forwards who are more than capable of getting on ball and taking on their men and going by them, and nobody knew that more than the Culumkills backline there. Jamie McDonnell, I think, felt he had no option but to bring down Moran rather than let him in on goal.
I thought it was closer.
And now the, well. The Westport forward, yeah, he's going back a little. I think he's decided to give himself a better angle. He's trotted back out along that 13-metre line. This to restore Westport's 4-point lead, and he's missed it. Well, that's an incredible miss by young Colin Moran on his own side. He was scoring at his leisure in the first half, but he's shooting a little awry in the second. And the big worry for such a young man, I suppose, Paul, is that misses like that would start to get to him.
Yeah, you would hope it wouldn't be the case. I mean, Cullen was having a fantastic game out there. He's some great scores from play. But the reality is Cullen would probably be our third choice free taker from that side. Lewis Cawley obviously out injured long term. Liam Stanton is gone, so Cullen stepped up to it, and you can't argue.
Here he is trying to make amends. Shot blocked down by a couple of Colmcille's defenders. One of them back there was the big number 8, David Sheeran. He is a man mountain. And Colmcille's apply the pressure. And they get their free. Westport unable to find a way through. This game's still in the mix. 3 between the teams. If it was to finish level, we would have extra time. That's a very poor free from Graham Riley, who's actually gone down after kicking it. I think he may have injured himself in the process of kicking that free, Graham Riley. Certainly looks to be the worse for wear. Game continues in the background. Shane Scott still going strong. He's got some engine. Shot blocked away for a 45. Well, Scott has been taking the game to St. Colmcille's since this game began at 5 minutes to 4. I see St. Colmcille's are getting ready to bring Niall Ronan back in. He's sporting a Willie Joe Patton style 1989 Viking headband. Looks to have picked up a head injury of some sort during the third quarter, and he's had to be patched up. But I would imagine, as a former Munster rugby player, a former Ireland rugby international, Niall Ronan is as tough as they come, Tony.
Absolutely. Niall was a Meath minor in his day, and he had a very, very successful career as a footballer. Went down to Leinster initially and then down to Munster. Came back, and the first thing he had to do was lose about 2.5 stone when he came back. Niall carries a knee injury, and he had to work very, very hard to get fit. Many times people would see that Niall would have been doing exercises with a stretch band, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, walking up and down the pitch with this. And it was a great thing for all the young people to see, acting as a source of inspiration to them, you know, and he's a real leader in that dressing room. Now he came off to get patched up, and Kieran Kelly's in, and I just don't know what the plan is here.
Yeah, they're still waiting to bring Niall Ronan back in. He's only 34 years of age, as Tony alluded to there. He's packed a fair bit into his sporting career already. As we watch Patrick O'Malley step up to the 45. Now, he had to wait a long time over that kick because Graham Riley was being treated, but he's held his nerve. A young man who's sitting his leaving cert later this year at Rice College in Westport. Came up and missed a few long-range frees in the semi-final. Pots this one, though. And now Westport lead by 4. Shane Scott, first to react to the break. Takes a touch. Shoots, bounces awkwardly. Taken in though by Jordan Brown and fired away and picked up by the substitute on this near side, Conor O'Byrne. Man who wanted it was Sheeran, and now Riley. Keegan bursting a gut to try and get back. Riley hits the deck. Riley wins the free. Keegan cannot believe it. He is pleading with the referee that he was an innocent man. The free's been given. And there's a card coming this time, all right, for Lee Keegan. But his battle with Riley is really starting to heat up now in this second half. Yellow for Keegan, a free for Colmcille's, and now, Paul Grady, Lee is walking that very, very fine line.
Yeah, I think yellow is par for the course for Key. I think it's one of his favourite colours, to be honest. You know, I think he'll manage it for the rest of the game. He normally does, but he really has his hands full with Graham Riley out there. Graham has a turn of pace that I actually didn't think he had. He is very fast.
Yeah, very, very quick off the mark. The free from Kieran Kelly, who has taken over from Ben Brennan, and he slots it. Niamh Colmcille 2-6, Cahernamarth 1-12. That's what the giant scoreboard away to our left tells us. It is a 3-point game, and it is the Mayo and Connacht champions Westport who lead St. Colmcille's of Meath and Leinster with 10 minutes to go.
Get away from him.
Colmcille's have the ball. Well, the free didn't travel the necessary 13 metres. They were too close together, the two players there. That was a schoolboy error, really, and they've paid the price. They've turned over the ball.
Oh no, you could see it. You could see that happening beforehand. You know, a little thing like that, big turnover. We scored the last point. We could squeeze them, and we give it back to them. Silly.
The free taken by James Welch. Colin Moran, hands of glue, spins and goes. Moran one-on-one with the defender. Panic in the defence. Goal! Oisin McLaughlin, his second goal. Well, he has been the boy wonder in the Westport forward line today. He still has so much to learn. but he is a deadly finisher. And later in the week, Colm Moran and Oisin McLaughlin will be in class together, hitting the books. But here in Croke Park, they have formed a dynamic duo. Moran teasing and tormenting on one side, McLaughlin on the other. He has had 2 goal chances, he's taken both of them, and now Westport lead by 6 points with less than 9 minutes to go. Oisin McLaughlin has really turned it on, Paul.
Yeah, right place, right time from Oisin there. But that goal was all about Colm Moran. He had no right to win that ball. 2 Meath men surrounding him, won the ball, took them on, burned the 2 of them, and he just left Oisin McLaughlin with a simple tap in.
Shane Scott continuing to give an exhibition of mark taking, but the delivery didn't find its man, and now Ben Brennan to take it on for Colmcills. Ran into 3 Westport defenders. Referee felt they should have taken a step back, or certainly shouldn't have charged at him the way they did. It looked like Ben Brennan had given up the ghost there and just ran straight into the blue wall, but he gets his free. 8 minutes to go now, time running out for Colmcills.
Absolutely, I see a change being made here in Colmcills. Again, when there was a clash between 2 Colmcills players and the man from Westport, he got away, but we have an injured player down there, and I think Jeff Kavanagh is coming on.
Another change by Colmcills, the quick free. Man on the ball is Kieran Kelly. Decoy runs being made left and right. Riley gets room to swing the boot, and Riley drives it high and wide. Well, he'd lost his shadow, Lee Keegan, for a moment. He had to take a very quick look at the goal and let fly. 7 minutes to go, still 6 between them. Are Westport about to go where Davits, Kiltane and Hollymount Carramore were unable to go in recent years and win the AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club title? It is their game to lose at this stage. Ben Brennan goes in hard. He's got Glue McManaman for company, gives it to Sheeran. Inside towards McCloskey, and Patrick O'Malley comes, lets the ball run. McCloskey's gone down. Everybody's looking to the referee, Niall Cullen, and the referee is looking at everybody, and he's backpedaling away. He feels nothing to see, nothing to report. It's a kick out to Westport. Hearts in mouths, Paul Grady, as Patrick O'Malley essentially tried to do a Bruce Groveler on it and step over the ball and let it run out, and it nearly went horribly wrong.
I think Tom Higgins played an absolute blinder there. I think he was blind in the umpire's view of that.
Well, the referee, by the looks of things, has been contacted by one of his fellow match officials. Maybe an umpire down behind that goal. He's certainly heading to his earpiece. Oh, he's given a penalty. Oh, that's incredible. He'd let the kick out be taken. He had waved the protests of St. Colmcills away, and then all of a sudden we saw him reaching for his earpiece. Somebody stepped in, either a linesman or an umpire, to say you've got a decision to make, and Patrick O'Malley has been black carded. Well, you really couldn't make that up. I think it's called a delayed reaction, but Tony Butler, now what happens? The Westport goalie black carded, and St. Colmcills have a penalty, a lifeline, with 5 minutes to go.
Absolutely. Now Jack Reynolds is at their getting on the ball. Jack is a very accomplished player in both soccer and Gaelic. He has turned down, he had a soccer scholarship in Trinity College, turned it down to play Gaelic for Colmcills. He will stick this down into the bottom corner. I have every confidence in him. Now, to be fair, I thought Robbie McCluskey might have bought that penalty. I feel so sorry for that goalkeeper. The ball was way gone, and Robbie jumped in, and he bought the penalty, and I hope that's just the way games can turn on refereeing decisions here. That the referee got it wrong with the Lee Keegan one. That went against us. I thought that one went for us. Now, I see there's 5 minutes left. There's going to be a lot of injury time. It's all to play for, but this one has to be put away. Jack, hold your nerve. Stick that down the corner.
Paul Grady, talk to me about Aaron Dunn. He's just been called in, David Clark style, to face a penalty with 4 minutes to go in an All-Ireland final. This is the stuff of which dreams are made. If he can save it, if it goes in, Game on.
Yeah, possibly goalkeepers don't dream of this kind of situation. They dream of saving a penalty when maybe they're on the pitch a bit longer than this. But Aaron, very good club player all through. He played a lot of club football outfield for Westport underage, and this is his big chance to...
He hasn't played a single championship minute on this run. It's Colmcille's Jack Reynolds against Aaron Dunn. Goal! 3.5 minutes of normal time to go. And this AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club final is giving us the grandstand finish. Westport 2-12, St. Colmcille 3-6. The Meath champions are back to within 3. And we are in for a nail-biting last few minutes. That is some mark by Fionn McDonough. Come at the hour and all of that. Dunn fires it out on top of McDonough and he claims the mark. Textbook penalty by the Colmcille sub Jack Reynolds. McLaughlin jersey tugged by the corner back. Adam Lynch is already on a yellow. Referee plays the advantage. No advantage accrues. It's going to be brought back for a free. And now, if Niall Cullen sees that as a yellow card offence, Adam Lynch is in trouble. But it looks like he's going to be happy enough to give the free. But Jack Reynolds held his nerve. Not long on the field, Tony. Tucked it away.
Absolutely, had immense confidence in him, and I did predict he'd go low into the corner because I've seen him do that on more than one occasion. Great asset, great pace, but we 3 points behind. Now we need this lad. Westport left a lot of scores behind him in the second half. I reckon that was tiredness kicking into these young lads, and as Colmcille, we're just hoping that this one will go wide. So
it's Fionn McDonough. He delivered his finest hour so far in the county final win over Kilchama. This is very, very important, and McDonough never got hold of it at all. Pushes it across the goal and wide, and another one gets away.
You're going to need all our experience now out in the middle of the field. You're going to need your Lee Keegans, your Shane Scotts, Brian McDermott's, these fellas to stand up now in the last few minutes. We're still in a good position, 3 points up. It's ours to win if we can just hold on to the ball, a bit of composure in front of the posts.
58 minutes gone and counting. 90 seconds of normal time to play. Colmcille's in search of a goal to level it or points to pare back the deficit. Here's Kieran Kelly. Fires it back to Ian Mullen. We haven't been told just yet how much stoppage time we'll have. It's all hands on deck now for Westport as they try and hold what they have. Back there to cover is the captain, Brian McDermott. Remember, Westport without the services of Kevin Kane since the 4th or 5th minute when he was injured. He's down underneath us, I'd imagine, in the lower Hogan, watching on, if he can bear to watch. As St. Colmcille's give away a free on the far side. We're into the final minute of normal time. Westport 3 in front. The Holy Grail within touching distance. But against a team from Meath of all places, Paul Grady, it's never over till it's over.
They're never beaten, unfortunately. You'd like them to lie down now and accept defeat, but they don't look like they're going to do that.
All eyes on the 4th official. He's waiting on word from the referee, Niall Cullen. We're into this last 30 seconds of normal time now, and that's a foul on a Westport player over on the far side. This is going to mean a stoppage, as it looks like the entire Westport Order of Malta Brigade are heading in to attend. I think this is what they call in the business running down the clock, Paul.
Yeah, there's no one left in Westport to attend to anyway, so they can all go out there now. There's no problem. Just keep it tight now. Normal time up, thank God. Hopefully another couple of minutes will do us.
I see Tom Higgins, the Westport selector, was in there to check on the welfare of his player as well. Former goalkeeper with the club. Passionate Westport GA man. He is Damien Loftus' right-hand man, Michael Killeen his left-hand man, and they're all present and correct as Shane Scott lines up this free. Have St. Colmcille's got one kick left. We're into injury time. Now the 4th official makes his move. Shane Scott drops in the ball. We're going to have at least 6 minutes of additional time. Phil Keegan has it, trying to use those dancing feet, gets the shot in. It drops away to the left and wide. St. Colmcille's have 5 minutes, Tony Butler, to save the day.
Well, that's it. Hopefully we can win this kick out. Like hits a long. Dave Sheeran's the man you want underneath it.
Yeah, Jordan Brown goes long. It's no time for taking chances. Ball breaks to McCloskey. The veteran midfielder lets it go long in towards Jack Reynolds. Niall Cullen, the referee, lets it develop. Back to cover for Westport is Keelan Dever. His dad, Conor Dever, of course, a Westport selector as well. Former county footballer with Mayo. Lee Keegan, current county footballer with Mayo. Head down and drives on, the only way Keegan knows. Pops it inside to McManaman. There's a man over. Looks like it's Fionn McDonough. It's Phil Keegan, in fact. We're into the second minute of stoppage time. Keegan drops it in. I think he was trying to set Niall McManaman in around the back, but the corner back had run a long way upfield. He just hadn't the legs. He wasn't thinking as far ahead as Keegan was, and that goes out over the line for possession back to Cullen-Kills. Well, Cullen-Kills needed a replay to beat Dundee in the Meath County final. They had to grind their way to this All-Ireland final, and they're not giving up without a fight. Still just one kick of the ball between the teams. Ball work down the Hogan stand side as far as Conor O'Byrne. Colm Moran is back defending. Phil Keegan is back defending. Westport have built a wall across their own 45. Keegan gets in. Keegan makes the challenge. He's given away the free and he's on a yellow, remember. And Niall Cullen's body language would suggest he wants to show a card. Now, Lee Keegan was initially called over. The referee now, in fact, is going looking for somebody else. It's Keelan Dever. Well, bottom line is Cullen-Kills have a free in. It looked like Lee Keegan initially it was who had committed the foul, but Keelan Dever, in fact, was the man fingered by the referee. Yellow for Dever for his part in the challenge. Another change for Cullen-Kills. They're taking out Cathal Hilliard and they're bringing in Niall Ronan. Well, he's been treated on the line for quite a while for that head injury. He's also changed his jersey. He'll wear 31. Here's Jack Reynolds. We're into the 4th minute of stoppage time. Chance for Ronan, blocked by Phil Keegan. Falls to Owen Woods and the wing back drills it high and over the bar. The former Meath Minor pops up in the right place at the right time. Now we've got a 2-point game and we've got 2 minutes or thereabouts to go. 2 minutes of additional time to play. Westport are not making it easy on themselves, Paul Grady.
Haven't done it all year, Mike. I suppose we shouldn't expect anything less. It's looking like Innis all over again, to be honest, but hopefully same result.
Niall McManaman, Westport Footballer of the Year in 2016, to Shane Scott. Surely in the running for man of the match. Brings it into the tackle and Niall Ronan stands his ground as always, and away go Cullen-Kills. Lovely ball from Conlon to give it to Ben Brennan. Brennan winds, shoots, it's over! It was almost inevitable that Cullen-Kills, the Meath champions, would come back from the brink. Like every great Meath team, they're never over, they're never finished until the final whistle sounds. Now we've got 70 seconds or thereabouts to play, and Cullen-Kills are back to within 1. The comeback is nearly complete.
Well, absolutely. Yes, Miser has won it. The 37-year-old Miser has just won that ball. Now, Ben, get on it. You're causing trouble.
Ian Mullen with a super take, but they've given the ball away after working so hard to get it back. Possession is now the most precious commodity of them all. Keegan fires it out to Colm Moran. 40 seconds to play. Colm Moran can't get room to swing the Kitog. Free out for overcarrying. Cullen-Kills defence knew he was going to turn onto that left foot and they forced him down a blind alley. Good defending. Have the Meath champions got 1 kick left in them? Remember, it will go to extra time if they can't be separated. You're watching the AIB All-Ireland Intermediate Club Football Final. Cullen-Kills and Westport. Will we have a winner? It's James Conlon who shoots, pushed away by Dunn and grabbed by Brian O'Malley. It's all over. Westport are the All-Ireland champions, and Mayo's famine at Croke Park is over. After years of near misses and disappointments in All-Ireland club finals, Westport join Crossmolina and Ballina-Stephenites as teams that have came, seen and conquered on All-Ireland club final day. St. Columkills of Meath are flat on their backs and broken-hearted. They played their part in a terrific game, and they came with a flying finish and very nearly caught Westport at the death. But the Mayo champions get it done by the minimum of margins. Westport celebrate their All-Ireland champions tonight.
Well done, Mike. Well done, Tony. Heartbroken, I know. St. Columkills put up some comeback. Paul Grady gets a shake of the hands here from Paddy O'Rourke. I'll go to you first, Paul, because you're winners. You're winners, though. Let you not forget your winners.
That is what we came for. We pulled it off. Great for Westport, great for Mayo. 3 club teams came up here last year, junior, intermediate and senior, all beaten. We're finally bringing one home.
Yes, it was a sensational finish, Paddy O'Rourke. St. Columkills just dug it out and dug it out. They got a break, it must be said, a goalkeeping error. But from there, and Jack Reynolds took it beautifully, from there they just drove on and on and on, and Westport seemed to lose their composure.
Yeah, we talked about it at half time that, you know, some of these lads, this is the first time they've ever been in this position, and the nerves might creep in, and when you're in front you think, let's sit back, let's defend, let's mind the lead instead of kicking on. And I suppose in the situation for the penalty, you know, when a referee misses an instant at the next break in play, the linesman kind of called to his attention that he's missed the decision, so that's where the penalty came from.
You saw the linesman making the move as well, I believe, did you?
Yeah, the linesman and one of the umpires would be all in connection with the referee on a mic, an earpiece and a mic, and they called to his attention that he had missed the situation. The goalkeeper came out, let the ball go out for a wide ball, but then clipped the heels of the Columkills attacker. So it was the right call. The referee should have seen it himself. He was only 10 yards away, but the right call was made, and Columkills stuck it away. But there's no getting away from the fact that the best team out there today won. You know, that they scored what? They scored 14 times to Columkills only scored 11 or 12 times. You know, it's one for the Mayo fans to bring home across to Shannon.
Well, take me to Clare Island, the home of Grania Whale, out in Clew Bay, Paul. And you're right at the end of Clew Bay, the capital of Clew Bay. What does it mean for Westport Club? You're a club who are very progressive, great underage, new clubhouse facilities. You've even got a bursary scheme, the first of its kind for your teenage players. This is an enormous breakthrough. We've been saying this all year. Everything has been a breakthrough for Westport this year.
Yeah, and in fairness, local streaming will be with us every step of the way. You know, we have a bursary scheme this year, as you mentioned, and we have 4 or 5 minors out there this year, and a couple of lads just out of minor, and more coming behind them. And this is all the hard work from underage all the way through. It's coming to fruition now. There you have it. Westport, All-Ireland champions. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, they're making their way to the steps. I don't see Kevin Kane. I'm not sure. There's Kevin Kane on crutches. We have Kevin Kane on crutches, a man who would dearly love to have been there, I've no doubt, but he's making his way. How he's going to make it under health and safety up the steps, I don't know, but I wouldn't like to stop him either.
I don't know who's going to stop him.
And for Lee Keegan, of course, Footballer of the Year last year, 4-time All-Star, has seen a lot of heartbreak here as well.
Absolutely, and I've spoken to Lee and Kevin about this. So after the county final win, you know, I was making a point of very happy for those guys who have come out of Croke Park, and such disappointment the last few years. And the measure of the men they will always say to you, they're happier for the guys, the club guys, the guys that are training all year.
Yeah, and that's what this club has done to get here. We're waiting on the captain, Brian McDermott, to get up. He's there, actually. He is there. We will try and shoot it down through our restricted view here. The Columkills players on the field. And what a finish to what has been a really exciting weekend of action here in Croke Park this weekend. We had Mayfield yesterday. We had Carrickshock yesterday. we had Glenbeigh, Glencar today, and now we have Westport lifting the Intermediate Cup, and they made it exciting. It wasn't meant to be exciting with 10 minutes to go, Paddy. Great value in Mayo at times, isn't there, for a bit of excitement?
Yeah, they make it hard on themselves now, is one way of putting it, I think. Especially with the last ball dropping in around the square there, just a little bit of inexperience from James Conlon. He had time and space to bring it in a little bit further and clip it over, but look, that's the swings and the roundabouts of it. The best team on the day won. It's what it's all about there now. The pictures down on pitch side, you know, the Column Kills team lined up in front of their fans, playing in Croke Park with your friends that you've grown up with and gone to school with. It's a massive occasion for everyone. And
yes, we've Tony Butler in from Column Kills as well. We'll get to you in a second, Tony. We're going to try and catch the presentation. Brian McDermott, the Westport captain. There it is. They've won the FAI Junior Cup in the past in Westport United, and now they have won the All-Ireland Intermediate title. And Paul and I have been at a lot of Westport games, both local streaming wise and just as supporters as well, and it's fair to say, Paul, they struggled through a few games, found it hard to score, but they pulled off a big one today, nearly let it slip, but a big score and some great performances.
Yeah, I think you possibly have to agree yourself. We've come a long way since the long grass in Ballarobe last November.
That made a job of you, Paul.
Absolutely, yeah, that was great winter training. If they could overcome that, replay with Shrulgan Corrib, 6 games in 5 weeks to win a county title, 3 games in a week to culminate that county championship.
The whole world was against you, Paul.
Absolutely. Today you lose Kevin Kane after 10 minutes, Paddy O'Malley 5 minutes ago. We've made it hard for ourselves all the way, but nobody has been able to beat us.
Absolutely, Paul. Well said. A great character, Paul Grady. A great supporter of local streaming all through the year. I'm going to try and catch some of Brian's speech. 3 cheers for Column Kills, who still stand arranged on the sideline, on the pitch.
If the dream to play on Croke Park on the pitch keep disappointing, and that's not down to anything but hard work, so a big cheer for them.
Expressing gratitude for being on Croke Park today. The men that brought this to us, he says about the men, and 3 cheers for the boys, he says. And Brian still going through his speech, and Tony, you got a late lifeline there, and nearly got there, had the chances, played magnificently once he got the smell of it.
Absolutely, that's what I say. Column Kills' May team, they never give it up, and if you think of the last play in the game, I think it was James Conlon was going for a point, it dropped under the crossbar. We had a Meath Minor and Conor O'Byrne, a big strapping lad underneath the ball, and fair play to the Westport sub keeper. He came, he got his hand to the ball, but that was the smallest margin. That could have gone into the back of the net and we could have something different. But on behalf of Column Kills, I'd like to congratulate Westport. They're a terrific team, terrific players. They had a great shape to them. They were very hard to break down. A good game plan, lots of players in the appropriate positions, plenty of speed. Young man in the middle of the pitch caught some great ball and scored some lovely points. So, and I tell you, this is a fantastic occasion. 10,000 people at an intermediate final and junior final, served up 2 great games. Great compliment to Sean Kelly all those years ago, opening it up. I think it's a great thing.
Yes, indeed, Tony. Just 1 second, Tony. So I think Brian's speech is done. He's calling up the players to lift it coming up, and they'll all enjoy this moment. I'm sure there'll be a special cheer for Lee Keegan, their Footballer of the Year. They're going through there. James Welch, Liam Stanton, Fionn McDonough, Mayo Under 21 prospect this year, no doubt. Kevin Kane on crutches, played here in minor finals, senior finals. There he is, big cheer for Kevin. A real stalwart of the Westport club, Kevin Kane. Let's hope his injury is not too bad. We had a lot of injuries in Croke Park today. Let's hope all players. Who's that number 31, Paul?
Gary Kane, Kevin's brother.
Gary's Kevin's brother indeed. Alan Kennedy, Phil Keegan, and I think Oisin McLaughlin, is it? Yeah. 2-goal hero today, Oisin McLaughlin.
Absolutely, Oisin. Stuff dreams are made of. Come to Croke Park. Made his debut in the semi-final and comes to Croke Park and 6 away 2 goals.
Colin Morden and Paul Lambert, 2 great young men today as well. Morden won some incredible ball inside.
A double act from Mahagowar, those two lads. You know, have to admire them.
All politics is local.
Seamus and Charlie, two proud men tonight.
Yes, indeed. Seamus Morton and Charlie Lambert. Young Niall McMenamin, he has been magnificent as well for Westport all year. Patrick O'Malley, big cheer for him. He had a few nervous moments near the end there, but all's well that ends well for Westport. I didn't see Lee Keegan going through yet. Yes, I see him coming up there now. Brian O'Malley there in the sub-keeper. He was pressed into action unexpectedly. Aaron Dunn, he kicked one beautiful kick out here in front of the goal, in front of the stand. And is that Tom Reynolds, I think?
Famous Tom Reynolds.
Famous TR, and there's Lee Keegan. Lee Keegan. And in Mayo, they don't come much more popular than Lee Keegan. And 28 is Conor Clark. And there's Shane Scott. And didn't he play some football today?
Fantastic, fantastic. Shane Scott absolutely outstanding here today and in the semi-final against Kenmare. You know, what a player.
There, Kevin Kane has made it down onto the field again. I don't see the manager Damien Loftus there now. The St. Columkills players still consoling themselves. They know they got within a whisker of it, and as Paddy said, they probably were slightly second fiddle for most of the game, but what matters is the final whistle, and they were nearly there. And you know, Paddy, if they came and won it, it would have gone down as a famous victory. You know, against the odds for most of the game, came with a great burst, capitalised on the chance they got, nearly got there.
Exactly, it would have nearly been a smash and grab, you know, from the position they were in at half time, but the 2 points just before half time to bring it from an 8-point gap to a 6-point gap made it a doable task in the second half, and it came right down to the last kick of the ball. And you know, that's what happens in them sort of games. You know, another day it would have went over the bar and we'd be watching extra time, but it dropped short, and the goalkeeper, the sub goalie, came in. He didn't have much to do, only picked the ball out of net from the penalty, but he got a hand to it, got the danger away from his goals, and the referee blew it up. You know, and I suppose that the Columkills players have so much to be proud of. You know, that they've come from winning their intermediate to winning a Leinster to being in an All-Ireland final. There will be heartbreak on the way home, but you know that they've given their supporters so much to cheer about over the last 4 or 5 months, and you know, now their thoughts and attentions will turn to maintaining their senior status now.
Okay, Paddy, thank you very much. And I'm going to call in Mike Finnerty here for a second, our match commentator as well. Tony and Paddy, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for joining us. And thanks for all you brought to our coverage today. Paddy O'Rourke from AIB, and Tony, a final word from you from Columkills.
We're going to regroup. We're in the senior championships next year. We'll regroup, and the last thing I'd just like to say, congratulations to Westport, and the credit to the club themselves, the Mayo GAA, and we wish them the best in their senior ranks. Hope that Kevin Keane is okay. Hope it's not a senior injury, and the best of luck to those kids doing their leaving cert this year. Take care.
Thanks very much, Tony. Very sporting words to finish what has been a very sporting year. And Lee Keegan is down there, Paul, with his father.
Yeah, great to see. Absolutely fantastic. That's what it's all about. And I'm looking down there, I see Damien Loftus and Tom Higgins, Conor Dever, great stalwart at the club, Mick Killeen. You know, huge credit to those lads. You know, they took that team from very disappointing defeat to Belmullet last year in a quarter-final all the way to All-Ireland champions. You know, so massive credit to them, the shape those lads are in and how well they were prepared. And just on behalf of the club as well, just to thank everybody who helped us out in any way during the year. Fundraising in the last few weeks has been tremendous.
Their Columkills make their way off as well, and they're getting a very appreciative round of applause from the Westport fans as well, it must be said. It has been a weekend of great sportsmanship here, and that does not mean the games lacked intensity. Far from it. We had 3 really epic collisions, you'd have to say. The hurling intermediate final yesterday was one-sided between Carrick Shock and Haskra Fohana, but today we had 2 wonderful games of football. And I suppose, Mike Finnerty, it is fair to say that as a Mayo-based service, we do enjoy the advantage of knowing Westport better and having covered more of their games this year. It's been a privilege to work with Tony from Columkills and all their side today, and Paddy O'Rourke from Meath. But for the Mayo Club, Mike, for Westport, a huge day.
Oh, huge day, Liam, and you can just see how much it means to them down there. I've been lucky enough to follow their fortunes right from the start of the Mayo Club Championship in the day job, and I've got to talk to a lot of their players and meet a lot of their players during the course of that run, and you know, you just have to spend a bit of time in their company to realise just how much it means to them to represent their club and their town. And you know, for those people who may not be familiar with Westport, it's a huge sporting town, and for years and years the GA club in Westport would have played second and maybe even third fiddle as well to the local soccer club and the local rugby club. But over the last 5 or 6 years in particular, there have been an awful lot of people in Westport working extremely hard to develop their facilities, which are now second to none in Connacht, not to mind Mayo. They have a state-of-the-art AstroTurf, state-of-the-art clubhouse and dressing rooms. Their underage structure has been revolutionised in the last 5-6 years. They now are winning County A championships from under 14 right through to minor, and you can see the fruits of that labour paying off today. 5 Leaving Certs start in today's team. They've won their second intermediate club championship in Mayo in 8 seasons. They've won their first Connacht, their first All-Ireland today. And this is going to be huge for Westport into the future, because it's going to inspire another generation of Lee Keegans and Kevin Kanes. It's going to see the club go from strength to strength. And I suppose the icing on top is that we got such a great contest. You know, it lived up to expectation. It was every bit as good as we hoped it would be.
Yes, and more celebrations down there. There's another gathering of Westport people, and this is the beauty really of the championship games we played here in Croke Park. When the game is over, you can find your family. It's not the 85,000 day. That's brilliant as well, don't get me wrong, but you can find your family, Paul. You can have those very special moments, and you can see it. They don't want to leave, because in some moments these moments will have passed. There will never be a day like this again.
No, man, this is what you dream of. This is what club players dream of, and it's the beauty of club football, I suppose, as opposed to county football. These lads are all there amongst their family and friends, and you know what went on in Westport the last few weeks in terms of fundraising and everything else, everybody got behind it. There was a gang of us yesterday washing cars in Westport. We're here in Croke Park today. You know, that's club football. It's brilliant.
Did you do well?
We did very well. I wouldn't like to give you the number, but we did very well today or yesterday. You know, you didn't get a lot washed for €10, I'll put it that way. You needed to dig deep.
Yeah, but it's the thought that counts.
Absolutely, yeah. One or two asked how much, but you know, just keep filling the bucket, or it'll only be half washed.
Or we'll dirty it. Okay. So the Westport players, we had a lap of honour yesterday by Carrickshock, I think it was. They went in front of the empty hill. Westport are making their way down there as well, unless it's to get a picture below. Lee Keegan would savour the trip around the hill, empty or not. Mike.
Yeah, Liam, I just see a man down there that I think we need to dwell on for a few moments. Damien Loftus. I mean, 2 years ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago, not many people outside of Westport knew who Damien Loftus was or where he'd come from. And now I think everybody's going to know his name. He's a Dublin native, played his underage football here in Dublin with St. Vincent's. Played minor hurling and football with Dublin back in 1985, and he married a Westport woman. He moved down to the area a few years ago, took on the Westport team a couple of years back when nobody really was interested in taking them on, and he's completely turned their fortunes around.
Yep, they've done the lap of honour. They're going off the far side, of course. That's it. So it's kind of it's a necessity to a certain extent. Yeah, they're having a good run for themselves. And I don't know who won that sprint, but it might be the last sprint they'll do in a while, Paul.
The fitness is still showing out there. These lads could go another 20 minutes, you know.
There's a few lads straggling there now, Paul.
As you mentioned, Damien Loftus there, Mike put it very well, but what people might not realise is that Damien is also the coaching officer in the club, strength and conditioning coach around the club. He's involved at all levels in the club, and he helps out every underage team in the club. You know, fantastic club man, and huge credit to him.
Okay, and we have two very special guests. The happiest family in Westport tonight. Brothers. Lee Keegan. And Phil, brother as well. Thank you first of all, lads, for joining us. And Phil, you might just stand into here if you could. You're afraid of heights. Well, you're reaching new height here today, Phil. Lee, the word you said to Mike Finnerty and Paul Grady there was finally.
Finally. It's been a lot of long years of hurt, pain. It felt like that way again today, that we're going to lose at the end. You know, I think we put a lot of work in today, and I suppose that ball went over the bar. I'm not sure how much we left in the tank after the semi-final, but listen, finally we just got one lucky break, and I think we were fully deserved winners today, even though we tried our best to lose at times. But just the scenes here now, I'm just over the moon, and I suppose it makes up for all those hard years of long slog, hurt, pain, and losing All-Irelands here in Croke Park. And finally, a Mayo team's come to Croke Park and won an All-Ireland. What more can you ask for?
You have spoken very openly about how the club has grown on you, so to speak. As a young fella, you know, you were playing a lot of rugby then, you were a very talented rugby player, but you have come to really appreciate the value of the club in your life.
Yeah, and I suppose today just shows, you know, what it's all about. The support we have here today, the man beside me, have my brother here in the squad, you know, it's a fairy tale, man. It's a dream come true, and as I've openly said, I was never the biggest club man when I was younger, but as I said, I've grown into it, and this year has just been an absolutely amazing experience. It's just been the best journey of my life, and it's something I'm going to treasure for the rest of my days, because all Irelands are hard won, and you only win one, you have to enjoy that success. And believe me, we'll enjoy. Westford will be a busy week this weekend, yeah, so there might be too many in work, but the pubs will be busy.
Phil, congratulations. You've had a very impressive year for the club as well, doing a lot of often unspectacular work, keeping the wheels turning. Yeah. I'm sure you really appreciate what's after happening here.
It's brilliant. I must admit now, I never thought I'd be in a Croke Park in the final, and to be here at Lee, it's been taking me a few years to come back into Gaelic. Soccer is my first love, but I knew this group was different. As soon as I came back, I've trained for a few years with the guys, but I just knew this year is different. There's a different vibe. The lads are just so committed. We put in so much effort, and it's just shown there today. I know at times we get a bit excited, we've missed chances, but we always go to the end, and it's a credit to the team, and for the likes of Lee and Kevin, they deserve this. They've given so much to this club, and it's just so nice to win one for them. So fantastic day. Can't put into words, just fantastic.
Yes, today you had probably the relatively rare experience of leading a team out, building up a big lead, but what has been a characteristic of your play all year is you keep going. I mean, against Kinmare you didn't lead at all, so you've won it both ways. As everybody has said, you did your best to lose it today, but what's the point of winning without a bit of drama?
Exactly. It's never worse for a game without a bit of excitement. Listen, we're in half time. We knew these were a tough team. Cullen Kills are a battle-hardened team like us. I think it's the first game this year we probably come in as favourites. It's the first game since the first round against Ireland we've actually conceded a goal from open play. So we conceded a goal, but you can see straight away, Oisin McLaughlin, young lads, stepped up, got the goal, kept their head. A few silly mistakes, and like I said, a bit of excitement in the end. But sure, listen. What's the point with having a game without a bit of excitement? So listen, it makes that much sweeter, but we just keep going. The fitness level of these lads is insane. The lads who stepped up, Davy Horan came on, fantastic, Ronan Garrett. We have strength and depth, so fantastic. Just keep going to the very end.
Given your background in the famous red and black of Westport United as well, not getting back. Westport won the Junior Cup. Now you've won the intermediate title. You're well positioned to, I suppose, describe what that means.
It's unbelievable. You know, as I said to this guy this year, this meant this being filmed. I better not say more than soccer.
Please no.
Equally as much.
Soccer is a big part of Westport. Don't be shy about it at all.
I might be getting fired. Listen, it's unbelievable. Like I said, the effort to put in. It's been a long year for me. I've won a lot with soccer, but it just means so much for Westport. Like, you know, the first time to be here and to win one is just this is the pinnacle now. So I said, I never thought I'd be in Croke Park kicking over the bar. If I could shoot a bit better, I might go one or two more. But listen, it's fantastic. I love soccer, but there might be another year in Gaelic yet. You never know.
They're not going to let you go.
No, maybe not.
Lee, I'd like to ask about the young players. 5 leaving certs, kids really, coming of age right throughout this year. Ball winners, Oisin McLaughlin taking players on there today. What do you think of them?
Kids with big balls. That's what they are like. You know, I think Phil mentioned Oisin in the first half. You know, it can be very easy for a young man to come to Croke Park and not freeze, but just, you know, try and do something different. He just stuck to his game plan. Cullum stuck to his game plan. Lambie, these lads, they've no fear at all. And I said during the whole year, they just rejuvenate us older lads that have been there for a long time. And they just really gives us a spring in their step. And the way they finished the game today is just, you know, Cullen Moran fighting for ball in here, and lads, even Brian O'Malley in the full back line today was absolutely outstanding. You know, they came in with no fear at all, and that's been probably our cog all year. These lads coming in and just really giving us that incentive to go on and win games. And, you know, they don't know how to lose games. That's the problem. Like, you know, their mentality is about winning, and, you know, we grinded out the semi-final, and today was equally as hard. And, you know, when it came to the crunch, then it's the young lads that stood up, not the older lads. You know, so, you know, going forward for senior, this is huge for us, because they've got a flavour now of what it means to win the big time now, and we're going forward now. And listen, we're not just there to compete in senior. There, we're there to do well. We're there to, you know, progress as a team and learn. And, you know, we're going up against big guns now, and we need to get that quick. You know, and today is just a stepping stone. And as I said, hopefully the bucko here might give up the soccer for another few months to play with us. But listen, you know, the key is we enjoy success, and this will be enjoyed, because, as I mentioned, you know, we've had a lot of Mayo teams come up here over the last number of years, and unfortunately I've been on a few of them, and I suppose just been pipped at the end. And, you know, today, if that ball stayed low the bar, it could have been another, I suppose, hard luck story for myself personally, and for another Mayo team. But again, you have to make your own luck when you come up to here, and today we did, thankfully.
Can I ask you about a man who's embodied the spirit of Westport for many years, Kevin Kane? You're your sparring partner, your travelling partner. He's been at your side for so long. First of all, at a personal level, have you any word on how he is? And then secondly, losing your leader, one of your leaders, a huge blow early on.
Yeah, prognosis, we're not sure at the moment. We know it's knee anyway, so I'm sure he'll have a scan now, maybe today or tomorrow, depending on how...
I'll have it today, I'd say, will he?
It might be next week, but it doesn't look too good for himself personally, but to lose someone like Kevin, he's probably one of our best players all year, and he was recognised as player of the year for Intermediate Mayo, so it just shows the man and the manner he got in at half time and he just said, listen, it's not about me, it's about you now, and that's a huge incentive going forward, and that's just this kind of leadership Kevin has, and we've soldiered through many years together now, from underage up to senior at Westport, senior at Mayo, and if anyone deserves more, it's that man right there, because he puts his heart and soul into Westport, and he's I suppose the Kane family have a pride tradition within Westport, and just for their whole family it just means so much to them. And you've seen the scenes with Kevin then, trying to stop him crying is a different story. Usually can't get a tear of him all year, but when he wins something he goes on a bit of a baby roll, so I'll have to give him a doty for the way home, but listen, but honestly, he's my best friend and we've grown up together, and just see him finally get his hands on that trophy means more than anything in the world, to see how happy he is. And as I said, hopefully the injury's not as bad as it is, but we'll take care of that maybe another time. So.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much, Paul.
Just also to mention Lewis Cawley and Liam Kittrick in that as well. 2 men have played a huge part in this campaign. Unfortunately missed out on the big day, but they certainly played their part.
Okay, gentlemen, Lee, congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay, Phil, thank you very much for joining us. And 2 happy men, Westport, the All-Ireland Intermediate Football Champions. I'm going to bring Paul back in again. I think we have all of our guests exhausted now. And exhausted is the word. The last few celebrations are down there, Paul. Kevin Kane is down there still on the crutches. We'll hardly get him to level 7. Lyle McMenamin, what a prospect he is. Very fine young player who has grown and grown and grown as the year has gone on, Paul.
Absolutely. Niall, huge development in the last year or so, and the amount of Tormey Cady people I met in Phoenix today coming up to support Westport, you'd have to see it to believe.
You're claiming him, are they?
Oh, well, look, he's a half Tormey Cady man. His mother, I think, is Tormey Cady. I think his father might be Glen Hess down that direction, but he's
good
100%
name.
Westport at this stage. We're keeping him, one of our own. Fantastic young player, and he's only going to get better.
Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all we have to do here in Croke Park this evening. Game 4 of an incredible weekend, really. Sean Kelly's name has been cited quite a bit as the president who inaugurated these championships. That was one magnificent thing he did. Secondly, getting those finals into here. If anybody doubts the merit of that, I think all of their doubts have been banished by the events of the last 2 days. Mayfield of Cork somehow managing to hold on against a very gallant Mooncoin side in the junior hurling final yesterday. In the intermediate hurling final yesterday, an impressive Carrickshock team getting the better of a Haskra Fohana. Today, the football, the crowds came in large numbers again, almost 10,000 people, just over 9,000 people here to be fair and to be accurate, to see the junior and the intermediate final being played out here in Croke Park. We heard Lee Keegan there say what it means to him. He has been here on a number of occasions, losing finals, unfortunately for him, 4 times All-Star and Player of the Year this year as well. Himself, Darren O'Sullivan, Richie Power, people like that saying that events of this weekend mean more to them than anything else they've ever done in Gaelic football or hurling. And we can't forget the great junior victory as well today for Glenbeigh Glencar against Rock St. Patrick's, and that was a very entertaining game as well. I'd like to thank our team behind the camera. You never get to see him. Anthony Moran from Ahamore GAA Club, co-founder of localstreaming.club, to our commentator Mike Finnerty today. Yesterday we had Killian Whelan, to Ashley Tracy and Dermot Condren working hard here behind the scenes, to our director Desi Campbell, to our social media coordinator Liam Henley, and to our other co-commentators. We had Paul Grady today, of course, and Tony Butler. We had Sean Barton of Glenbeigh Glencar for the junior game today. Yesterday for the intermediate we had McDara McDonough and Morris Power, his second time with us here on localstreaming.club. And for the junior game, we had Clive O'Donovan and Liam Sutton from Mooncoin. Stephen Stack was here, Paddy O'Rourke was here, Coleman Goggins, the former Dublin footballer, was here, Paddy Summers from AIB, Sean Healy from AIB, and I probably missed somebody else as well in all of that. Shane Halligan, of course, contributing as well behind the scenes to make sure that these broadcasts ran smoothly. Thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. Tonight, the celebrations will be down south in Glenbeigh Glencar. Well, technically they'll be in City West, but they'll be down south tomorrow, and I hear already there's some celebrations down there already taking place in Glenbeigh Glencar. And Westport bring the cup home tonight, I'm told, back over the Shannon, back to the west of Ireland. Thank you for joining us. I do hope to see you here again on localstreaming.club. And thanks to AIB, our great sponsors and partners.